Hello? Hello? Hey, can I get a mic check that my mic is working? Yeah, I see it.
A red Bentley, and the suspect shot him in the back, shoulder. They say the shooter got into a silver Mercedes and drove away. The victim was taken to Bellevue Hospital. Police are searching for a wanted in a string of phone burglaries.
All right, I'm here.
Jared?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. We're live. So if you go to the chat window, we can talk without the whole internet listening.
The chat window.
You should see like an IM window. It's part of the conversation. Without the whole internet listening. Sound test. 1, 2, 3. Sound test. 1, 2. Barry! Barry! Delay test. 1, 2, 3. Delay test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 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 1, 2, 3. Welcome in, everybody, to the Star Wars CCG Players Committee's live broadcast of the top 8 of the Endor Grand Prix from the Hampton Inn and Suites in Seattle, Washington. We are going to get kicked off in about 10 or 15 minutes here. It is now just after 10 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. We are still waiting for some of the players to make their way down into the playing area. We would guess about another, 10 or 15 minutes here until we get started. My name is Casey Annis, and I will be with you along with Jared Konsker for this broadcast today. Jared will be by a little bit later on. We have a very exciting top 8 for you. A lot of big names, a lot of underdogs who have slid their way in here. And like I said, in just a few minutes, we're going to get going. As soon as we have all the players in the playing area, Jared and I will be back to bring you live coverage from Seattle. Everybody stay tuned. Feel free to post any and all questions in the chat, and we'll do our best to get to them, get to answer all of them. You can also send me a private message if you want through the Star Wars Players Committee forums. My username there is at SpideyGuy0. That's SPIDEYGUY0. And you can send me a private message there at starwarsccg.org/forums, or just post in the chat here on Twitch. We're very happy to have you, and we will be back in just a few minutes to bring you live coverage of the quarterfinals of the Endor Grand Prix, so stick around. Once again, hello and welcome to the top 8 of the Endor Grand Prix, live from Seattle, Washington. We are just waiting for some of the players to make their way down into the play area so that we can begin the quarterfinals here. We will be with you as soon as everyone is all set and ready to go. In the meantime, you can feel free to ask questions in the chat on Twitch. We will do our best to respond to all of your questions. My name is Casey Annis. I am here along with Jared Konsker. And we will be getting set as soon as possible. Everyone just hang tight.
All right, I think I'm all set up. You guys can hear me okay? Casey, you can hear me? Anybody in the Twitch chat? Can you guys hear? Cool, thanks, guys. This is my first time ever doing commentary, so I may suck, but if I do, I'll just give you guys some spoilers so you like me anyway.
All right, welcome in everybody to the Endor Grand Prix Top 8. It looks like we are ready to go. We've got Barry Alperstein in the first semifinal. Well, maybe not. Let's see who we have. This is going to be Ryan Jellison, the number 5 seed, playing Darkside, against Chris Werfs, the number 4 seed, playing Lightside. And it looks like Ryan's got an ISB operations deck for his Darkside. He's going to be playing against Chris Werf's Lightside Senate deck. And now I'd like to welcome in Jared Konsker, who's also on the broadcast with me. How you doing today, Jared?
Good. I talked a little bit while you were AFK for a bit. So what is Worst playing?
Jared just yet. Players have shuffled up and drawn their opening hands.
Casey, you can't hear me? What is Worst playing?
Just yet. Players have shuffled up and drawn their opening hands.
Casey, you can't hear me? Sound test. Casey, can you hear me? Sound test. Casey, can you hear me? Casey, I think you and me are lagging.
All right, it looks like I can't hear Jared, but Jared is here. We're going to do our best to get these technical difficulties resolved as soon as possible.
Casey, still can't hear me? No, I hear. You can hear me through Twitch, and that's it.
Okay, Jared, I got you now.
You hear me? No, I think
I hear
that's still
you
delayed.
live. I can hear you live now.
All right,
We're
we're
go.
good then.
All right.
All right. So
What do we got here? We got Endor Shield.
ISB, and sorry, I'm catching up here. ISB Senate.
Looks like it.
Okay.
Looks like a Wisa on Chris Worf's side after Ryan Jellison uses Endor Shield to go grab Piet and somebody else.
So ISB is interesting for Ryan to choose. We actually have a few ISB helpers in the current set, and we've been debating about whether or not ISB might be a good playable deck coming up. So Ryan's trying to prove that that's true, I guess.
I've got his deck list in front of me here. I've actually got both deck lists now, so we'll have a good shot of being able to tell what these players are doing. Here's an Executor Docking Bay off of Imperial Arrest Order from Ryan. Also gets the Blockade Flagship Bridge. He may have had a We Must Accelerate Our Plans in his hand to pull that.
What's Ryan's third effect there? Is that Established Control? I see Arrest Order and Endor Shield.
Established Control Virtual.
Yep, okay.
Endor Shield Virtual, Imperial Arrest Order, and Established Control Virtual. And for Chris on the light side, it's Walkling Virtual, Squadron Assignments, and a new Secret Base Virtual.
Yep.
Ryan started with the Coruscant system on table. Chris started with the Jedi Council Chamber and the Coruscant Galactic Senate, so 3 Coruscant locations. And now here's another site coming down for Ryan. That's the Death Star 2 Docking Bay. It's a 1-0 location for Darkside. And he's also played a system.
Looks like Kashyyyk, maybe?
I think it's Koralug. He's got a Koralug in his deck list.
All right, and that's what that's pulled by. Yeah, so it's Koralug. It's pulled by the effect there, I believe.
Yes, Established Control gets Koralug. Yeah.
Yep, Koralug or Fondor.
Okay.
So yes.
This is the 4-5 match here between Worfs and Jellison. Winner plays the winner of Brian Fred and Tom Kelly in the semifinals. We've got Piet coming down to the Executor Docking Bay, and then Admiral Ozzel deploying for free to the Death Star Docking Bay.
Which means I'm sure Piet will join him.
Most likely. Or maybe he wants that
The extra generation.
extra generation from established control. Yep. For those of you unfamiliar with established control, it says your force generation is +1 at docking bays you occupy. So for every docking bay that Ryan occupies, he gets an extra +1 generation. But the flip side of that is if Chris is able to control Ryan's 1-0 docking bays, those docking bays then become battlegrounds, and Chris can get around, come here, you big coward. Chris's deploy phase now, he puts a location down. Looks like that might be the Hoth docking bay for light side. Or no, that's Boss Nass Chambers.
Yeah. Yep.
2-0 location, a Twix.
Yep.
Chris is going to draw some cards here.
It's a light side deck that isn't QMC, which means it probably plays Boss Nass's Chambers. Although I guess I saw yesterday, Chu was not playing Nass's Chambers in his WAP deck, which is interesting. He was playing
Interesting call.
he was playing Harksef, which is probably a good call.
He's a Narshada for Werfs. That's a great location for light side. It's a 2-1 location that gives +1 to the light side's force drain. So even though dark side only activates 1, their light side gets to drain for 2.
It also has my name on it.
It does have your name on it, and it's about to be not the only card in the game that you're responsible for. Is that right?
In this game?
In Star Wars CCG.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that one.
They're not all going to have your name on them, but
Yeah. No. Yeah, I told him while you were away that since this is my first broadcast, I'm not sure if I'm going to suck. I'm just going to give some spoilers, so I'm still popular and people like
what
me.
everybody's here for anyway, right?
Yeah. What was spoiled yesterday? The two ships, right?
Yeah, the Star Destroyer and Kylo Ren shuttle.
Kylo Ren shuttle. And Casey's a big fan of dark side mains, so maybe we should do Kylo Ren because he is probably close to being ready and tested.
That would be a good one. Maybe we can save it for in between games of this match.
Yep. When it's slow.
Yeah, now people know that Kylo Ren is coming, so if they want to hear what Kylo Ren does, they're going to have to stick around.
Korlug's text. Someone's asking for. Let me see. It does suit up.
Big activation for Ryan Jellison.
Yeah, Korlug makes all non-unique rebels power and forfeit +1 if you control it, and rebel guards may move. And it's just a standard force drain -1 on the dark side text. And yeah, somebody posted it. So there you go.
Ryan's deploy phase, he puts down Commander Merrick to join up with Admiral Piet at the Executor docking bay, and now he plays Kashyyyk. Defensive shield coming out for Chris Werfs. It's a tragedy has occurred, the light side grabber shield. That is his first defensive shield deployment of the game. Ryan with the matching allegations of corruption shield on the other side. Forlom with concussion rifle virtual coming down for Ryan to the blockade flagship bridge. That's going to do a great job of letting him cycle his hand. For those of you unfamiliar with that card, once per turn he can put a card from his hand underneath his used pile, which he's doing right now, to draw the top card of his reserve deck. Now he's
He
going to
brought Ozzel over.
Yep. Sorry, John.
Oh, that was the Death Star 2 docking bay. Okay. That's why I thought he was going to join him there. But it didn't matter. Just one to the other. I'm not sure why I didn't just play them all to the same docking bay, but...
For the extra generation, I think, from established control.
Oh, he had it there last turn. Right. So now he wants to be a little safer when Chris has more force.
We apologize for the commentating delay. There's going to be about a 20-second delay between what you see on your screen and what we're talking about up here in the booth. We will do our best to keep it going.
Looks like Horax.
Horax Rider. It's a good senator coming down to the Senate. One more senator from Chris, and he'll be able to flip his objective. Ryan's going to take a look at Horax Rider. We'll do the same. Horax has order, taxation, and peace agendas, and while in a Senate majority, opponent may not draw more than one battle destiny at battleground systems. And you cannot cancel, or the light side player cannot cancel opponent's destiny draws at systems. Looks like Masamita coming down to join him. He's not a senator.
Right, so he will not flip unless he adds someone else there.
What Masamita does allow you to do, though, is that during your control phase, if you occupy a battleground site and a battleground system, opponent loses 2 force. So, a little extra incentive there to satisfy battle order for Chris. Oryx Rider is also really good in the Senate deck because when you flip, he goes from being Destiny 3 to Destiny 6 when you draw him for weapon or battle destiny. Both of these decks have a lot of very intricate pieces and very unique mechanics that only these decks have, and we'll do our best to try to help you guys out with that if you're maybe a new or returning player, or just someone who's not too familiar with either of these decks. We're going to do our best to maybe explain all of the nuance involved and all the little things that you might be missing at home. And if you have any questions, please feel free to just type them out in chat, and we'll try to get to them if there's anything that you think we aren't explaining well. See a Forlon there from Ryan. Both of these players might be seen as maybe underdogs in this top 8. You got a lot of big-time tournament experience throughout the top 8, multiple Worlds finalists, World Champions, MPC Champions. And then you've got these guys without a ton of previous major tournament success playing in the top 8 here, trying to maybe crack in, make a name for themselves. We're going to see Fondor hit the table here from Ryan.
Looks like that's Bespin, Fondor, Korleg, and Narshada.
That's correct. The location that I said was Kashyyyk before is actually Bespin. We can tell that from the Bespin docking bay, which has been deployed next to it.
Which means Ryan is probably playing the Executor in his deck with the free effect card, I'm guessing. I might guess.
Well, luckily we have his deck list.
There's the Executor.
There it is. All right, I don't even have to go to the deck list, but that's the flagship Executor.
Right.
That's the non-immune to attrition Executor.
Right, and rather than playing him free to Bespin, he's playing him from deploy -5, I believe, to Fondor.
Deploys for 7.
Interesting to see what he's going to do with the Executor. I'm sure everybody will get on board it.
Yes.
But I wonder if it's going to move somewhere. If he moves it to Coruscant, he could stop. Well, he only stops rebels from deploying to Coruscant. That might not really do anything, but it would subtract 1 from the drain, I think. Or do you need a guy at a site to do that? I got to look up ISB.
Well, he can limit the drain by simply pulling Coward at this point, anyway.
Right. Though, somebody is going to. Is that the droid?
That's the droid, it looks like.
So there you go. So he doesn't need Coward. Because Senate is a deck that, you could get shield busted against. You want the Senate shield, you want the Coward shield, standard grabber shields and battle orders and stuff like that. You're using,
Absolutely. Anything you can do to minimize the number of shields that you have to pull against Senate will be advantageous in the long run. So 5d6 over to the Senate, and that'll also flip Ryan's objective.
And I'm gonna say that the droid is probably gonna be on course on all game, because probably not much you can do to get rid of it over there.
And the Senate has a scum.
Well, there's the Jedi Council chamber. He may move over there anyway, because it works
The
at
Senate does not have a
later
scum.
sites. Actually, either does the Jedi Council chamber, so might as
I
well
think there
just
was a
keep
thread
them.
about this in the forums this past week. I don't think any episode 1 locations have scomplings.
Oh yeah, I remember. Is that true? Oh, it must be.
I think
Well, no,
Tom
the-
Kelly had the best response, which was that they weren't invented yet. At the time
Wait,
of the episode.
the blockade ship sites have to have them. No, I'm gonna.
Nope.
You're right. None of the blockade sites have them.
I think they're just absent in the episode 1 environment.
Yep.
Looked like Chris went through his deck there and pulled out the hover cam with Walkling. Now he's going to get Admiral Akbar with Rebel Leadership. That's going to get grabbed by Ryan. He can't grab that interrupt fast enough, stacks it on allegations of corruption. Although I don't know if that really is the best grab in this situation, because a big part of Rebel Leadership is to limit dark side destiny draws in space, and Horrocks Rider already does that for the light side player. So all Ryan's really doing by grabbing that interrupt is stopping Chris from drawing multiple battle destinies of his own. But in that situation, maybe there's something else that you would rather have on the grabber, maybe Might of the Republic in this matchup.
He's playing Squadron. Wait.
Maybe All Wings Report In might be a better grab.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's actually kind of running Squadron assignments and having the Admiral stuff in there. That's interesting.
Looks like he's gonna run Starfighters with a Home 1 package. Got Ryan's deck list too. Let's take a look here.
Oh, we could have a
Oh,
Home One and Executor on the table type game, couldn't we?
good. There's the hover cam coming down. That'll give Chris +3 generation at the Galactic Senate. Space package for Chris. He's got, I see Mirix, I see General Solo. 2 copies of General Solo, Poe Dameron, 3 all wings combos. Launching the assault. Yep, he's got a good mix. R2D2 in Red 5 and Luke Skywalker. Home 1, Pulsar Skate, Azure Angel, that's Anakin's ship, so actually, is Home 1 in here? Has to be. I see launching the assault. I don't see Home 1 in this deck list for Chris Werfs.
Do we have a deck list error, or are you just missing it? Because, like you said, if launching the Salt is in there,
See the Home 1 War Room. Let me look again. Obi-Wan and Radiant 7.
in the meantime, I've done some research, and there is an Episode 1 card that has a Scomp link on it, but it is not a Decipher card.
Oh,
We have a little trivia if anyone wants to guess. No cheating.
your Senator Palpatine has come down at the Galactic Senate for Chris. That will flip his...
Yes, he will
Yeah,
finally
he-
flip.
It will flip. He has not flipped his objective yet, but that should flip his objective. Home 1 is not in this deck list.
Yeah, they're suggesting in chat maybe the Home Run War Room is supposed to be the home one because there's no actual way to pull the War Room in the deck.
Possible. Well, we'll try to get clarification on that as we move forward. Meanwhile, here's Luke Skywalker aboard R2-D2 in red 5 to Narshada. That is a punishing combination in any deck, but especially in a Senate deck. And now we've got Yoda, Keeper of the Peace, going down to Bespin, a Sight, and a System for Criff's Worfs, and that'll both satisfy Battle Order and turn on Masamita. He is threatening to do 5 damage next turn if Ryan doesn't answer.
And have retrieval with Luke.
Yes. Yes, or the chance to pull all wings if he'd like to do that. Set up his fleet a little bit more, perhaps.
Right. There's Leia, the new Leia, right?
New Leia, she's a senator.
Yep, she's a senator, so she gets the Destiny boost, and she has text specific to Senate, doesn't she, or something like that? I'm gonna look that up.
She may not be choked. She gains the Republic icon at the Senate, so she'll have game text there, draws if unable to otherwise. If with an Imperial leader, may add a Destiny to power or attrition instead. Immune to attrition less than 3. Ryan's going to be able to offset 1 force loss every turn via the retrieval built into the ISB objective into the flip side.
Right.
He's going to have a hard time using the force drain text from the flip side because that requires occupying a battleground site, and there aren't many of those on the table at the moment. The only one that there is currently being held down by Yoda and Leia.
And you have the lists. Are there any other battleground sites that either of these decks are running?
Take a look. I assume the Senate deck has one.
Yeah, it probably runs the battle planes, I would guess.
Does run the battle planes.
But he's not, but he's not going to deploy the battle planes unless he has, reason to.
I would agree with that. ISB deck.
So the answer to the question before is Slave 1 Symbol of Fear has which I forgot had an Episode 1 icon, but it's the only Episode 1 card with a Scomp link.
I forgot that was an Episode 1 card.
Yep. But it makes sense because it's matching ship for Django. And
I believe that the East platform is the only battleground site in Ryan's deck. And now he's going to move Ultredium down to... How did he get him over there? It looked like he was on the Executor before. Did he Ellis or something?
it came Ellis from a system. Is that Ultradium? No, that's is that Nevar?
That's Nevar and the Garrison, but the card underneath them
Oh.
is Tretium, who was on the Executor last turn, so I'm unsure as to how he made it down to Bespin. Either way, it's bad news for Yoda and Leia.
Well, Yoda restricts him to only one battle destiny, which is good.
But it's going to be a lot of power, although Senator Palpatine might be able to help out with that.
Yep. If I had to guess, I'd say he can, one of his characters, because Yoda's immune to attrition, and it's only going to be power, which Palpatine helps with, so he might get away with only having to lose Leia.
It's true. One of the tricks of the Senate deck, Senator Palpatine over on Coruscant, is going to allow Chris, whenever opponent draws a battle destiny, Chris can use one force, or I guess once per battle. Once per turn, actually. If opponent draws a battle destiny, Chris can use one force to add its destiny number to his total power in that battle. So Ryan won't be able to add to his overflow potential through drawing battle destiny. He can use it for attrition purposes, although Yoda's fully immune.
Yep.
He's likely to get rid of Leia anyway.
Right.
As Xanth points out in the chat, Leia is going to be able to add a destiny to power or attrition in this battle. Although there was no battle, we go straight to Chris's next turn. He peels 2 cards off the top to the Force Strain and Narshada, then uses Forlom. Chris looked like he retrieved one with Luke there. Brian will also have to lose 2 to Masamita. Brian's got the Secret Plan shield out. I'm curious if he's going to play the Senate shield to keep Chris from being able to pull cards out of his hand. Well, it's Chris's hand now that's going on the table.
So it's Anakin and Azure Angel. Where are they going?
Question here, does he want them to go back up to Luke? Or does he think that Executors may be the entirety of Ryan's space package, and does he want to send them elsewhere for more drain potential? We've confirmed that there is a home 1 in Chris's deck, so that's a deck list error. We'll see how that gets handled.
I would think they would allow it to be played the correct way. It's a pretty clear, it's a pretty clear choice where there's no intent. And what is that interrupt? It looks like there's a barrier that was canceled, and it looks like it was canceled.
Canceled by the Bith Shuffle combo. Yep.
Right. And and Padme, I missed that. She joined. And I wonder if they're going to see a battle take place. Probably not. Well, yeah, because the barrier was canceled. Why cancel the barrier if you're not going to battle?
I would expect him to battle here. Padme's going to add yet another destiny to attrition because she's with a Skywalker. And there's General Solo.
Very nice.
This could be very, very fun on Chris's side. When you see General Solo in the deck list like this, you think he's probably going in the Falcon, but he's going to compound on the ground here.
Yep. He could pull leadership, which was grabbed already. So maybe it was a good decision to grab it. I don't know. You have the list, but I don't know if there's many battle interrupts for the ground that he's going to be able to play in here.
Take a look.
He doesn't need to limit him. Well, he could be playing.
He's got a copy of Don't Get Cocky, but
he doesn't have anyone in
the
there.
wrong combination. He's got Han and Leia together. That works with Han and Luke.
Lisa was a. If those are battle destinies, they were really good ones.
It's a 5 and a 6. He still has his objective on the 0 side, but that objective has to be flipped.
Oh, and a program trap. Well, he should be. He may be tracking that to get it back into his hand with Forlom, and then he drops that over on the ISB droid, and that's a nice way to clear the Senate.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, it's a 4. We'll see what happens here with the damage segment.
Yep. Yeah, we don't know if he added to power or attrition. I would think he's adding to attrition because he's got a lot of guys there.
And you would assume that he also used Senator Palpatine to add that 4 to his own power. It looks like only the Stormtrooper garrison is going to be left over at the site. When the dust clears, Han will go away over on the light side, and you're still going to have Padme, Leia, and Yoda hanging out against the Stormtrooper garrison. As we see aim high coming out from Chris, as the ISB deck is going to get to retrieve.
One thing you notice about that combo of characters, they're pretty much immune to all removal. Like, you have no Force Lightning can you play, and Vader's game text is canceled there, right? And Leia can't be choked, well, although it wouldn't matter because
Vader's text is canceled. Just to be sure.
But, you know, it looks like a good setup for Senate ground. I mean, you still need some protection from weapons, obviously not in this game, but is that a Jawa that just went to the Jedi Council chamber?
It's Darrow.
Okay. And there is the program trap.
There's the program trap. You got it. 4-LOM. This is bad news for Chris.
And then he's going to read it. And
when you're reading your opponent's cards that's deployed on a droid at your Galactic Senate, you know this can't be good. We're going to read it too. When either player draws a destiny number matching the number of characters at same site, droid explodes. All characters present with effect are lost. So currently, anytime a destiny of 4 is drawn because there are 4 characters at the Senate, all the characters at the Senate are going to be lost. Here's another pilot on the Executor. Is that Captain Jonas, maybe? No, I can't tell who that is.
me neither. So Vader's joined the garrison. And I imagine he's going to battle, trying to trigger the program trap.
Space Vader over there, so the fact that his game text is canceled really doesn't matter all too much. He loses his immunity to attrition, but it's not like he really does much else over there. Maybe maybe Ryan's got something tracked here that he can draw. It's Isard.
Isard and
He's gonna take
Ozzel. Ouch. You should have took the Ozzel into hand.
Yeah.
How did Ozzel get back in the deck? Is he running 2? There's home 1 for Destiny.
Okay. 1 is better than a 0 if that were the home 1 war room.
Right. Oh, and there's the 4.
So it's Chris's 4 that triggers Ryan's program trap, and the Senate goes bye-bye. I might just start declining destinies with that program trap out there if I'm Ryan. If I'm Chris, rather, especially if Ryan draws a 0. I guess you can't really do that for the entire game, but that's the risk that you run, and there goes the Senate. Chris still in pretty good shape here. He's got the sight and the system, the ability to hit for 3 a turn, retrieve 1. Looks like he's able to knock Ryan entirely off the ground here. But loses everything at the Senate. He should still be able to... You have to think he has enough Senators in his deck to redeploy. Leia's going to bite the dust also, so it'll be Yoda and Padme left over.
Should have put it.
Or now he's changing his mind. It's going to be Padme who goes away. Yoda and Leia at the site. Executor's going to move over to Bespin. And we'll see if Ryan chooses to shuttle anybody down to the east platform. It's going to be Ozzel and... I'm not sure who that second character is shuttling down. Poltredium is going to be the Imperial retrieved from the Lost Pile, the ISB agent retrieved by Ryan in his draw phase, and he will send the turn back over to Chris.
See, putting Darrow to the Jedi Council chamber puts a lot of pressure on Chris, because if he doesn't stop him from satisfying simple tricks as the light side coward,
Yes.
then he's going to get a big drain there on his turn, drain of 4. And, so he can't really waste, a turn setting up the Senate again. He's really got to make sure he clears them from the site, which he may not be able to do.
He might be able to battle him with senators and then move them
Move
over.
over.
He has 2 senators that can draw destiny.
That is a good
Darrow.
call.
Darrow on his own really doesn't do much. There's the loop
Yeah.
retrieval after the drain. There's
Right.
Grand Moff Tarkin going lost for Ryan. I'm unclear on how Darrow made his way to the Jedi Council chamber. He's not a spy.
He's an ISB agent. All ISB agents are spies.
All ISB agents are spies, of course.
Um,
This is one of those intricacies of the ISB deck that you don't normally think about.
Right. And Darrow seems like, if Program Trap is a part of his deck, I'm looking at the Darrow's text since I did not know it off the top of my head. He pulls a droid when he's deployed, so he can set up your Program Trap for you.
Also pulls Restraining Bolt, which is very good against any deck that uses 3PO with parts showing. There's a Master Qui-Gon to the Jedi Council chamber, and you gotta hope that Ryan has something here. I assume he wouldn't have put down Darrow on his own if he didn't have a Gick or something similar. But now
Right.
here's a Lando Scoundrel to the east platform, so 2-pronged assault for Chris, and he's gonna see if Ryan can evade 2 punishing battles at once.
Who's with Ozzel? Do you know who's there at the site?
I do not.
We've seen some generals in his deck. If he has a general, he can limit the Lando destiny. And he kills him.
Looks like we're battling over at the Jedi Council chamber. Darrow, and get a great look at what Chris drew for Battle Destiny, but Darrow's going to take overflow either way, unless...
Looks like he's I think it was low, and he's debating on the Gick, and he uses it.
Yep.
Darrow go under there? It looked like he took Darrow in his hand, but he couldn't have.
No, he put Darrow.
Okay. All right.
And now here's the battle over at the east platform. Did Lando get barriered?
Maybe I didn't see him get barriered, but maybe he played the. Oh, you know what? He played the. I think he played the. Not switch. Whatever the new barrier, maintenance barrier card.
Maintenance card, okay.
The
Maintenance barrier card.
can't remember what it's called.
Is it turn it off, turn it off?
Yes, that is it. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Dash and Rogue 10 drawn for Battle Destiny. That's not great. Draw for Ryan, also not great.
Yeah, without being flipped, Chris's Destiny is probably not that great anymore. I mean, it's Senate, so there's still a lot of interrupts, but
That's true. That time, I guess it wouldn't have mattered.
But
It's Commander Merrick that was the other character with Ozzel, so Ozzel disappears, Merrick is left over, he didn't have enough power to clear both. Remember, all those Imperials get forfeit bonuses.
Yep.
Qui-Gon moves over to the Galactic Senate, rather. He's not going to help.
Does he lose his game
himself.
text there?
He does lose his game text there.
That's it. But he's not doing any good at the, at a 3-0 site anyway, so.
That's true. Still draws Destiny, still has his forfeit. I don't see any reason why Ryan would really want to go down and clear him. So I guess he's not doing anything else. He generates a force.
Does he get the Senate hover cam there if he controls, or no? You need politics there or something, right?
I think the hover cam works unless the dark side player controls the location, in which case it's canceled.
Police effect. I have it here. Well, okay. It's if they control it, it's lost. But you need a Senate majority to get the bonus.
Okay. Qui-Gon has no politics, so no Senate majority for Chris. No force generation bonus.
Also, I believe he could have canceled the hover cam when the program trap went off because everyone's lost simultaneously, and since the battle was on Ryan's turn, he would get to choose the order.
Well,
And he could.
but he had a droid there, so he wouldn't have controlled.
Oh, yes, that is right. So never mind. I forget. I play the program trap a lot in Black Sun, where you're putting it on IGD real quick, initiate a battle with him. But then again, it wouldn't work there either.
Who is the character that just joined, Merrick? What's his name?
Yeah, who is that? Well, it's covered up.
Now we've got Poltredium.
Let me see if I can figure it out using holodeck.
Agent Callus.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah. He actually he plays two of him in his deck.
Yeah, he's good. His text is when deploy. He's kind of a new card. I think came out in set 3. When deployed, may reveal the top 2 cards of your reserve deck. Take one to hand and place the other in use pile. And he adds his Battle Destiny with any ISB agent. So he's really good characters.
He does seem very, very good in this deck.
And he's a leader, so he works with Garrison, Tarkin.
His ability 3, he's Destiny 2, he's got all the stats. Here's Sheer now, so we're going to see more drains in space. Turn his Bespin into a Drain 2 location. Looks like Ryan's going to get to verify Chris's deck. We've got 25 people in the watching the stream right now. That's pretty good. Those of you that hang around till the end of the game, you'll get a free spoiler of the big baddie from Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. This is Binder.
Oh, I think so. It's definitely some kind of Star Destroyer. Let me look at what Binder looks like. I mean, they all kind of look the same, but...
Yeah, it's Binder. Interdictor class Star Destroyer, I believe the only one of those in the game. Did he take that back?
I don't see it anymore.
We go to look it up, and all of a sudden it's gone. It's also got Usain Isard over to the Boss Nest chamber. She goes down there. She can drain for 2. She can draw Destiny on her own. She's always a spy. She can always deploy the Boss Nest. I would like to see him deploy someone who wasn't normally a spy in a spy capacity, the way he did with Darrow. If you deploy Isard to the Boss Nest chamber using your spy text in this game, it just seems like a waste. You can do that in any game of Star Wars you play. Why don't you deploy Admiral Ozzel as a spy? Chris activating here. Might have another big throwdown at the East platform this turn with Callus, Tritium, and Merrick up against Yoda, Leia, and Lando. Drain of 2 at Narshada. Masterful move combo from hand and turn it off the top of the deck. Pay 1 to retrieve 1. And oh, Qui-Gon can drain at the Senate. Forgot about that, so drain of 1 at the Galactic Senate.
Right, he can.
Not sure Ryan realized that either. He's thinking about what he's going to lose. It's going to be another copy of Ozzel from hand.
Does Ryan have a overload in his deck? Because, playing multiple Ozils. Forlom.
Let's take a look. Here's I'll take the leader from Chris. That makes it seem like maybe he wants to fight over Bespin?
Or he's going to spread his ships out a little bit.
Yeah, he now knows about the binder in Ryan's hand.
Yeah, that is true. Is that a Mirax?
Ryan also has a Stalker and a Conquest in his deck here. Yes, that is Mirax. Looks like he'll flash that with Squadron Assignment, see if he can find a Pulsar Skate.
It's like not in there.
Nope, Ryan's going to get to verify. There are 2 copies of Overload in Ryan's list. Along with 2 copies of Turn It Off, 2 copies of We Must Accelerate Our Plans, 2 copies of Ceasefire, 2 copies of Masterful Move and Endor Occupation, 2 copies of Imperial Command. But only 1 copy of the GIC, which we saw, so Ryan's going to have to be careful with the potential for beatdowns on the ground from Chris. Question in the chat about Forloms. He only plays 1 copy of Forlom.
So he pointed at Imperial Arrest Order, something about forfeit. Chris may just be asking about what their stats are.
Xanth brings up a very good point in the chat, which is that he plays 2 copies of Ozzel, who's a character that you can always retrieve using the flip side of ISB operations, and normally that seems like a terrible play to retrieve a 0 back into your deck when you can track it for Overload Destiny. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's why I asked if he was playing Overload. No. They're launching the assault.
Why does he have that if there's no home 1 in his deck? We might actually see home 1 now because he hasn't... Well, no, there's Mirax coming down to Bespin. I was going to say he hadn't spent any force this turn, but now we see Mirax.
And he drew the home one for Destiny, so odds are it's still in his reserve deck, and when he recirculates, he'll have a better chance of pulling it out.
That's true. Here's an all-wings. Those are Battle Destinies, sorry. Double 5s. And looks like an Overload drawn for Destiny. Overload's a 4. So even with the forfeit bonuses from Imperial Arrest Order, I guess... Can Tredium cover 10?
Tredium.
Tredium makes attrition against you -1 for each ISP agent, so the attrition would be 7. And he forfeits for 5, so +2 from Imperial Arrest Order. He covers 7. That's not bad. Chris going to spread out his ships a little bit. Anakin and Azure Angel moving over to Korlug. We'll leave Luke in Red 5 at Nar Shaddaa. Korlug does have that all-important text that light side force drains are -1, so still only a drain of 3 total being threatened by Chris. I guess 4 because of the Galactic Senate. See Gravity Shadow in Ryan Jellison's hand. That could make things interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what that does. I'm going to have to look that one up.
Well, it's bad news when your light side spaceships try to move. Opponent's starship has just begun to move through hyperspace. Draw a destiny. If destiny greater than pilot's ability, starship must return to its original location and may not move. But if destiny equals a pilot's ability, starship is lost. So, with Anakin piloting Azure Angel, if Ryan had had a 5 on top of his deck there, he could have made that ship lost. If he draws 4, if Luke tries to move.
Someone in chat saying he probably wants ultimatum now.
Yeah, because it looks like it's going to be a drain of 3 at Bespin because of Cheer-Now and the flip side of ISB.
No, do you get that in space? It's a drain of 3 at NASA's chamber. I don't know if you get the ISB in space. I didn't think you did.
Oh, the drain plus is only at that site.
Right.
It affects opponent's drains at related locations. But the drain bonus is only in space.
But still, you
only
need
at the site.
But you need a non-undercover ISB agent at a battleground site, which means the.
Right, so he's got that. He's got the East platform. But I thought that the force drain bonus was at all related locations to the battleground site. It is not. However, if
Gotcha.
Chris
So
comes and
so there is no drain of
takes over
3.
Bespin, no, it's a drain of 2.
Right.
Chris,
So he doesn't need ultimatum. That's what I
if
meant.
Chris comes and takes over Bespin, then the fact that Ryan occupies the East platform would subtract from Chris's drains at Bespin, but it does not, in and of itself, give bonuses to Ryan's drains at Bespin. Here's Binder, coming down to Narshada. Looks like it's going up against Luke. And now Executor's going to move over to Narshada.
And that reason is why it's really important that he stay. Well, it's also important because it's the only battleground table, but that he maintains some type of presence at the site, and he's doing that with his massive amounts of forfeit. Because
Executor actually going to Korlug, so no drains in space next turn for Ryan. Chris needs to read Binder.
Me too.
Yeah, why not? Why not all of us? It's a Power 5 Star Destroyer, Interdictor class, adds 6 pilots or passengers, does not draw on its own, but it allows other starships to move to its location as a react. So if Luke were to try to battle it, the Executor could move over as a react. And for the opponent to move a starship away requires +1 force, so it'll cost 2 force for Luke to move away. And Chris would open himself up to Gravity Shadow, but he doesn't know that yet.
So yeah, just going to be 1 drain at the Senate, looks like.
Has he done it yet? Ozzel was on top of his lost pile last turn, so it does not look like he's been able to. Xanth makes a point that if he were to deploy Home 1 to Korlug and battle the Executor along with Anakin, then Luke would be able to battle the Binder without Executor reacting over, although I'm not sure that even with Home 1 plus Azure Angel, that would be the best battle for Chris at Korlug. There's the force trade for 1 at the 7th.
Yeah, because Luke, I don't think you're overflowing the Star Destroyer. You'll clear him, of course, and you won't lose anyone. But you're not going to get a game-ending beatdown or anything.
Right, and you have much more to lose from the Korlug battle.
Right.
conquest off the top, so that's one less ship for Chris to have to worry about. Orc's Rider coming down to the Senate, joining Qui-Gon. See if Chris can flip the Senate this turn. He can. Looks like Tendao Bendin or Yarua, one of them. Maybe Yarua.
Senate shield is out.
That took a very long time for us to see the Senate shield in this game. I wonder why Ryan didn't play it earlier, because there were some turns where Chris could have bounced cards from Ryan's hand if he had wanted to.
True.
He does remember to actually flip the Senate objective this time.
And Tendua Bendin doesn't really do much. He's just pretty much a character who's a senator to help him
I think
flip.
it's Yarua, because I don't see Tendao Bendin in Robbie.
Oh, yeah, you're... Yep, I see
Chris's
that big...
list.
I see that big Wookiee head, actually. Yeah. Oh, there's Corrin to battle Boss Nass's chamber.
Yarua is good to flip the objective, but his text only really starts to come in when Chris is draining at Battleground Systems, and right now that's not something he's able to do.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd say Yarua is not a, is a kind of a win more type of card.
Looks like Chris is initiating battle here. Dash and Rogue 10, and all wings for Destiny, so 7 total.
This is at
back at the site.
This is at the platform, right? Is this where this battle is?
Looks like a battle at the platform.
Right.
Tritium's going to make attrition -3, a 4 drawn for Battle Destiny for Ryan. So each side with 4 in attrition to cover. And Tritium covers easily.
Yoda's still there, right? That's why he's not only getting 1 Battle Destiny.
Yes.
Yoda. The original 2 characters at the site. It's still there.
Lando dies to battle damage, so now only 1 Battle Destiny for Ryan. For Chris, rather.
I'm surprised to see Lando get lost instead of Leia. I mean, she gets the attrition bonus, but there's Gravity Shadow for Destiny. And the Star Destroyer, which is going to be a 1 or a 2.
It's a Stalker, I think it's a 2. So
And this was where, it's in the space, so... what just happened?
Anakin moved over. He tried to use Gravity Shadow to prevent Anakin from moving over.
Oh, I thought, sorry. Sorry. I thought it was a battle or something like that. Okay. They're saying he should have waited till he tracked with Forlon to play that, which it's kind of true, but it's kind of hard making sure you have that Destiny when they're going to move. Several battles take place and everything. It is in the move phase, so it's not always easy to get to the Destiny you want for the Gravity Shadow.
I'm a little surprised he didn't battle at the Boss Nass chambers with Core and Horn. Now you've got Isard facing down Horn. Those are more or less 2 equal characters, and a chance for Ryan to deploy additional threats to the battle planes. I know he has a Stormtrooper garrison in his hand.
To the chambers.
To the Boss Nass chamber. That, along with Isard, would be certainly enough to do a little bit of overflow against Corrin, you would think. Especially without Palpatine at the center.
They're asking what was drawn for the Gravity Shadow. It was a Star Destroyer that was drawn. I'm not sure if it would be a 1 or a 2.
I think it was the Stalker. I think it was Destiny 2. No, Stalker is a Destiny 1. Either way, less than 5, which is
And
relevant.
this probably was the Stalker, because we already saw the Conquest get top deck binders on the table.
It was definitely the Stalker. It was just a question of what
Yep.
destiny that card had. And there's Poltredium back to the East platform, and he can keep cycling that. He's got, I believe, 2 of them in his deck. He can retrieve 1 every turn. He can track it back into his hand with Forlom. That's just a brutal combination. Eventually, you'd think he'll whittle down Chris's light side team and be able to outpower Yoda enough. He also has Blizzard 4 in his hand. That can come down for another 8 power at the East platform, which is, of course, an exterior sight.
Yeah, that's actually a strong Lupin Tritium like that. And he has game text when he deploys on table, he draws a card, right?
When deployed or leaves table. He does it when he leaves table also. He can do it twice for 1 card.
Oh, that is good.
That's
it's used pile.
fantastic.
Yep, and it's used pile or reserve deck. So used pile, if it's battle, you usually know exactly what that card is.
Yep.
It's good text.
Yeah, you can get your battle destiny into hand when he leaves table. There is Blizzard 4 to the East platform. We're gonna see Ryan initiate a battle. It's been Chris who's been the one initiating, but maybe we see Ryan do it here.
Right, because all he's had is just big forfeits. Little because he hasn't been able to. You can't get multiple destiny, but now he has big power. So
There's a 4 on Ryan's side and a 5 on Chris's. I think what we were seeing there was Battle Destiny.
I imagine he's going to battle at the Nasus Chambers too, because he doesn't want to risk. He doesn't have the Gick anymore. He doesn't want to risk a whole bunch of guys coming down there.
Yeah, Blizzard 4 is going to be the loss over on Ryan's side. Chris is going to have to think about what he wants to lose here. It's going to be Leia, maybe.
He may be thinking about losing both if he doesn't have anything to back him up with. Nope. Going to keep Yoda there.
And just a recirculation from Ryan. He's not going to battle.
Interesting. They both get bonuses, right, from each other?
Who?
Corrin and Iceheart, or
Yes.
Isard? We see Isard is defending, though, right? Yeah, when defending a battle with a spy.
Defending a battle with a spy, power +3, yep. And Corrin gets just for being present with. General Navarre went down to the Jedi Council chamber last turn. Qui-Gon's there. And he did it again. Navarre's a spy, right?
Is he an ISB agent?
No, he's not a spy. Well, he's a spy because he's an ISB agent, but I thought he was a spy in general. He is not.
No.
He's about to chew Ryan out again for deploying a spy that's a spy 100% of the time as a spy in an ISB deck, as opposed to a character that's not a spy. But no, he did it the right way.
We're battling right now? See Destinies.
Looks like it. Those were 2 5s. We wish to board at once and all wings combo. Looks like he's battling the binder.
No, he just deployed Palpatine, though.
Okay. So I don't know what those 2 destinies were. Palpatine coming down to the Senate.
Oh, they may have just been his reserve deck. He may have searched with like Luke or something, and then.
Oh,
or
it's a good call. Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 down to Bespin. That'll cost some force. It's hard to tell exactly how many cards these players still have. in their life force, they both deployed a lot of cards to the table, and they've both been peeling 2 or 3 cards each a turn to the various force trades.
I feel like Chris probably has more cards right now. Life Force looks like it. It's hard
It
to
looks
tell.
like it. Ryan has a decent-sized reserve deck, and the camera's right above his reserve, so it's hard to tell exactly how many cards are in there. But I would agree with your assessment that Chris seems to have more.
Furthermore, ISB, and you could see on the table, he's got a lot of cards on the table. A lot of guys at the system, on the ground, locations.
Yes, ISB is certainly a deck that puts a lot of cards on the table. Also looks like Chris is using either Dragon Shields or Hypermat sleeves, whereas Ryan appears to have Ultra Pros, from what I can see, and the extra thickness of Chris's sleeves can also add to the illusion that he has more cards in his piles than Ryan does. Looks like a battle at the Jedi Council chamber.
Command looks like it's. I think that's a command in his right hand. Yep.
Looks like command. So he will add a Destiny.
Get grabbed.
It's going to get grabbed. We'll make it like a pseudo Gick. Battle Destiny. Coming. 5. And 4. 5 for Chris, 4 for Ryan. And that will probably just clear Navarre.
Probably just seeing if there's any extra overflow. It probably shouldn't be, I would say.
Not with the arrest order. Qui-Gon's power 11
well,
total.
And did he Palpatine?
Oh, he could add with Palpatine. That's
oh,
right.
He did have a Gick. He must have gotten it back.
Get that Gick back from.
Which means he must have used Palpatine then.
Mm-hmm. Right, because Palpatine would have made Qui-Gon power 15 to Navarre's 7. Navarre forfeits.
Right, and then they just battle and cleared each other at the NASA's chamber.
I was surprised to see neither player really try to take advantage of that situation. I know that Ryan had the Gick again, but just a little bit surprising to see nobody try to use that to swing the game one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, one thing is they probably both realize there doesn't seem to be any EPPs or anything to kill the forfeit of the other character. But I mean, Palpatine is on table, so Palpatine is basically.
Palpatine wasn't on table until this turn, so Ryan had the opportunity last turn. Obviously, he doesn't know if Chris is holding a Hujix. You have to make the assumption that he is, and you don't want to over-deploy. You haven't seen him use one yet, although traditionally, Lightside Senate was not a deck that played Hujix back in the days of the political effects being so dominant, when you could +3 to your destiny and subtract 3 from your opponents and add Palpatine, so it wasn't too necessary. But now that we have Senate shields and political effects don't really get played anymore, now Hujix is a card that you would think maybe might make an appearance in Lightside Senate, so certainly something Ryan had to respect there.
Yeah, that was back when you could send like EPP Luke against, Vader, Blizzard 4, and Palpatine, and probably be okay.
That was probably my favorite deck to play in all my years playing this game. Classic EPP Lightside Senate circa 2008 or so. Ryan seems to be down to very few cards in Life Force.
They're asking about how he got his Gick back. Does he have two? Does he play 2 Gicks?
I could double check that. No Hujix in Chris's list from what it looks like. Check the Gicks. It looks like they're battling at the platform right now. Admiral Akbar's down there along with Yoda, looks like. There are 2 Gicks. He wrote them in different places on the deck list. So, sneaky there. Most of his interrupts he wrote, if he was going to double them up, he simply wrote them next to each other. The Gicks he wrote in 2 different places. We don't have updates on any of the other games going on at the moment. We'll try to get those for you maybe in the break between games 1 and 2 of this match.
Not too impressed with this ISB list. Somebody's saying, well, there are, like I said, actually both of these decks have some type of helpers coming up in set 4. So I can say that at least.
And ISB is a deck that's been slowly but surely getting helpers along the way. It got Callus in the last set, and Tratum in set 1. So,
which is why, and it's actually a hot topic between in D&D about whether or not ISB should be getting help, because it could just creep up on you, and then all of a sudden you have these games where light side just can't do any damage, but we're keeping an eye on it.
Right, it's certainly a deck that traditionally, when it's been good in the past, has been abusive, has been an NPE deck, has been a deck that a lot of people have talked about as something that they want to limit within the meta. They don't want to see it get to tier 1.
See, I don't mind. I like ISB. I don't have a problem with it. But right now, with the it's just such a different deck type than to throw into the current meta. We're trying to help light side a lot, and it's another different type of dark side deck in the meta. We don't know how it'll work, but we don't think that it will be a tier 1 deck. But you never know.
Absolutely, and normally you want something like this to exist in the meta. A dark side deck that plays a different style of game than the traditional decks, that really doesn't use a lot of the main characters, concentrates more on support cards, but that's the kind of deck that once it gets too good, it can tend to destabilize the meta, and especially in the situation we have right now when light side is being as poor as it has been for the past 6 months to a year. There's really a problem with giving dark side too many diverse options, even though one of them might be a deck that you'd like to see in the meta. At other points, you just have to do something to strengthen light side, and when you throw in ISB as another wrench that they have to contend with, it just gets even harder to find good light side decks that work. So, ISB fans out there, it's not ISB that's holding ISB back right now, it's light side just being terrible.
Which we hope to change in the next set.
Which we do hope to change in set 4. And if we don't, everyone remember that if light side is still terrible at the end of set 4, it's Jarrett's fault. There's really no way around that.
Correct. I mean, you could always blame the people who are complaining about Poe being too strong or something like that, but But we did hold to our guns. I mean, Poe was released with his original text.
Well, meanwhile, at the end of this game, we're going to spoil yet another strong dark side main. So,
correct.
Everybody who thinks we need more strong dark side mains in the game, listen up. You're about to get one.
I should make Casey happy that's his deck to play. Speaking of Poe, is Poe in the Senate deck list, Casey?
He is.
Okay.
We have not seen him yet. He is in there. Here's Home 1, which is not in the deck list, coming down to Bespin. Yoda's going to shuttle up. I think Chris has had quite enough of the fight over the East platform. He's going to concede that one. He's going to try to win this one just by maybe running away, although maybe he's running... Well, no, he's spreading out. He goes to Fondor.
He'll need to, I think he'll need to find his planes. Otherwise, well, he is doing a lot of damage spreading out like that.
I think so. I wonder...
What?
Looks like about 10 force left for Ryan from the count that we got there. We don't know exactly how many Chris has. Looks like 10 in deck and 1 in hand for Ryan Jealous.
And that's a good call in chat that Worfs may have not realized that established control would allow him. I mean, he'd probably have to pay a lot to transport, but he can go to any of those other non-battleground docking bays, and they would become battlegrounds.
That's true. That probably would have cost him. Here's another copy of Isar to the Boss Nass Chambers. He probably would have cost him, 10 force or so to transit Yoda over. But then he can just get followed by the characters that are at the East platform, whereas if he finds the battle planes, it'll be much, much harder for Ryan to mount a counterattack, because Ryan really down to no cards in hand at this point. And if Chris has a Jedi or something that he can play the battle planes, Ryan really has no way to oppose that.
Well, that's true. You need to control the non-battleground, otherwise it becomes a non-battleground again. So all he has to do is move a few guys in front of him, and he does not occupy the battleground.
But he could also cause Ryan, if Ryan follows him with the whole team, to also no
Right.
longer occupy a battleground site. So it would be the same thing for both players.
Except that Chris would be paying a lot more, to move them.
Yes, exactly. Ryan's also got that retrieval that we keep talking about. Chris also has retrieval, but each player retrieving a card per turn. Although Ryan with the advantage of being able to choose the card he'd like to get back so long as it is an ISB agent. You have to think that this game is going to be reaching its conclusion soon. Ryan getting pretty low on life force. The one problem I see with ISB in a match play situation is that the deck is good and the deck can win, but if the deck does win, it's not really going to win by a lot. Like we've said, it puts a ton of cards on table. Ryan drawing some cards now. Imperial Decree among those. That's not going to help him. He's going to Forlom it right back.
Decree could help. Well, he's not going to control two systems.
I believe it's Decree Virtual.
Oh, okay. Because they're talking about in the chat right now how the Euros play ISB with Imperial Decree.
Maybe I can't.
He is playing two systems. He is playing Korlog and Fondor, so it's possible.
That is true. The deck list I have for Ryan, the right side where it would indicate whether or not it's the regular or virtual Imperial Decree has been cut off. So I actually tell which version of Imperial Decree this is. Wolf Yularen and Ceasefire go into the bin for Ryan to the 4-strain at Bespin.
Yeah, actually, and if you only see one Decree in the deck list, it's probably virtual, because how else is he going to beat, WAP?
Right. I guess he could stack a million ISB agents at the throne room, but that wouldn't even do the job, most likely. I mean, it might, because if he stacks up the throne room with ISB agents, and then he flips, and he limits the drains at the other Naboo sites, and maybe he can put the Executor to Naboo, and...
Yeah, he could fight at the hallway too, because everybody's a spy. He said, just like in this game, he would set up a huge amount of generation, possibly turn one, and then you got to be careful. You can't just put maybe Padme and Panaka to the hallway on your first turn.
Right, I can certainly see a situation where he denies WAP the ability to flip because his guys can come down, so many of them so fast. There is Poe, by the way, Poe Dameron finally hitting the table, and he will be at the East platform along with Yoda with Home 1 and Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 over at Bespin.
Is that it? That also, so we saw he had dash in his speeder, because since Poe would work there.
Yeah, he's drawn that card a couple of times for Battle Destiny. He just hasn't been able to get it down to the table yet. Strain of 2 at Korlog, and then 2 at the Boss Nass Chamber. That's putting Chris under a clock. Chris also doesn't have a ton of cards left, it seems like.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna, I would say, a single-digit win for whoever pulls this out.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
Ryan's going to battle at the East platform. The one card in his deck is a 4. It's Imperial Decree, and that did look like it was virtual. It is Virtual Decree.
And I agree in the chat room that Poe, one of the better cosplay images we have.
Oh, I certainly agree with that.
It's the Anakin on the table.
They do a fantastic job on all the cosplay images, and Jeremy Gardner, who does the graphics design aspect of it, really just fantastic work, fantastic resource for the Players Committee. We're so grateful to him for everything he's done. Merrick is what Ryan's going to lose from the battle, and it looks like that's going to clear all the light side cards away from the site. Yoda finally goes down, along with Poe, whose time on the table was short-lived.
Yeah, that was not a good representation of Poe Dameron in this game.
Merrick's going to be immediately retrieved and put back on top of the deck, where he can be drawn right back into hand with Forlom. I would like to see Restraining Bolt get a little bit more play in light side decks. You see it a lot in dark side decks. You don't really see it so much in light side decks, and Forlom really has allowed Ryan to have the upper hand in terms of board presence in this game. The cycling engine does so much for him when he's retrieving Imperials, taking them back into hand. Potredum does a lot for him, but Forlom's really done a ton of work in this game, and I would like to see Restraining Bolt be something that's a bit more auto-include for the light side player.
It's really the only droid it works against, right? Because,
I think Ryan might have just won the game. It looks like he's got 8 cards. Or no, sorry. Chris picked up his deck. I wasn't sure if he had a deck left.
They might just be counting.
It looks like they're counting. Ryan's got 8 cards left. Oh, they're counting lost piles. So.
Oh, wow.
See.
Well, they count lost piles. You got to count lost piles no matter what. So.
I wonder if they're in time.
Yeah, I think it might be time.
Time.
Yep, they're grabbing their cards back from each other.
Interrupts and they're done. So.
So it was a timed something.
Exactly what happened. While they're picking up their cards here, we will get you the final count of how much each player had left in Life Force as they shuffle up, maybe take a few minutes and get ready for Game 2. Casey Annis here along with Jared Konsker, bringing you live coverage of the top 8 of the Endor Grand Prix from Seattle, Washington. And Jared, I think now might be the time that everyone's been waiting for.
Okay. Give me a few moments. I will be back in a second.
All right, so Jared's going to take a short break, and when he comes back, we're going to get a spoiler from Virtual Set 4. Now might be a good time to go over a couple of the spoilers that came out yesterday during the coverage. We had 2 cards spoiled during the Twitch stream. And as soon as I'm able to bring those up, we will recap what was spoiled yesterday. Oh, we do have a result of the previous game. Worf's won by 10. So Ryan had 8 cards left. I guess Chris had 18 cards left, and Worf's wins the first game by 10 cards. So now whatever Ryan's playing for light side, he'll have to steal a game with light side, and that's much easier said than done. Light side is not great in the meta at the moment, so a tall order to win with light side at all, let alone win by 11, which is what Ryan's going to have to do to stay in this tournament.
Okay, I am back. What was it? It was Ryan ended up winning by 8?
It was Chris won by 10.
Oh, by 10. Okay.
8,
And it was what?
18
to 8. Okay, yeah, that
lost file counts were, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it if it becomes relevant.
Okay, so Kylo Ren, you guys want to see? I'm just making sure I have the most up-to-date texts. Yep, I do. All right. So Kylo Ren, his name, his destiny is 1. Character, First Order. And in his lore, he is a leader. So he's a First Order leader. Power 5, Ability 5. Deploy 5. Forfeit is 7. And he has an warrior icon and an episode 7 icon. Okay, and his text. Adds 1 destiny to total power when with a First Order shuttle. While present at a battleground, honor of the Jedi is suspended. Whenever a player loses a battle here, that player loses 2 force and he has immune to attrition less than 4. You guys got that? Casey, you got that?
I like that. I like that in a couple of different situations. The first thing that comes to my mind is Hunt Down and Bring Him Before Me. 2 cards that have traditionally relied on no escape to deal with Honor of the Jedi, and 2 decks that traditionally like to battle a lot. And those seem like the things that Kylo Ren is good at.
Yep. That was kind of our idea. Also, the honor text came later, but I really like that text because if you actually look at the picture of Honor and the lore, it just fits, the Kylo Ren character just totally perfectly.
Agreed. Very thematic. And I have to say, everything I've seen so far from set 4, and I'm not privy to the entire set, but just the cards that have been spoiled, they're all very, very thematic, which is, I think, something that's great, something that wasn't necessarily reflected in maybe the Episode 1 cards that Decipher did. I think they did a very good job in the premiere set with the initial original trilogy cards, making them thematic. I think by the time Episode 1 came out, they were just focused more on raw power, but I very much like that all the Episode 7 cards we've seen so far, very thematic, very much fit into what the characters were doing in the movie, and also seem like great gameplay cards.
Yeah, and if you'll notice that it's a great combo. There's a Kylo package. You'll probably want him and 1 or maybe 2 of his shuttle, almost like a Blizzard 4.
Let's talk about his shuttle for a second for the people that maybe weren't listening in on the stream yesterday. Kylo Ren's shuttle was spoiled yesterday. We're going to repeat it here. It's Kylo Ren's command shuttle. It's Destiny 4. It's Power 3, Maneuver 3, Hyperspeed 3. It's a First Order ship. It has a permanent pilot and a nav computer. Deploy 4, forfeit 5. It can add 1 pilot and 3 passengers, and when this was spoiled yesterday, I thought that, that pilot would be Kylo Ren, but it looks like Kylo's not a pilot. He's going to be a passenger. Permanent pilot provides ability of 2, may deploy to exterior sites, and when deployed, you can pull Kylo Ren aboard the ship. Lands and takes off for free, so now we know that whole combination of Kylo Ren deploying from reserve deck on board his shuttle, that's going to cost 9 force.
Yep, and Kylo does not need to be aboard his shuttle to add the Destiny power. He can be outside, so you can, it's similar to like a little, like Blizzard 4. Obviously, Blizzard 4 is a really strong card, and this isn't that strong, but you get a Destiny power instead of like Blizzard 4, which would be a Power 8 type card, and you can pull him on it and have the Destiny, or you can just deploy it to a site, take him off, have the shuttle just sit there as forfeit while he gets his Power 5 and adds 5 to power. Plus, it works in space.
But as I'm understanding this right now, am I right that Kylo Ren aboard his shuttle doesn't actually draw Battle Destiny?
That is correct. He would need a pilot to add battle. Actually, he would not. Actually,
in addition to the permanent pilot.
Right. He would need in space. He would need a pilot at a site. There's you can't be piloted at a site, even though that it'll be power 0, but he will just add to power. So you would need it.
Correct. It seems this might be the first ship in the game that seems like it would actually be stronger at a site than it is in space, because if you have Kylo outside the ship at a site, now you're talking about power 5, Battle Destiny, Destiny to power, whereas Kylo in the ship in space, power 3, Destiny to power.
Right, and again, you said thematics, and in the movie, his shuttle, kept it was, I don't think you ever saw it much doing anything in space, except maybe going on and off the ship. So, and there's going to be a few more Kylo type cards for I could spoil that he's going to have a lightsaber. I don't think that's too much of a people are going to be surprised by that. And you may have seen actually when we first, Shusky I think gave a bunch of texts when we first had the set, and one of the texts was once per game may pull Force Freeze. That was on Kylo, but we did take that off.
Remind me what Force Freeze does?
We don't. Maybe later. Well, the text on Force Freeze is not as solid, so it's likely it may get changed. Actually, the last version was really good. That went through a lot of weird iterations, but
worth a shot. Trying to help the people out there.
I'm gonna go away from keyboard for a few minutes, because my wife just kind of dropped the kids off in the house and said she's going to the store, and they're being way too quiet. So I'm going to make sure they're okay. I should be back on shortly.
No problem.
know when?
I'm actually also going to take a couple minutes, and so we will both be taking a couple minutes. The players are getting ready for game 2, and we will be back with you momentarily live from Seattle. All right, players getting shuffled up here, getting ready for game 2. It looks like we have got Ryan Jellison playing Throne Room mains for the light side, starting Walkling Virtual, a new Secret Base Virtual, and the Insurrection and Aim High combo. 2 of those 3 cards are cards that we saw Chris Worf start in the previous game. It looks like the names on your screen are reversed. It's Ryan Jellison at the bottom of your screen playing light side. Chris Worfs is at the top of your screen playing dark side. He's got Hoth CRV, it looks like. So a Walker's deck starting something special planned for them. Virtual. 2 other effects. One on the bottom appears to be you may start your landing. I'm not sure what the middle effect is. We'll have those in a second. Hopefully get the deck lists shortly. We're also trying to find out about other results from the top 8.
I'm here. I can't tell what that effect is either.
Well, meanwhile, Ryan's going to get to go first in this game because he starts the Yavin 4 Throne Room. Throne Room mains is a deck type as old as the game itself, celebrating its 21st anniversary this year. The Yavin 4 Throne Room back from the Premier expansion. It's a very simple location with 1 Force icon for the light side, none for the dark side. And it says, for the light side player, if this is your starting location, you go first.
So he's starting maneuvering flaps as his effect.
Oh, that's maneuvering flaps. Okay. I thought that was a new secret base.
I think it's maneuvering flaps.
Yeah, you're right. That's maneuvering flaps. This is going to be... Okay. And can you tell what the middle effect is for Chris?
No, I can't tell what that is.
What does Walker start? You may start your landing, something special.
Decree?
Did they start Kuat drive yards?
No, I don't think they do. It's a virtual card. You can tell that.
Yeah, it's a virtual card. Oh, it's combat response.
Ah, there you go.
Combat response virtual. There we go. Of course.
And I would think that this throne room with maneuvering flaps should do well.
I haven't
Right?
seen this deck a ton. I don't know if you have experience with this. This seems like a deck that you would play.
I did. I played. This is the same start. I think I played at last year's NPC. Maybe. I've literally every tournament since the.
Way, Ryan playing We Wish to Board It once to get Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 out of his deck before activating. And it looks like short-range fighters from Chris revealing Vader's personal shuttle. Most likely virtual. Now Chris is going to activate. He activates 4. 1 from the throne room, 1 from Hoth, 1 from Walkling, and 1 from himself. Chris is going to get to activate 5 on his turn. This does turn out to be speeders versus walkers. You would think that speeders would have the upper hand.
Yeah, that is a good opening hand.
A lot of activation coming down from Chris. He's not going to be behind in activation for long. We've got the Jedi Council Chamber, the Boss Nass Chamber, the Home 1 Docking Bay, and the Hoth Echo Docking Bay for light side. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for Ryan on what I guess will be technically his turn 1 if you say the first turn in a throne room deck is turn 0. Compared to just 5 for Chris Werfs. Chris's turn now, he activates. He's going to play some activation of his own. There's the third marker, but it is going to give another icon to Ryan, so Ryan now has 12 potential activation next turn.
See, I would have considered holding the battleground site because
Now has 12 potential activation next turn.
See, I would have considered holding the battleground site because I feel like Ryan's going to just drop as soon as he can, loop, wedge, whatever to that site, and
Absolutely. Also, do you think he has his own? Can he convert that site?
No, no. I'm sure he's just playing. He's probably just playing the battle planes or a docking bay.
Okay.
For his sites. I don't think there's no way to get Hoth sites out.
That's true. Well, aside from the dock.
Right.
He's not playing the first marker.
Right. Because then he would have to play the fourth marker. That's the reason.
Chris just going to draw, it looks like. We'll see what's in Ryan's hand as he goes to activate 12 on his second turn. Can he blitz Chris somehow? Can't get a great look at what's in his hand. He is going to throw something out there, and it's Commander Luke. We'll search up his speeder. This is just punishing to be able to do this on turn 1.
There it is. You have the list for this?
I do not have the lists yet. I'm also still trying to get results of the other games.
It's going right there.
Which...
Well, he's Chris saved 3 4s, so 1, 2, 3. He's going to be getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think he's going to have
Another
10.
7. 10 is enough for like Veers or something, or.
Well, but there's Wedge, Red Squadron leader,
wow.
joining Luke. So now you got a big speeder that draws 2 Destiny if unable to otherwise, cancels a Destiny. Even immune less
It's only
than
it's only less than 3.
just less than 3 because he doesn't have Echo Base Garrison. But
And that's it. He's playing it safe. He's next turn he'll use Luke to pull Echo Base Garrison, and he'll go
now
out
he's got
there.
the battle planes out of his deck.
He'll go out there really strong, and yet you don't expect that he'll deploy that unless it's unless he has to.
No, we said the same thing on Chris's side last game.
Right.
This is a great start for Ryan, though, and this is exactly what he needs to do if he wants to win this game by 11. We said that winning any game with light side is tough, winning by 11 is tougher, but this is exactly the kind of start that Ryan needs if he's going to pull something like that out.
See, that's why I would have thought he would went right to the third marker, start Dream. It's a risk, but I don't think there's much turn 2 that with that setup he has right there that they could do.
I agree. I hear what you're saying about playing it safe, but I would have gone with the third.
Yeah, and you're trying to, especially trying, in a normal straight up game. It's you can probably play it safe. You're like we said, immunity is only less than 3. So if he gets any way to get 2 Destiny, he might probably clear someone. So
at this point in the Walker's deck, the Destiny is kind of low because you still have all your Walkers in there. You still have all your characters, all your ships, all that. So
right.
He only has to draw one of his 2 Destinies have to be 2 or below, and it's a decent shot of that. Here's Vader's shuttle.
Yeah.
Flashed with combat response. We're probably going to see Darth Vader virtual. There he is, going over to Hoth.
Gonna step away for about a minute or 2.
This is what Ryan has to, or what Chris rather has to do. They've still got the names reversed up there. We see the bridge coming out, so that'll help close the activation gap a little bit more. He's got to establish space, I think, first, strongly, so that when he does go down to the ground, he won't have to worry about. He's got 1 arena lockdown. Ryan also with 1 arena lockdown, space, ground, and then they can worry about that in a second.
Yeah, I'm back.
But if Chris simply just tries going to the ground now, he's so far behind on activation, and Ryan already has a presence. It's going to be very tough for him to keep up. So I like this, deploying Vader to space first, taking care of that, making sure you have space at least secured, and then maybe trying to race damage before you can get something set up on the ground. It also helps that there are multiple ground locations, whereas there's only 1 system currently on the table.
Only thing we know about Orion's space is he has Obi in Radiant, I believe, so far.
Right, we know he has Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 in this game. It's not going to do too much on its own against Vader's shuttle, but if he can pair it with something else.
Well, he could very well be playing 2 Poe Damerons in his deck. It's one of the why Poe is so good. You throw him on that. You have an immune less than 5 ship, ability for Zuckuss, and 2 battle destiny.
And now we see Echo Base Garrison coming out. So
you pulled that with Luke, right?
Now immune less than 6. I believe.
Yep, I see 1 force he used for Luke to pull that. Right now he's using it.
This is really good for Ryan. Now he's got immunity, and he can start pulling out his other characters, flashing them to get their ships. The whole deck just kind of comes together. When I said their ships, obviously I mean their speakers.
Right, and that's what he's going to focus on, because Vader, he's not doing much of sitting at Hoth. He's, Chris is eventually going to have to come down, and there's very well will likely only be the 1 battleground on the table this game.
Right, I mean Ryan right now has a drain of 2 compared to Chris's drain for 1, and depending on what he's going to move over and draw, depending on what Ryan has in his hand, you might see him maybe try to challenge Vader in space, or he could just try to, I assume he has Narshada in there, set up and satisfy battle order on his own.
Right, we don't know what his space is. You know, he could be running some Mon Calamari Admirals and, you know, Bright Hope with Tantive. Like I said, the only thing we know is he has Obi.
Remember, even if Chris can just get a walker to the 5th marker and sit there, he can still ping for 1 with you may start your landing, and then it becomes each player paying 3 a turn to do 2 damage.
Yep, that's true. Yep, that's true, and that's where, you know, winning the first game by about 10 comes into play because, you know, Chris does not have to win this game. He just has
Absolutely,
to
and
not
as
lose
it
by 10.
stands right now, it looks like players would be putting, you know, mostly equal number of cards on the table. This is a matchup that normally you'd expect walkers to put more cards on the table than a throne room deck traditionally, but in this matchup, maybe not.
Right.
I do have the deck list now. Joe Olson has advanced.
Okay.
So both of his games appear to be over. He is into the semifinals over Chris Gogolin, the 3 seed over the 6 seed. In the other 2 games, Johnny Chu, Chu the 7 seed? How is Chu the 7 seed? Johnny Chu, the 7 seed, wins game 1 over Barry Alperstein, the 2 seed, and Brian Fred, the number 1 seed, wins game 1 over Tom Kelly, the 8 seed. I don't have the differentials on those games.
And I agree with Xanth in chat that, yeah, I would not have played the 3rd marker either in this matchup, but, you know, it's you're not getting any force, so, you know, it puts a lot of pressure on you. You know, those 2 icons, they do help.
I wonder if Werfs really thought about the fact that it was mobilization point, maneuvering flaps being started by Ryan, or if he just kind of glossed over that and thought, okay, this is standard throne room.
Yeah, he might have just saw all that activation and just been like, you know, dumbfounded and like.
That's true too. It might have been the desperation move, thinking, well, if he's, you know, out activating me 12-5 the entire game, there's not really much I can do. I have to try to close that gap.
Right.
But in doing so, he might have put himself too far behind in this game.
To answer, I don't think we know what any of the other players are playing. Casey, do you have any
I
information?
do not have any
Okay.
information on that subject. There seems to be, as Veers comes down to the 5th marker, so maybe the ping damage plan, or at least the setup at the 5th marker plan. The tournament director, Robbie Hendon, is feeding us this information, and there appears to be a lot going on at the moment. So when he has a minute, he will give us that. Robbie's just been doing a great job all weekend. And big thanks to him for coming out from Texas, all the way from Texas to Seattle, just to be the tournament director for this event.
So it looks
Great
like,
guy.
sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I echo that also. So it looks like Chris used a Walker Garrison to pull Blizzard 4.
Blizzard 4 to pull Mara.
Yep. There is no Professor or Goldenrod on the table, I don't believe.
That's interesting that, although it does look like Ryan's played 3 shields already, he did have the opportunity after seeing Chris go and get Blizzard 4 with Walker Garrison. He then did have the opportunity to pull Goldenrod shield, but having already used 3 shields, I think he made the right call in choosing not to do that. It would have cost Chris another, I guess, 2 force. It's only a 2 force.
Still, you are choking.
Difference.
You are choking in this game, so you know you might think about it. I mean, what other shield do you think he's gonna? Well, he's gonna need. No, he's got battle order, right? Or battle plan.
Looks like tragedy, battle order, and
Sack shield. The sack shield is to protect his effect. Yeah.
But it's the shield that sends Sack used. It's the I'm playing Sack myself shield.
Well, it's the effect shield because if they do cancel it, you don't want to lose that effect no matter what. So that's always the shield you would pull for the effect.
No, Echo Base is not immune to alter.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense. You don't want them canceling that. Here's launching the assault out on Hoth. Home 1 might be coming down soon. As we see, is that Zev Speeder joining the party at the 3rd marker? There it is. It's Rogue 2 with Zev Sineska. And now, is that a harpoon?
Is that a power harpoon? I was just going to say.
It's like a power harpoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if he would have pulled a power harpoon with Luke if you played him, but he must have had one in his hand. And that's just devastating to a Walker deck. There's not much You know,
I don't know
they're
what
going
that
to kill
card
people.
does. I just
It,
know that walkers die.
yeah, I know. That's basically it. It crashes them, which, you know,
Okay.
arguably, it's probably worse. Crashing is probably worse than actually being hit or something like that because you know, they stay on the table. You know, they're not piloted anymore. I forget. I forget everything. Somebody, I'm sure, will give us the
Yeah,
information.
we have a feeling that most of you at home don't know what Power Harpoon does either. So here it is. It's a vehicle weapon. Use 2 force to deploy on your combat or shuttle vehicle. May target an AT-AT or AT-ST for 1 force. Draw Destiny. Target crashes if Destiny plus your vehicle's maneuver greater than 8. Your vehicle crashes if Destiny equals 0. So
It's mover 6, so right.
yeah, it's maneuver 6. All they gotta do is draw 3. It really doesn't matter what the armor of the other vehicle is, which is I didn't actually realize that it does not matter if you have Blizzard 4, which is armor 4, or Blizzard 2 with a guy, which is armor 8, or whatever. It doesn't matter at all. Is that Dash in Rogue 10?
Possibly
He just
another
came
good
down
card.
with third speeder. He's really stacking up that site.
Right, because I mean he's going to be able to get ping though. Like I said, the damage is actually still the same right now because you know he could pay 1 to drain in space and ping for 1 on the ground.
It's true. Is that Nara?
Yeah, let's say Commander Nara, right?
Nara?
Should be drawing a card from his reserve deck if it is. I'm sure it's Nara. I'm sure he's playing Nara in this deck with all these rogue squadron pilots.
It's definitely the card used for Nara. I don't think it's the Decipher card that was used. I really hope not. At some point with this type of ground presence, he's going to be able to move over to the 5th marker and challenge the ping damage that way. He needs another battleground if he wants to be able to drain at the 5th marker once he takes it over, but he can at least try to kill off the board presence. He also has the option of challenging in space with Home 1. Or of setting up Nar Shadow. So do you think that Ryan put Chris on walkers?
Yeah, maybe.
Where did he play? I think there's a chance.
Did he play yesterday?
I don't know.
He did play Senate yesterday, right? I believe I saw that game. And someone's pointing out Zev's speeder's maneuver 7, so he only needs to draw a 2 for power harpoons to work.
Looks like we got a black 2 DS61-2 flash.
Yeah, and with launching the assault hitting the table, he pretty much has to do something to back up just Vader because pretty much most pilots aboard Home 1 is going to outpower Vader.
Looks like there's also a copy of Honor of the Jedi, which we were just talking about in Ryan's deck list, so that can cancel out that you may start your landing damage. Until, of course, Chris plays his copy of No Escape. Looking at the space package.
And Tarkin. So that's a good setup at Hoth right there.
Well, looking at the space package in Ryan's deck, he's got Han Chewie and the Falcon, Obi-Wan and Radiant 7, and Home 1.
Does he play Nar Shroud? Or a system?
I would be very surprised if he didn't. Looking through here. Plays Tidarium.
Plays Tidarium? You said?
He plays Tidarium and Fly Casual.
Okay, I guess I'm going to look up cards.
Tidarium is a shuttle from the Endor expansion. It's unique. May deploy, and your characters may deploy aboard even without presence or force icons. May add 2 pilots and 6 passengers. When Tidarium is at a system location, your scouts deploy -1 aboard. And Fly Casual, which is also from the Endor set, says take 1 Tidarium into hand from reserve deck. To Destiny 6.
Or Tantive.
Tantive 4, but I don't believe he plays Tantive 4.
Really, and it also let you deploy a ship without icons, which means it's a good card against TTO. You can go right to the Death Star and then move in.
That's true. It's basically a Tantive. It's got to be TTO tech. It's a Tantive 4 that can blow up the second Death Star. It's essentially what it is.
Right. Did you see the Narshada on there or no?
I don't see a Narshada in here. I might have missed it, but I don't see one in here.
Drawn, plays a free ride, get it out of his hand.
Does play on the edge, which will be important with any light side deck in any match play situation.
Right. Can't just get him below, below a certain amount and then draw up. Yeah, so Honor's out, and so yeah, so that's no escape. I'm sure he's got it in his deck.
Switch over to-
And Kylo Ren is not tournament legal yet, so he won't be playing that.
I don't see a no escape at first glance. Look closer.
Well, does he play Presence of the Force? He's got a something, for the third battleground, perhaps. If he does play Presence of the Force, that would probably be a big card if you can get that into his hand.
Not seeing it. Not seeing no escape. That's tough.
Which means literally he's just going to have to pile up at that site, and eventually he's going to have to walk into the power harpoon site. I mean, and it's not even just the power harpoon that he has there. He's got, even if he didn't have the power harpoon, it would be tough to crack. But
That's tough. What do you so? What? I wonder what his plan is against Honor of the Jedi in this deck. He just doesn't seem to have a plan for it.
I mean, it's
Even
it's
if he's taking over Hoth, even if he is holding both sites, it's still shutting down his damage.
I mean, it's match play. People will make strategic meta choices. If you don't think someone's going to be playing it, then save the card slot. Someone's saying Narshada was visible in Ryan's reserve, so either Casey missed it on the list, or it is another deck list error, or
Oh, all right. I
we're
found
just
Narshada,
being.
don't worry.
Oh, okay. I was saying, or we're
It
just
is-
being trolled in chat.
Is the 7th card on the list.
Okay, so that's
Kinda
going
glossed
to be
over
his
it.
plan. That's going to be his plan, but it is in his reserve, as we just heard. So no 3PO or Mirax or anything else. So he's going to have to try to get it the old-fashioned way.
I think I'm a little too anxious to find deck list errors now. There's 3PO, so now he can maybe try to find it.
There you go. Now, yeah, because he's got a huge hand. It looks like he was drawn up, maybe looking for that.
I think that's really the next card that he has to find in this deck because he's done pretty much everything he can do to advance his game plan. Otherwise, that seems to be the next step.
Yeah, exactly. He's got Chris's damage down. He's not really doing too much of his own. So
He is still deploying to the third marker.
I don't know what he just dropped.
Looked like Anakin.
I thought it was Padme. Maybe it was Anakin.
They're both in the deck, so it could have been either. I think he has 2 copies of Anakin, 1 copy of Padme. That's Anakin. That's the local tournament weekend AI version of Anakin from a couple years ago.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like he's running Anakin's and Padme's. They both work on the ground. They work in space. It's a good call.
Just gonna cycle where you're looking for me. We see we wish to board and free ride in the hand. 2 cyclable 5s, but really neither one is a card that he wants to 3PO into.
And it looks like that may have been Narshada because he drew it quick and he stopped.
We'll try to see if we can get confirmation on that.
Front card. No, maybe not. No, it's not his system. Unless he put it in his deck.
He does have a control tunnel vision in this list, which will help him find Narshada.
Maybe that's
So
what
if he
he
has
grabbed.
either of those cards, he'd be able to.
Right, saying he's drawing so many cards that but I'm going to assume he knows the amount of cards he needs to leave in his. Well, he needs to win by a certain amount, so that doesn't really
Right, and-
matter.
Right, Chris is not in a spot where he can even start to think about drawing up. Ryan has so many cards that cycle back. He's got 3PO to cycle cards. We know that he's got 2 cards on top of his reserve that cycle back in if he 3POs into those. This looks like Philo Gandish.
Another tech card. Ryan likes playing a lot of tech cards, you know, for specific matchups. Really good in certain matchups. You know, he can play against like entanglements. You know, uses speeders with his power harpoons to easily take over one of the docking bays and throw her down, and then you have a drain of 3 at that site. TTO's another deck that often plays, you know, docking bays. So,
Did he pitch that to a drain?
yeah, it must be his lost child.
But his lost pile far away.
Yep.
Here's a 3PO. It's going to get him the free ride. We'll take a peek at a random
Oh, yeah.
card. It's Darth Maul with lightsaber.
Yeah.
Another 3PO. I think that got him the "Were you looking for me" back. Only activates 5.
Right. Because like we said,
All right, so he's going to play "Were you looking for me"? See what's still in his deck.
damn.
I did not see Narshada in there.
Yep.
Now we'll see Control Tunnel Vision.
Did you say he had the control tunnel vision in his hand?
I don't know if he has it, but I would assume. I didn't see that in his deck either, so I would assume he has
Yeah,
one
but
of those cards.
I feel like he
He's
would just
still
activate it at all. Well, he's going. Well, he
Left
left
some
some.
cards. He's activated 7 at this point. Now he's going to spend 3 to drain for 2, I guess.
Yep. Which means he's.
Okay, I see what he did. He activated 5, looked to see if Narshada was left in his deck. When it wasn't, he activated 3 more that he knew were not Narshada that he could spend to force drain.
Right, and then he's just going to draw.
Now he's going to drain. He knows he hasn't used Narshada to pay for the force drain, and I'm assuming now he'll draw for it. He deploys home
There's the
one.
home. Right, he'll draw for it or the control tunnel vision.
And
Yeah,
I
he
would
must have got
assume
it.
he's found it at this point as he stopped drawing. The problem is he doesn't seem to have very many cards left in Life Force at all. I wonder if he even has enough to deploy home one.
Well, he just put the war room out.
Right. Oh, okay. So he can deploy. We'd have to
For good.
deploy a character to the war room. So maybe we're talking. If
Does he
hasn't
play
got-
Does he play Akbar in his deck? Because Akbar.
I think he plays Akbar. Yeah.
So he goes down for like 2, right? And then home one will go down for what, 8? So that'll be 10 force. I'm sure he'll have enough for that.
So yeah, he has.
And Chris may have more space, Baron, some other stuff to go at him, but as long as he, has those 2 cards in a leadership, he'll survive that turn, and then the next turn back it up, or like I said, I Poe Dameron is probably in there because he seems like he'd be great.
Push over Chris Worf's side. Whoa. Ryan almost spilled his Coke Zero out over the table. That would have been bad. He's not playing any Jedi Lukes, but even so. I'm a big fan of Coke Zero, though. It's much better than Diet Coke.
I'm a Crystal Light guy myself.
I think I never really gave Diet Soda a shot until Coke Zero came out a few years ago, and now I drink a lot of Coke Zero. It really turned me on to Diet Soda in general.
We're waiting, still on the force push.
Looks like it.
Yep.
Force Push, one of the toughest decisions in the game of Star Wars. You have all these options, what cards you're going to take from your Force pile. It's not like QMC or Dark Senate where you get to take one every turn. You have one shot to take the card that you need. You have to figure out what will help you more than anything else in your toolkit.
Yep. Similar to Walkling.
It's like you might have taken Imperial Justice, and that's an interesting choice because that'll help if Home 1 comes down to battle in space. It won't get around Luke, though, on the ground.
Right. It'll get around Wedge on the ground.
He'll get around Wedge canceling Destiny, sure. He's going to stack
Yeah.
Blizzard 4, Masterful Move, and Sight.
The security tower, which he probably
Yeah, that's a security tower, yeah.
would have liked to have in his hand.
His EPP Maul. Where's this going?
I'm hoping he goes to the third marker and moves people over. We see what the hell happens with
I think he's
there.
only option at this point.
Just took changed his mind.
Maybe.
Some deck list checks or something, right? Oh, they just took his deck list for standard check. Oh, flash Maul for combat response, so he can search his reserve or possibly get the ship.
Yeah, that might have been it.
That's what Xant's saying. Still chooses to keep that Coke Zero without the lid on it.
It looks like it's almost done, but even a little bit if it gets under the sleeves. It's not going to be pleasant. Sets Sidious down with Grievous to the third marker. And now you have to imagine he'll move everybody over. He'll have 3 Dark Jedi there, or pseudo Dark Jedi.
He may choose to keep. Well, he's not really. Blizzard 4 is not going to do anything there with no honor defense, so he may move it over anyway.
Does it have forfeit when it's crashed?
I believe it is forfeit. Let's see.
No, when I signed up to do this, nobody told me I was going to have to know the crash vehicle rules.
I got the AR open. I just need to find this section. All right, crashed.
So here they come. Mara Jade moving over.
All right, so here's what I have for the crashed rules. Embarking or disembarking from the vehicle requires 1 force per character. That's normally something that's free. Any character aboard may not use game text related to battle or apply ability towards drawing battle destiny, though they still provide presence normally.
So essentially, like passengers on landed starfighter.
And it's also considered unpiloted, which means it would be power 0, and permanent pilots don't apply their ability, etc. So that's what it is. It still keeps its forfeit.
It would still apply forfeit though, which is why I think it's kind of interesting that Chris has elected to leave Blizzard 4 by itself at the 5th marker as opposed to moving it over.
Right. I'm sorry, I was looking at the rules. Who is that on the top? What character is that on the top? Oh, it's Veers and Mara are over, right?
Veers, Mara,
Grievous and
Sidious.
Sidious, right?
Third marker up against all of the rogues, all of Rogue Squadron. There's no shadow. Now we finally see it coming down. I mean, this was about all that Chris could do last turn, just trying to provide some presence on the ground. But we see Akbar coming down to the war room. Now we're going to see Home One to Narshada.
Right, because he already has enough at the third marker, so he doesn't have to put in. He could waste his force this turn on getting the ship out, and still battle. I assume he's going to battle here and try to.
May as well. So if Vader moves over, that won't be great.
Right, she works in space. That's a good call. She also would stop Maul, though we saw EPP Maul. We don't know that he plays Tatooine Maul. He might, most likely doesn't.
Yes.
He is going to battle at the site. It's interesting. He plays a bunch of mains in this the Walker deck. It's good against stuff like QMC to be able to throw. Sidious and Grievous comes down, gives them a hard time for a turn or two.
Right, it's certainly something that's unexpected and that works well against what's probably the best light deck right now. Also good against WAP.
Right.
So, those if you think that QMC and WAP are the two strongest options for light side, then certainly having those mains in there is going to be advantageous in both of those matchups. Here's a Dark Time.
Dark Time to do what?
We'll see what mode he uses.
Oh, he's not gonna pull. He's not gonna pull a. Well, no, because he can use Justice to stop.
If he uses Justice, then Dark Time isn't great, but. And here's Command. Maybe he's not going to use Justice. He's just going to add a Battle Destiny with Command and stop his Destinies from being canceled.
Cancel. That's a good call. So he will get two Destinies will go through. Okay. So there's our answer to what's he going to try. That's not bad. He's going to have his two Destinies go through. He's going to hope to try to clear some guys. But he's got a good amount of forfeit. Dash and Nara are pretty much expendable for him. Draws a Lisa, and it's 10 total. So he's going to lose at least two guys himself. Draws looks like Sonic Bombardment. Decree 2 4s.
Brian Fred has advanced to the semifinals by 1 force.
So
he will
that's
take on the winner of this match.
And Joe, you said, advanced as well. So just the game we're watching, and who's the other match? Chew
and Barry. The Chew won game 1. We don't know by how much. There goes Anakin. And
Anakin covered, right?
And Mara both going away for Dark Side.
Right, Anakin covered for 8.
Play to get Anakin back.
And that's a good play for space because, you get it back in his hand with 3PO, and now he can put him with Padme. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
She adds Destiny to Attrition. He's got Akbar there. And
Vader's useless.
And Vader's useless, and Anakin also adds 1/2 Destiny. So he's solid in space. All he's got to do is really hold those two locations, and he's probably got a good shot at this, assuming the time cooperates.
I think they're doing all right for time in this game. But Ryan does have a lot of cards on table now, and he's just got to be careful about his life force.
Asking what the card grabbed. It looks like it's Desperate Tactics. Yep, somebody just answered that.
Short range.
No, the light side card grabbed. And it is Desperate.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. At first I thought that was We Wish to Board at Once, but yes, it's Desperate Tactics.
And I like Desperate Tactics. That's a card that adds a Battle Destiny and cancels immunity. Turn. Who did he play that for? To cancel the immunity that turn?
Maybe. It's a card that seems like a good grab in this matchup,
I want to know why he played it. What? Because he couldn't add a Battle Destiny because he had Luke there, so he wasn't going to get 2 anyway. And the other thing it does is cancels immunity to Attrition. So I think he had enough forfeit to cover where he didn't need to cancel immunity.
During a battle at a site where you have an artillery weapon or vehicle weapon, cancel all opponents' immunity to Attrition for the remainder of battle. So
maybe he just did that. It's possible he just wanted to get it grabbed, and does he play a We're Doomed or something? You loop that in this game, and you don't lose any.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That I'm not sure. It's a very strong card in an interactive speeders versus walkers matchup. But if you think that you're probably just conceding the ground anyway, I'm not sure that's the card you want to grab.
Right. Right, like I said, and that's why. And why is he playing it if he doesn't want it to get grabbed in the matchup? Because he cancels immunity, but he had 4 guys there to cover a bunch of forfeit. I don't think immunity was coming into play.
possible he just wanted to get another card back in his life force.
Right. Yes, that is true because he is.
Altered?
He drew a lot of cards. We know that.
Yeah, he's altered honor. Is it? That can't be altered when you occupy them, right?
And he must. What's that?
He just altered
Yep,
honor
I
of the
see
Jedi,
that.
but that's immune to alter.
Right. While you occupy battleground, it's immune to
Yeah.
alter. Right. So he can't do that.
Yeah,
And
well,
he
he
did it.
just did. The card went used. There's control tunnel vision off the top. With 3PO out there, it doesn't really matter because he's just going to 3PO it back. But and that looked like an episode 1 alter, so it would go lost.
Yeah, so it
Interesting
is.
choice to play the episode 1 alter.
Well,
Or it was probably just alter V.
yeah, which cancels what immunity or political effects also, and it's not immune. You know, it doesn't. You can play it against what step?
You can play through the do or do not shield.
Yeah, and step you can play it against.
Yeah,
He also
he put his
And somebody
his
said he
alter
sent.
used as well. He did put his alter use because you can see that Veers is the top card of the lost pile. Here's EPP Maul in the meantime back down to the 3rd marker. So Chris not done yet. He wants to fight over this 3rd marker.
Yeah, so both yeah, that is 2 mistakes. He altered, and honor can't be altered. So, and he put it used. So it looks like nobody noticed. So it will play will continue.
Now the space fleet's coming over to Narshada from Hoth.
And that's the answer to why he left Blizzard 4 there, because he was planning on illegally playing Alter.
Okay. I guess that works. It worked out.
So, assuming he I don't know, I wasn't keeping track of what he was 3POing, but if he got Anakin back into his hand, he's going to be able to do some good stuff here, even through Justice.
He's also got On the Edge in his hand, you can see. Can't tell if he is Anakin. He had to choose between getting back Anakin and getting back Honor there, but I think the right play is still to get back Anakin.
Yeah, and you could draw, and then Honor, you could keep it in your reserve for Destiny. It's a okay Destiny.
Is that Han Chewie Falcon? There it is. Oh, this is going to be rough if he can play that and Anakin initiate for free.
Yeah, like we say, he still has Justice out, so he's going to be limited to 1 Destiny. Most likely.
He's going to be limited to 1 Destiny, but that's another 9 power up against.
No, that is true.
Vader.
Yeah, that's true.
That's,
Not only that, but Justice will stop Vader's -4. So basically, Justice, it's gonna be a net positive.
Padme already stops Vader's -4.
Oh yeah, that's true. So it's pretty much
And
nothing.
Vader
positive.
doesn't add the power either, so we're talking about power 5 on the dark side right now.
8 maybe? No, maybe 6. 6, right? Because Vader's shuttle. Oh, Vader shuttle's 2. You're right. So power 5.
Vader shuttle, yeah. So what's black 2 4
3, I think.
3.
Maybe 4. Yeah, it was 4. You're right. So I was right. 6.
Yeah, it's 4. DS61-2 adds 3.
Right,
So it's power 4 plus 2 from Vader shuttle. That's 6 up against. Home 1 is 12 plus HCF is 9, so 21.
Padme is just attrition, right?
Probably all power here would be my guess.
Yeah, Padme adds to attrition.
Padme just adds to attrition. Yeah.
She cancels.
But she's not with a Skywalker anyway, so she doesn't.
Oh, that's true. So yeah, he did not get Anakin back out, or he didn't. He's played Han Chewie in the Falcon this turn anyway. Someone said he forgot Padme cancel Vader's text. Why? Why do we think that?
We got a 4 on both sides for Battle Destiny. So if our count is right, this is going to be 25 to 9. 25 to 10, rather.
And Justice was played.
Yes, he did take a card off of Justice. He took the security tower.
My phone just told me that Jackie Bradley Jr. has extended his hitting streak.
Hey! JBJ, Killer Bees.
Which means 20. So is he halfway?
He's at 27. You know what I found out the other day that I didn't realize before? The Red
50.
Sox all-time hitting streak is also held by a guy named DiMaggio.
Yeah. I heard that the other day also.
So he's going to lose Vader. I'm not sure how that covers. He was down by 11. Vader
May top deck some because he needs space present.
didn't look
The
like
attrition was 8, so no, attrition was 4. Oh no, we don't know. He added to a.
Just take another card off. Oh, he battled at the third marker.
Oh.
So we got battle going on third marker. Blizzard Force coming off Imperial Justice. I'm not sure exactly what Worf's lost in that space battle, but that's in the past. We're battling on the ground now.
We know we lost Vader at least.
Oh, he had Tarkin in space as well. We forgot
He
about
must have
Tarkin.
been. Yeah, he must have been underneath. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so that battle was better for him. Yep.
Now here's looks like a double agent and a We're Looking for Me. So 11 on the ground. Dr. Vazan Pandababa combo. That's 3 on, for Battle Destiny for Darkseid.
Another card that you might not expect to see in a Walker deck.
Correct. I'm not. I guess it's just in there for EPP Maul or for Mara.
Right. EP Maul and Mara, right.
He also plays a Phantom Menace to go along with the EPP Maul. So I'm not sure exactly what the power totals are on the ground here, but it looks like Darkseid is going to have to forfeit some things. I believe everything on the light side is immune to attrition.
Right, Dash is a matching speeder for himself, correct? I believe.
I believe so. So down goes EPP Maul, down goes Sidious. Is he going to get rid of Grievous also? Looks like not. But I'd imagine he'll have to move Grievous away.
Right.
He's a 3PO. And a recirculation. Paying 3 for the upkeep for Han Chewie Falcon. Now another 3PO. And he did get honor back with that last 3PO. It was the top card of his deck.
And this is going to be an important turn because Chris is in both theaters right now. Behind as far as what's on the table.
I'm not really sure what Chris can hope to do here. Maybe just try to push through as much damage as possible. Ryan has a big hand. He's above 10 cards. He's not too far above that. He's maybe at about 15, 16 cards in Life Force right now, but he does have a big hand.
And I just saw he has a leadership in his hand, so he's really good. Anyway, I was thinking because you're saying what can he do? I'm thinking maybe he has a FET that he could throw with somebody to get a couple Battle Destinies, but he's getting he's canceled down on the ground as one Destiny, and he's going to be limited in space.
And pretty much
Did he get his honor back?
Okay. Here would revolve around having to use his own Imperial Justice, so it's not even...
Is that honor? Is this the first card in his hand? I feel like it might be.
Yeah, he got honor off.
Oh, there it is, yep.
His turn, yeah.
Oh, because he must have drew it for the final Battle Destiny or something like that, or it was at the bottom of his reserve, either way. So we will get that out. But he's going to get a ping in right here.
Yeah, he's going to get pinged for 1. I think he'll take that at this point.
Yeah, I think he's going to take that too and play the honor. And that could end up being a big deal that not only does he not realize that it's immune while he occupies the battleground, but the altar is still in Chris's deck.
Although, what's the dark side card at Hoth?
At the system?
Yeah.
It almost looks like a squadron. No, what is it? Maybe it's FET?
Maybe. Hear Me Baby Hold Together is going to get a shield for Ryan. He's going to get weapons display. Still one more normal shield pull.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what the other white border card is at Hoth.
Let's take a look at the list.
It's got to be a ship with ability or something like that, right?
I think it might be. Is it Jendon and Onyx 1?
Ah, there you go. Probably. It might actually be. It looks like the European version of.
It looks like the European version of
yeah.
Jendon and Onyx 1.
Right.
Yeah.
And we saw him run away, so he's got nothing. He had nothing in his hand that turn, and he's gonna be losing.
Was that on the edge? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it must be.
Yep, on the edge.
Just retrieved
I
a
didn't
bunch.
see how much he got back, but that
I think it was about 4.
I
Yep.
think that's
So
probably going to do it. He's going to be draining for 4 here.
yeah, and he can just. He doesn't have to throw anything down, and if he moves in front of either of the places, then he's going to be, he's going to be able to back them up and probably clear anything that goes, anyone that goes there. And like we said, Honor is going to hit the table, which will shut down the ping, and alls that Chris can do is drain for 1 at Hoth until he tries to mount another plan.
And if I'm Ryan, I'm just moving over to Hoth. Maybe deploying Anakin and then moving over.
Ryan's playing.
And
Looks like he's playing quick.
He's still got Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 in his hand, too.
Just paid 5 force. Yep. He's basically saying, I don't care if you're at Hoth, you can sit there all you want. It's one.
He's gonna move.
I'm wrong.
That's interesting to me. I would think if he was going to move, he would move everybody. But he's only going to move home 1.
Right. Did I ask if he has Poe Dameron in his deck list? I feel like he must have, playing with these ships and dash and everything.
Let's look at the list. There is a Poe.
Yeah. So that's somebody you can put. If he moves in front of Han and Obi, you can put Poe on Obi and have really good setup there. Still, Justice is there, but it's 1 card left. Only 1 card on there.
Is there a way for Chris to get out of this?
I honestly do not see it. I mean, this shows you what going first. Activation. Huge disparity in activation from the first turn does. When you get an advantage in tempo like that, it's just very hard to come back from.
Looks like Ryan grabbed Chris's short-range fighters there. Or he'd already grabbed short-range. That was the second copy. Yep,
there's a second one he paid because he felt it was worth it to pull Baron Suntar Fel. And maybe he might be able to shoot down a ship and clear him over at Nar Shaddaa if he has a cannon. So he is doing some calculation, meaning he may be planning on a battle this turn.
Well, Fel plus gun shooting Han Chewie Falcon lost. Seems pretty good.
Yep. You have 5 forfeit already with a Vader ship there. Let's see if the cannon comes down. If the cannon doesn't come down, then you would expect a second pilot. Otherwise, I wouldn't expect the battle this turn.
He's using force.
Yeah, I don't. So it's probably not a cannon.
He does have a cannon in his deck list, but unfortunately, it looks like
but he would have played it by now, unless he's really slow rolling it. What do you pay, 4 or 5? Could be a Tarkin, maybe. Tarkin would be a good card here. He already lost his Tarkin. Like I said, I don't know if he plays Fett. But it could just be any pilot because...
There is the gun. He's got the gun.
Oh, he does have the gun. He's slow.
I think he hadn't paid for Saber 1 yet, and he was doing
Oh,
that.
okay.
And now here's 1 force to battle, and 1 force to shoot. And the shot is a 4. It's going to get it.
Unless he has a Wisa. Well, nope, he does not.
He does not. He was cycling those cards back, all the used interrupts before. And there's a 1 for Battle Destiny, but he's going to Jedi Lev Anakin. And there's a 4. So that will not get through the forfeit covered by Vader's shuttle. Obi-Wan and Radiant 7 will bite the dust.
So, Casey, I'm being told this is probably going to be the last game I could broadcast. I may be able to get on later on, so I wasn't sure if there's somebody else that we have on deck.
I think it's just me for the duration of the day, unless you get back on.
Okay, well, I possibly could later, but
I'm down. I'm down to do it.
Right. Just in case anybody else is out there. But. So I was a little distracted. So what happened? He exactly what you would expect. Vader's ship was forfeited, right? And
yeah, it looks like he moved Baron Fell over to Hoth, and now Anakin and Poe Dameron coming down. Look at that foil. Oh,
yep.
Was that the V slip from this weekend? Was it a foil Poe Dameron?
Oh, must be.
That's a full slip foil Poe Dameron slip right there.
That's nice.
That looks great, even on camera. Look at that. So foil Anakin, foil Poe right there hanging out.
And he's going to have to use his the last Justice.
Yep.
Because otherwise he's adding a lot. And it's all on home one, right?
It's all on home one.
Everything's on home one. Is that on the edge?
It's a 5 for
no, it's Jedi Levitation. And he draws a 5.
He draws a 4 and a 4. How did he get 2 destinies there?
Padme?
Padme with Anakin, correct.
With an attrition. I assume Lightside's not going to have to lose anything.
So apparently that Poe Dameron foil was only for the top 8. So we are seeing its debut in tournament play today.
Very nice.
They're calculating power. And we're going to have decisions.
Like I said, I assume Home One's got plenty of power. Those are all guys who had 3, except Padme, who's not a pilot. And base power 12.
I think Lightside might have won the battle. So I don't
right, that's what I mean. I don't think he's going to lose anything because Home One's got like a lot of big power guys on it.
He's going to move one of the speeders, the one with the power harpoon, over to the 5th marker. Or like he has. I'm not even sure why he's doing that because he's got honor back on the table, so he wouldn't even be taking any damage there.
Right.
I guess because it's in case he moves away over to the 3rd marker. Now you can drain for 2. Although I guess it doesn't really matter that much because if you don't move over there, he doesn't move away.
Well, it's board presence. You want to get, you have pressure on him in space right now. He may be thinking about, dropping a bunch of guys there and moving them over. Puts a little pressure on him. He doesn't have much to risk.
Yeah, well, here's EPP Maul coming down to the 3rd marker.
And we might see I have you now.
Yep.
He can cancel a destiny.
Well,
so
it looks like Wedge is over at the other site, although he is going to move over.
No, why would Wedge? He moved. Oh, Wedge over. Okay. Oh, you're right. So he'd not battle.
He moved over Wedge, but now because he did move over to the 5th marker, he's still going to get the drain of 2 in this turn.
Right, like you said.
And it's actually going to be a drain of 4 because the space presence is wisely going to run away to Nar Shaddaa.
Right. Wonder if he's going to battle because he might be afraid of a high heavy now. That's really the only thing that can hurt him.
Right, I would probably move.
Maybe a crashed landing. He could be worried of. I'm not even sure what the hell when that works.
No, I think if I'm Ryan, I move the speeder back over, and it looks like Chris is very low on cards. Now I move the speeder back over, and I probably move Dash and Nara over to the 5th marker.
Right, because Wedge isn't there, right? You said that, right? If Wedge was there, maybe. Ooh, he
If
battled.
Wedge was there, I'd probably go ahead.
Ooh, he
and
battled and drew 2 1s.
Whoa! And is that Django Fett?
It looks like Dengar.
Dengar.
He would like to have in his hand if that is Dengar.
Why do you battle there if you're Ryan?
Yeah, he's got to lose. Came out short on that one. I mean, he's got power by a lot, And he's getting 2 battles. He's getting 2 deaths. And he figured he might just make him lose something. Did he lose somebody? Yeah, he's got to lose 1 card. Blizzard 4, because we know he has another Blizzard 4 in his hand from Justice.
And meanwhile, Nara. I think Ryan has to lose Nara and Dash, or just Nara. Space Team's going to move over to Narshada.
Right.
It'll be Chris's turn, but if he has something he can follow up with on the ground.
Crypto is saying.
And that's it.
6.
There's the extension of the hand. And Ryan Jellison is going to advance to the semifinals. He will take on Brian Fred.
Yep, congrats to Ryan. Good to see.
Congrats to Chris Werfs, one of the hosts of this event, for a great showing here in the top 8.
Yep, both these players.
Chris, a teacher here locally in Seattle. Great showing from him. Ryan making the trip up from California. His tournament will continue. Jared, I want to thank you for coming in on the stream today and helping out. If you can get back on later, great. Otherwise, it's been a pleasure with you here. I think we're going to take a little break and come back in, I guess the countdown clock says 40 minutes, but I'll try to come on and give you guys updates with a more exact time. I'll be posting on the forums and on Facebook, letting you know about when we're going to get underway with the semifinals. Those semifinals will be the top seed Brian Fred against the 5 seed Ryan Jellison, and the 3 seed Joe Olson against either Barry Alperstein or Johnny Chu. Just a quick update for those of you still listening on the stream. It looks like Johnny Chu has advanced over Barry Alperstein, and he will be playing Joe Olson in the semifinals. So it'll be Brian Fred and Ryan Jellison, and Johnny Chu and Joe Olson, and we will bring you one of those matches. We're not sure which yet, but one of those matches when we return. Welcome back, everybody, to the semifinals of the 2016 Endor Grand Prix, coming to you live from Seattle, Washington. My name is Casey Annis, and I've got all of the semifinal action for you here. We are about to get started between Johnny Chu and Joe Olson, and it appears that Joe is playing a rather interesting deck. He is he's at the bottom of your screen playing light side, and he's posted about this a little bit in the forums. This is a hidden base Asteroid Sanctuary deck, and I don't know a ton about it beyond that. Johnny Chu seems to be playing Carbon Chamber Testing. My guess is that it is the IG-88 version of Carbon Chamber Testing. That's a deck that Chu has used a number of times, and there is IG-88 that he's taking into hand with his starting interrupt. It looks like Luke Skywalker Virtual is going to be the rebel that Chu is taking away from Joe at the beginning of the game. So Hidden Base, an objective that's been around since Special Edition. Actually, both of these objectives are objectives that have been around since the Special Edition set in 1998. Both original objectives. Hidden Base deploys the Rendezvous Point. It's a 2-0 light side location. Carbon Chamber Testing deck deploys the Cloud City Security Tower and the Cloud City Carbonite Chamber. The result of that is that that generates a total of 4 icons for the dark side player and 1 icon for the light side player. Luke Skywalker Virtual is going to be imprisoned in the Cloud City Carbonite, in the Cloud City Security Tower. And Johnny Chu, at the top of your screen, is going to start the game with IG-88 in his hand. Both these players very accomplished players. Johnny Chu, arguably the best player of all time, arguably. A little bit of a rundown of his resume. He's from Albany, New York originally. He's a 2-time world champion, one of only 3 players to have won the world championships twice, and he was the first one to do so. He's made Day 3 of Worlds 9 times. That's the most all-time if you're keeping track at home. He's appeared in 3 Worlds finals. He's been in the top 4 of the World Championships 5 times. He's also been to the Final 4 of the Match Play Championships 4 times and in the finals twice. Meanwhile, Joe Olson, hailing from Seattle, Washington, last year's Player of the Year, he's been to 2 Worlds Day 3s and has an MPC championship to his name, something that Johnny Chu doesn't have. Players are getting shuffled up. They're going to be ready to go in a moment. Joe Olson, actually in the midst of taking a trip around the world with his wife. He and his wife also just had a baby, so congratulations to them. Earlier this year, they are traveling the world. They were in Turkey for a while. They were in Europe, but Joe, a native of Seattle, Washington, who just last week played a Star Wars tournament in Europe, is now back on his home turf for the Endor Grand Prix. He wasn't going to miss it. And nothing like traveling all the way around the world just so you can play Asteroid Sanctuary. Looks like we're about ready to go here. I'm going to do my best to add Tom Hade into the broadcast booth with us here. We're going to see if we can make that happen. The game is underway. Johnny Chu, with the first turn being Darkside, activates and plays the Jabba's Palace Audience Chamber to the table. And now IG-88 is going to come down and pick up Luke Skywalker at the security tower. So IG with a captive. When IG-88 has a captive, once per turn, the Darkside player can look through their force pile and take any card found there into hand. It's a very, very powerful mechanic, being able to search your force pile for a card, one of the strongest things you can do in a game of Star Wars CCG. And IG-88 allows you to do that every single turn. He's also got built-in weapon evasion, because he can lose one force repeatedly to cancel weapon destinies targeting him. So he's very, very hard to clear off the table, and does very powerful things when he's on the table. Johnny Chu's going to play his grabber. Joe Wilson also going to play his grabber. I've just gotten Johnny Chu's deck list in front of me. Looks like a fairly straightforward IG-88 deck. Although he does play carbon freezing in this deck, so he might be freezing some people. I see the carbon freezing effect. I see Prepare the Chamber. So this might be interesting. Asteroid Sanctuary and carbon freezing. Here's a NOAT. It's the NOAT system. There's not much there. Johnny reads that card, makes sure he knows what it does. Gives it back over to Joe. Once again, the names that you see on your screen are reversed. Joe Olson is at the bottom of your screen. Johnny Chu is at the top of the screen. There's Mike French poking his head in there. You can see a control set for stun in Chu's hand, among other cards. There's another system on table as well. Hard to tell what that is.
Hey, Casey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, Tom.
Hey, how's it
Everybody,
going?
Tom Haid is on live with us, joining me in the booth.
It's my first time commentating, so sorry if I screw up.
We're glad to have you. Bunch of asteroid fields, asteroid sectors have now entered the table. This looks like it might be the virtual Anoat from Joe. That makes force loss from security precautions reduced by 4 if his hidden base gets blown up. We got a couple other systems on the table as well. It's hard to tell what those are from this angle. Johnny's activating here. We're trying to get a copy of Joe Olson's deck list.
Oh, Chu started the freeze 'em strategy.
Yep. Chu's got freezing cards in his deck.
Be particularly potent here because HB's probably been playing Luke and Obi as the rebels. This is going to be tricky. I'm getting audio feedback through both Skype and Twitch.
You need to mute Twitch.
Any idea how?
No. There should be a mute button on Twitch. So there's carbon freezing coming down. That's what it looks like. Joe's going to read that. He wants to know what that does. We're going to take a look as well. Deploy on the carbonite chamber. During your control phase, may target one captive present. That would be Luke. Draw Destiny. If Destiny less than 5, the captive is lost. If it's greater than 10, place on the captive. Captive is frozen. An opponent loses 8 force.
He'll be playing Prepare the Chamber to add 2 to that, which you can pull with the console, and the Carbonite Chamber site will also add an additional 2 if he controls it.
That's correct, and the console also adds.
Oh, yep, that'll add 3, I believe.
And the chamber adds 2 if you control. We got something deployed over to, looks like it might be EPP Mara, over to Jabba's Palace Audience Chamber. Hard to tell exactly what that card is. It's one of those 3/4 V-slips that wasn't really cut out great. I think it's EPP Mara.
Yeah, he probably pulled it with the Audience Chamber.
Yep, Audience Chamber pulls an alien once per game. Looks like Dagobah being deployed now by Joe. He's got 4 systems on the table. Oh, he's got 3 systems on the table along with 3 asteroid fields. Needs 2 more systems to flip his objective if he indeed intends to do so. We don't know yet if this is a flip hidden base or not. We're still waiting on Joe's deck list. Tom, I don't know about you. I did not think that I was going to have to know carbon freezing rules, asteroid rules, and crashed vehicle rules when I signed up to do commentary today.
With 2, I expected the freezing, but Asteroids is going to be a first for me. I might need you to look up the text on Asteroid Sanctuary.
Well, I can tell you now what Asteroid Sanctuary does. As we see, that looks like is that a Moncal cruiser for Naboo? Is that a Naboo defense fighter? These look like Naboo defense fighters, the non-unique Naboo fighters from Coruscant. Let's see what these things are first. Naboo defense fighter is a Coruscant common. It's non-unique. Power 2, maneuver 4, hyperspeed 3. Permanent pilots provide ability of 1. They can add a pilot, which would then suspend the permanent pilot. Their power +1 of the Naboo system doesn't seem too relevant. And while with another N1 starfighter, they draw 1 battle destiny if unable to. Asteroid Sanctuary, meanwhile. Deploy on any asteroid. It's an effect. It's 1 per system. Deploy on any asteroid sector you control. During each of your control phases, opponent loses X force, where X equals total number of asteroid sectors at same system that are not occupied by opponent. Effect cancels if opponent controls this location. So it does ping damage through the asteroid sectors. If you have 2 asteroid sectors at each location, you have an asteroid sanctuary at each system, you can do 4 damage. So right now, we've got a NOAT with 2 asteroid sectors. Another system, I still don't know what that system, it might be Kessel. That looks like Kessel. Kessel with 2 asteroid sectors, and then Dagobah with no asteroid sectors.
I expect we're also going to see, what's that card? The light side version of I Hope She's Alright, but in space. We didn't hit it. It'll ping with the N1 starfighters.
Yes, that's a great card. I don't know if does that work at sectors, or does that just work at systems?
Probably just systems.
Here's Asteroid Sanctuary coming down on Kessel. And Chew's deck is very light on space. Joe moving out of the asteroid sectors, moving his ships to the systems. Looks like Chu has an executor and a Sith infiltrator, and a Zuckuss and Mist Hunter.
Of all players to grasp the counterbeat concept to this strategy, I would expect Chu to be top on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I have no idea.
He also plays one copy of They Must Never Again Leave the City. I guess when you have IG-88, it's not too hard to fish that out. Deploy Executor for free to Bespin. But it cannot go into the asteroid fields. That will be up to Zuckuss, which has poor maneuver, and Maul, which might be Chu's best bet to surviving asteroid destiny. You don't even need to occupy the asteroid sectors to do Asteroid Sanctuary damage.
Can we get the text on Sanctuary one more time?
Sure. Deploy on any asteroid sector you control. So you have to control it when you deploy it, but then you can move away, which is exactly what Joe did. He's trying to carbon freeze right now, and it looks like he has indeed carbon frozen Luke with Prepare the Chamber and drawing a 4 for Destiny. So console adds 3, site adds 2, Prepare the Chamber adds 2, plus 4, that's 9, that's greater than 8. Luke is frozen, and Joe has to lose 8 force. He's going to top deck it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Didn't get a great look at any of those. The top one was a Naboo defense fighter. So we've just seen a successful carbon freezing here on the third turn of Game 1 of the semifinal.
I'm pretty excited.
I don't think I've ever seen a successful carbon freezing. I don't think I've ever seen an unsuccessful carbon freezing. Back to Asteroid Sanctuary. During each of your control phases, opponent loses X-Force, where X is the number of asteroid sectors at same system that opponent doesn't occupy. So, with 2 Asteroid Sanctuaries on the table right now, at 2 different systems, each with 2 sectors, Chu is looking at taking 4 damage off of Asteroid Sanctuary on his next turn, and that's before we even get to the fact that Joe can force drain at these systems as well. So, and one of them is Kessel, and the other one's a Noat, and I think that's Dagobah. I'm not entirely sure. He can't force drain at Dagobah, but he can drain for 3 at Kessel, 1 at a Noat, 4 damage from Sanctuary. That's 8 damage. So Joe just took 8 to carbon freezing, and Chu now might have to take 8 to. Or I'm sorry, it'll be capped to 6 because Hidden Base is on the 0 side. So,
I think we're looking at a Kashyyyk over Dagobah there, because it looks like it only has 1 dark side icon.
Oh, you're right. That's Kashyyyk. Playing Dagobah wouldn't really make any sense there. So he can hit for 4 with Asteroid Sanctuary, and then he can pay 3 for each of the drains of 1. They're all capped to 1, which is too bad when he has Kessel out.
So I believe there's a ruling, perhaps an errata, similar to Asteroid Sanctuary, that requires you to be at the system, the battleground system related to the asteroid sectors or something like that.
Interesting. Well, Joe is doing that at the moment. Chu just grabbed the card, and I'm not really too sure what that was. Was that Yoda Stew combo?
Does look like it.
Yoda Stew, and you do have your moments. Use during opponent's turn, take up to 4 cards from your hand and put them on top of your force pile. Lost during a battle before any cards have been forfeited. Cause all attrition for both sides to be reduced to 0.
And it looks like Joe has another one on top of Lost Pile.
It does. And this seems like a deck that would want to find a way to cycle cards and activate more force. So, way to get a fast start. So it seems like a good card. It's also important to note with Asteroid Sanctuary that it can be suspended via Come Here You Big Coward, the same as a Darkside Force Drain. As we see Maul, well, it's Maul's Sith Infiltrator, but it's Grand Admiral Thrawn aboard, deploying straight to an asteroid sector to cancel one of the Asteroid Sanctuary, so a good play there for Chew. Question is, now, what does he want to do with that ship? I'm wondering... I'm not too up on Asteroid Destiny rules, but I'm wondering what he wants to do with that ship now.
I don't think I've ever flown through an asteroid sector.
Well, it's inadvisable. The odds of surviving are 3,720 to 1. Which I think is about the number of games of Star Wars since I've seen someone do it. So I guess we're due. Endor asks us for about 10 years to have a major event in the Pacific Northwest. We finally agree to it, and this is what happens. Look at this. Carbon freezing and asteroids at the top table. Chew gonna peel some cards. There's another Yoda stew.
Looks like a tunnel vision. I believe Joe's searching his force pile.
Oh, tunnel. Yes. It's a control tunnel vision combo. So Joe's gonna search up any card from his force pile, something that Johnny gets to do for free every turn without having to spend a card on it, thanks to IG88.
Another thing to note, perhaps I missed it because I jumped in late. Looks like Johnny kept the dungeon in hand. Perhaps he has some trick to track it with overload, but I don't think that's relevant this match. He also probably figures he's got enough force coming to him from hidden base.
Right. Yes, that is true. He has not deployed the dungeon. That's still in his hand. Joe's giving up 8 icons, so I think he's all right with force. Sounds like Asteroid Destiny is just draw greater than maneuver, which would be hard against the Sith Infiltrator.
Do the asteroid sectors subtract from?
Yeah, if you
maneuver?
if an asteroid sector is drawn for Asteroid Destiny, it's an auto hit,
Oh man,
and it's in control phase. I'm getting this through someone in the comments. We have not verified that this is indeed correct, but this is what someone on the internet thinks. It's apparently add 1 for each sector as well. That's another comment. Someone watching this on Twitch can pull up the advanced rulebook and verify this.
I'm guessing Joe uses Yoda Stew to put the asteroid sectors back in deck to track around to.
This is interesting. Chew has just lost right before he top decked that Stormtrooper garrison. He also lost Zuckuss and Mist Hunter. So that's one of his 2 starfighters gone. The other one is currently at an asteroid sector.
Oh.
And here's Narshada. It is your opponent who draws Asteroid Destiny during your control phase.
Does that just apply when you're at it or when you try to move from it? Well, I guess control phase had to be at it.
Well, it's control phase, so I guess it's when you're at a sector. Here's a 3rd asteroid sector to each of Kessel and a Noat. And here's a Naboo fighter to one of the asteroid fields surrounding a Noat and an asteroid sanctuary placed on that asteroid field.
I assume the Sith Infiltrator would have to, like moving through clouds, move twice to get to that sanctuary at the end there.
That's a good question. I don't know. I would assume that the answer is yes, because otherwise I can't see why Joe would want to do what he did. Although with the defense fighter there, you would get a turn of damage out of it, because he wouldn't be able to cancel immediately. And even if he just sits with the Sith Infiltrator where it is now, it would still -1 to the Asteroid Sanctuary damage.
I'm not seeing how Chew is going to pull this one out.
It's going to be tough. Joe's put a lot of cards on the table, but he's doing a lot of damage here.
It's like Chew's
It's another
pulling Prepare the
thing.
Chamber out just to cycle it. Maybe to
You
lose
can't
it to
freeze
Force
someone
Loss.
who's already frozen, can you?
No, you can't. Another thing to note is Chew is only threatening a drain of 1 instead of 2 at the Carbonite Chamber because he is not playing Despair Virtual, which would only add with Prize.
That's correct. Yeah, he can pay 6 to drain for 2. I guess he can pay 9 to drain for 3 if he really wants to. Unfortunately, occupying an asteroid field does not satisfy battle plan.
It's like he's paying a drain at the sector.
And that might just be Johnny saying that, I don't think I can win this game. I have to... Oh, Asteroid Destiny cleared him.
That was a barrier. I guess the sector does subtract from maneuver.
I think it's +1 for every asteroid sector, so 3 asteroid
Oh.
sectors. Sith Infiltrators maneuver 6. Draw 4 + 3, 7 greater than 6.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's it for Starfighters. So, uncontested, unless Johnny has a way to retrieve that ship, he does have no escape in his deck. Maybe he has it in hand.
Is Johnny playing Executor?
He is, but he can't go to the asteroid sectors.
Right. Does he have Jabba's Haven?
Don't believe so. I can check. There is no escape. He had it. Wow. He's got Sith Infiltrator back. He can drop that now with Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, and cancel another Asteroid Sanctuary. Wow. Great play by Johnny Chu that just might keep him in this game. He can't move that over to a no-at quickly enough.
It's worth pointing out that putting the Sanctuary on that first sector was probably a misplay by Joe because it allows Johnny to move right to the system after canceling the Sanctuary.
Well, it makes sense if you have to move one sector at a time, like you said, because it enabled him to play that Asteroid Sanctuary and then move his ship to the system in one turn.
Oh, that's a good point. Although his third asteroid sector he played to that system could have been placed between the first sector and the system.
Yes, that may have been a misplay on Joe's part. It'll be interesting to see if Joe has any fighting power in space. He just has these, dinky Naboo ships that, for all intents and purposes, are really just mining droids in this deck. Can he put together some type of viable plan to attack Vader and the Sith Infiltrator?
I'm guessing alternatives to fighting, and I'll try spinning the Admiral's Order.
Yeah, I'll try spinning would be a good call, although I'm not sure that would do it for him here. You're talking about I'll try spinning targets. Can't remember if it targets power or maneuver. It's Starfighter's power, so I guess Vader adding 3, Sith Infiltrator's power 7. You would add power and maneuver of your ship, which would be, I guess, 6. So that's tough. You don't lose anything for missing, do you? I don't think you...
You might lose the ship.
Oh, Starship with lowest total is lost. I guess I've just never lost. Yeah, so that's a risky play. I'm not sure he would put Ultrai spinning into this deck unless he had a way to boost the power and maneuver, because 6 isn't a great total. Still don't have Joe's deck list.
He could always put a pilot on the Naboo fighter.
Yes.
Anakin would be the best because you add your power and maneuver, and Anakin would add a total of 5 to that value.
Joe looks like he's going to move.
It's like Blizzard
That was
4
an
blew
asteroid
up
destiny in his control phase, so his fighter's going to get blown up by the Blizzard 4 drawn by Johnny Chu for Asteroid Destiny.
Well done, Chew.
Chu's going to take took some Asteroid Sanctuary damage. How big was having that no escape for Johnny Chu?
Yeah, it was pretty clutch.
Here's a 5th system. So now the option's on the table if Joe wants to flip.
Yeah, I think it's probably good now to just run away, flip, and drain.
Looks like Tibrin. I don't think I've ever read the text on Tibrin. It's pretty good. If you occupy during your control phase, may exchange 3 cards in hand for any 1 card in lost pile. So if he needs to get back a key Asteroid Sanctuary or something else, Tibrin can do that for him. On the flip side, though, it's drain +1 for the dark side player.
Was that a Parsec 1?
Parsec 2.
So he's putting out a
There's
defense
another
fighter
ship.
there to block an incoming. Well, I don't think Chew has anything else he can throw at it, but
Right,
just
well,
in case.
Chew's out of ships, but Joe doesn't know that, so Joe's just going to put that there to make sure Chew can't auto-cancel that last Asteroid Sanctuary. Seems like a fair play.
Some CCT lists do play Emperor Shuttle. So Joe might be worried about that.
A lot of options here for Joe. Does he want to flip? Does he not want to flip? Does he want to try to fight the Infiltrator? I mean, he really can't flip if Anoet's his hidden base. And it's not like flipping really does a ton for him at the moment, since Chew's only draining for 2 anyway. And the pay 1 to draw 1 isn't so great against an opponent who can just pull cards from their force pile.
Well, he's probably going to have to run away from the system that the Infiltrator's at.
Most likely, yeah.
So it's going to be incoming drain of
So drain of
4.
4.
2, 1, and 1.
Yeah, he moves into the asteroid field. Joe gonna draw some. And recirculate and pass it back over to Johnny Chu.
Is that the flip side of hidden base there?
It is. Joe has flipped his objective. So at the very least, by flipping in his draw phase, or in Chu's activate phase, Joe has made it so that even if a Noat is the hidden base, he can still cancel 1 round of drains before Johnny's able to probe. Joe canceling some drains here. Oh, and the asteroid field cancels drains.
It does.
If you control, may cancel force drain at related system.
Good grief.
There's a probe. Does not look like a NOAT's the base. Chu's going to move over to Kessel.
So he's
He'll
paying
probe
to
there in
draw
his
up
next
here.
play phase. He's paying to draw here. He wants cards. He can still force pile search, right? The fact that Luke's frozen doesn't
Yeah,
stop him from
absolutely.
doing it. Yeah. But I guess he wants more cards than he can just get with IG, and he has a big force pile. A lot of
Iggy
cards.
can force pile search as long as the prize can be moved. So against profit, when the prize cannot be moved, or the frozen character, then he cannot escort it.
It's interesting that he can escort the frozen character. That seems like it would be very heavy. Although I guess with Han, they had him on those repulsors so that you could push him. Joe's going to do a lot of damage here. He'll do 3 from Asteroid Sanctuary and then as many pay for drains as he wants.
Looks like his only drain 2 system that he's currently at is going to be Narshada. Oh, is Kashyyyk? No, Kashyyyk's not a drain 2.
Kashyyyk's only a drain 2 if you're the dark side.
Just
So Joe just retrieved 5. I'm not sure what card he used to do that. It then went on top of his used pile.
I completely missed that myself.
So if anyone knows what card that was, post it in the chat. But Joe retrieved 5 force and then put the card he used to retrieve on top of his used pile. Seems good. Oh, probably, yeah. All Wings report in non-combo.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Not bad.
One of our viewers also points out that if Joe had Luke online, he could do the lockout with Hidden Base, where they have to pay to retrieve or pay to draw, so they're stuck at one card in their deck, and then Luke can retrieve your whole lost pile for
Right.
you.
Always a plus of playing Hidden Base in a differential tournament or a match play event. I'm guessing that Luke was the only rebel in Joe's deck, and that's why he had to give him Luke at the start of the game. Otherwise, you would never want to give up Luke from your Hidden Base deck in a match play environment. Not only are you losing the opportunity for a Hidden Base lock, you're just simply losing the 1 retrieval per turn that Luke provides. And I'm unsure why, especially when he knew that he had the chance of going up against Johnny Chu, who is an IG88 player in the semifinals, why Joe didn't just pack another Rebel or something that could save his Luke in this situation. There's a U3PO going to blow up the Naboo defense fighter for Asteroid Destiny.
Could not tell there. Did Joe pay to drain for more than just Narshada this turn?
I don't believe so. Although he may have. I think he got to retrieve for free. Doesn't look like Chu thought to put out secret plans in anticipation of All Wings report in. Oh no, he does have it. I'm sorry. He has the effect version on the table. He has the defensive shield, not the effect version of secret plans, but he has the defensive shield going over an effect. So it is out. Joe did have to pay 5 to retrieve 5, so it's unlikely that he also paid to drain beyond just Narshada.
It looks like a
We now have
fanfare
Joe's.
as well.
Sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
Is that a fanfare shield on top of secret plans?
Yes, that fanfare shield is on top of the virtual secret plan shield. We now do have Joe's deck list finally. Here's what Joe had to say about his deck list. Yes, I only play 4 virtual cards, besides shields. Yes, I only have 1 character. Yes, my deck is stupid. Light side is bad. What can I say? He does have 2 alternatives to fighting in a hyper escape, but really no way to get the Sith Infiltrator off the table.
Is Joe playing We Didn't Hit It?
Does not appear so.
I find that surprising.
I find that surprising as well. That's just an easy way, especially because he has to occupy the systems. It's just an easy way to get more damage. Of course, it wouldn't matter in this matchup because... it would, because the Sith Infiltrator is Destiny 6. It's not We Didn't Hit It. That's the Force Generation card. It's
Oh, you're right.
We Didn't Hit It's the card that everybody was playing in Watch Your Step in like 2010 when Watch Your Step activation was terrible.
Yeah, and it started Han on the Falcon.
It's on automatic pilot. That's the card.
That also makes your Naboo defense fighters forfeit +2.
Yes,
so they'd
but
be forfeiting for 5s.
Unlike I Hope She's Alright, it doesn't care about the destiny number of the character or anything like that. So Sith Infiltrator does occupy a battleground system, so it wouldn't be doing anything for Joe here.
And every dark side splash space pretty much includes a Maul Sith Infiltrator, so yeah, maybe it's just not a good choice in the end.
Yeah, and I think Joe knows that there's no way for him to really clear any opposing ships at the systems as opposed to at the asteroid sectors. So there's really no reason to include that card. As much fun as it's been to see asteroids and carbon freezing, this has been a largely uninteractive game.
On the plus side, it'll probably be over soon.
Here's a probe. That's not it. Can't tell what they're talking about. They're talking about something down there.
Can imagine Chu saying, "Why are you doing this to me, man?"
This kind of feels like the kind of deck that you would come up with.
I'm all about that freezing.
About what?
The carbon freezing.
Carbon freezing, yeah. Well, didn't that blow you out at one point? Wasn't there some story about that?
Oh, I played carbon freezing, and then Chew took it and made it better.
Okay.
So props to Chew for definitely modifying it.
If anyone can find a way out of this, it's Johnny Chu.
If that EPP Mara was instead a virtual Erica, I think that would have been pretty clutch for Chew in this match to be able to
It
get
would,
back some of the
certainly would.
starships. So it looks like Joe is moving back to the sector to cancel whatever drain is incoming at Kessel.
Yep.
And he can continue using his objective to cancel both the drains at the audience chamber and the carbonite chamber.
He's firmly ahead at the moment, but Chu's still with a lot of force left. It's also important to mention here is that Johnny Chu has put very few cards on the table in this game.
That is a good point. And Joe is threatening a max damage of 3 from the ping, 2 from Narshada, 1 from Kashyyyk, and 1 from, what was it, Tibrin?
Joe is no force saved, and here's blast door controls. We're going to see the Executor coming down here at Narshada. And the probe. It's not going to be Narshada, but does Chu have someone he can put on the Executor to maybe battle and try to cause some overflow? Well, he battles.
Like a Ujix combo.
Yep. Had to see that coming. Moves it over to Tibrin. Infiltrator going over to Kashyyyk.
And
Hidden
with that,
base
I
not
think,
long for this game.
yeah, the objective's going to be placed out of play very soon.
Well, you know, it's got to be one of those two systems. Joe going to get some damage in first. He can ping for 3 with Asteroid Sanctuary. He can then pay to drain for 1 if he so chooses. He's asking for a count here from Johnny Chu. Of course, Chu's going to get some cards back after he successfully probes on this turn. There's Phantom Menace, Asteroid Destiny, Sneak Attack, 3 Asteroid damage. So that was, looked like Joe paid to drain for 1, then Asteroid Destiny was drawn, clearing the Naboo Defense Fighter, and then 3 Asteroid Sanctuary damage. That's a very good job by Joe to realize that his first action in his control phase had to be to drain at the asteroid sector, because he was about to lose that ship if he had declared asteroid damage first. Looks like Joe's going to use Tibrin's text. He's putting down 3 cards, and he's looking through his lost pile, and he's going to get
Could not tell what that
ship
was.
back. It's a Naboo fighter. So I'm wondering.
Maybe another sanctuary. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
another one's coming
it's
out.
possible he's got one more sanctuary in his hand. That's the only reason I can see for wanting to get back a fighter.
Does Choose List have Imperial Decree virtual?
Believe it does.
Would be pretty relevant.
Maybe not. Not seeing it. He's deploying an Asteroid Sanctuary. Okay. Asteroid Sanctuary to a NOAD. Also deploying an Asteroid Field to Kashyyyk. I'm not sure what the benefit of that last one is.
It's probably so you can move over and cancel the drain.
I was wondering if he was going to be in danger of starting to run out of Asteroid Sanctuaries. And I look at the list. He's got 9 of them. So I don't think so. Hidden Base is probed. I don't know if it was NOAD or Kashyyyk, but I guess it doesn't really matter. "13 asteroid fields and 9 asteroid sanctuaries in this list from Joel. He's going to move his stuff around. The Naboo defense fighter that just deployed the asteroid sanctuary is going to go to a NOAD to the system. The one that was at Kashyyyk is going to move over to the Kashyyyk asteroid sanctuary. And it can probably feel pretty safe at that asteroid sanctuary because with at that asteroid field rather, because with a lone asteroid field at Kashyyyk, the asteroid destiny draw is only going to be +1, not +3. Although Chu could still clear it by drawing a 4.
And I'll let him cancel the drain
And
at
it'll let him
Kashyyyk.
cancel the 4 strain, exactly, yep.
I apologize to our viewers for the background noise of my 2 children. I'm surprised that Joe did not put the second sanctuary on the middle asteroid sector there. Well, no, it looks like he wanted to move back out to the actual system again to threaten a drain.
He wanted to move back out to the actual system, but I'm wondering if that really was the best decision. I know he wanted the ship, but even so. Although I suppose it'll take 2 turns for the Sith Infiltrator to get there. But he
And then
could've-
it might die to asteroid destiny.
Right, but by putting it further in, you could have pretty much guaranteed that it wasn't going to get to it. This way, if it goes to a NOAD next turn and then into the asteroid field, it can auto-cancel the asteroid sanctuary before Joe's able to draw asteroid destiny and blow it up.
Yeah, I believe he simply has to control it.
Right, whereas if he put it in deeper, he could have ensured that it stayed on the table. Although, are they... What's going on here? Oh, choose activating.
Looks like Chu does still have a pretty sizable deck.
Looked like, trying to count, looked like 17 or 18 or so. Although as it stands right now, he's taking 6 a turn.
That's another all wings non-combo.
Right, well, he can't. He can only play it to take a ship into hand. The retrievals once begin. And if he had another ship to take into hand now, I'm really wondering why he didn't deploy that Asteroid Sanctuary deeper in.
Chu playing Carbon Freezing over Jabba's Prize is going to be a lot more impactful this game. A lot of the 2 drains he would have got in with the prize would have been canceled by Hidden Base anyway. So that 8 ping
Absolutely,
initially is pretty
more
devastating.
importantly, just the fact that he was able to take Luke away. Joe
That
would
too.
have this game by a wide margin if he still had Luke.
Also a very good point.
Looks like they're counting, trying to figure out exactly how much damage each is taking from the other. Now Maul's going to move. He's going to go over to a no-at. Executor's going to move as well, going to Narsha to block the drain there.
I suspect that Maul will be moving, not Maul, Maul's synth infiltrator will be moving to cancel that Sanctuary the following turn.
That's true. That we keep saying Maul, but that is Darth Vader on that ship. Johnny Chu somehow seems to do things like that seem terrible. Like putting Vader on Maul's ship and just getting away with it every time. Joe activating. He's going to pay 3 to drain for 1 at the asteroid field on Kashyyyk. Johnny will have to lose 1. Johnny's going to have to lose 7 total this turn. There's no way around that. But now he's going to draw Asteroid Destiny. Or he's just going to peel 7 first, I guess, and then, or 6 first, and then Asteroid Destiny. He draws a 7, so more than enough. And this is where it's really going to hurt Joe that he didn't put that second Asteroid Sanctuary deeper into the Anoat asteroid field. It's going to cost him 3 damage next turn and maybe 3 damage the turn after that. Chu might have peeled too many cards. Let's see.
Looks like it should have been 7.
Should have been 7, yeah.
That's 2 more.
Two more asteroid fields. Does he have a ship and a sanctuary to put down to Kashyyyk?
Here we go.
He's got the ship. I think he's got the sanctuary too. He plays 9 of them, like we said.
I hope he puts it on the middle one.
Well, I don't think it matters at this point.
Oh, he could deploy just one, then put it on that one, and then he could deploy the others. Well, no, it would still block his fighter.
It would still block the ship from moving out. It doesn't matter. But let's see. Seems like Chu has raised an objection to something. We're asking for some kind of clarification.
I believe Joe's probably trying to not deploy the second and third sectors and. Oh.
There he goes. So the sectors are on the table. Asteroid Sanctuary's got to come out now.
Have we seen only one battle this entire game?
Yeah, just the Executor.
Let's see if Chu remembers to retrieve with firepower, assuming that Joe moves away from those systems.
That's a good call. You get a 6 back. Not that that really matters so much in this matchup right now.
There's another sanctuary.
There it is. About time.
Again on the.
Joe's one of the. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I missed what card Chu played there.
Chu barriered the defense fighter. So we cannot move back to the system, and I guess we'll get blown up.
I guess at this point it's fine to play the sanctuary on the first sector. If the infiltrator has to move in to that other one, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 turns before it can get to the next sanctuary. By then, probably too late.
No, absolutely. He can cancel one of the sanctuaries, but I think at this point, Joe's done a pretty good job of getting the game sewn up. He doesn't have a huge deck remaining. He has a pretty big hand. And there's another ship to Kessel. Executor can't get to Kessel, so that's a lot of damage being threatened there. Because the infiltrator has to go to the asteroid sector.
Johnny's going to be threatening a good amount of damage too. A drain of 2, a drain of 2, a 1, and
Well,
one.
the 2 drain at Anoat's going to get canceled because Joe has a ship in sector. So he's going to be hitting for 4.
It looks like Joe's going to be returning damage of 9 from the sanctuaries, 3 from Kessel.
Oh, and he can't even cancel that Sanctuary.
Yeah, he occupies it with an Abu
Yeah.
fighter.
I think maybe you have to move the Infiltrator to Kessel here. That seems bad. Joe's going to be doing a lot of damage next turn either way. Looks like a minimum of 9. Or minimum of 8, I guess. You have to think that Johnny would pull resistance.
He's got 9 just from the sanctuaries, right?
Well, now he is now because he's going to go to Kashyyyk and or to Kessel rather and stop the drain there. So yeah, it's going to be 10. It's going to be.
He's got 9 from the sanctuaries, and he could pay to drain twice.
Well, assuming he blows up the ship that doesn't ping first, then it's going to be 10.
Fair point.
But that should still be enough to do it.
Does Tibrin require you to control it to exchange 3?
I believe he's already used that text.
Oh, is it once per game?
It's once per game, I believe. So there's one of the ships getting blown up. Now we're going to see a lot of damage come across for Joe Olsen. We'll see if this wraps up the game here or not. There's 3. 3 more coming. Looks like he only has 2 cards left.
It does look like Chu can still survive another turn of hits.
Yeah, I believe he has 10 cards total left in Life Force. And hand. I'm not sure he has a hand.
10 would not be enough.
But Joe doesn't have very many cards either. And remember, Joe has to make sure that he stays at 2 systems. Because otherwise Coward can cancel Asteroid Sanctuary.
So Chu just put on 4 damage and
I think Joe has 2 cards left.
2 cards left. And Joe does not have enough to force drain.
He does not.
But yeah, this game is going to Chu.
Wow. Wow.
That was surprisingly
What
close.
a win for Johnny Chu. He's going to win it by 3. Unbelievable that he found a way to pull that game out. Joe just put too many cards on the table.
I hope I never see asteroids again.
Likewise. Not that we're rooting against Joe to make the finals. We love Joe Olsen. We also love Johnny Chu.
Felt like that was quite a blast from the past.
Mm-hmm. I never played back in the Asteroids era, so not something I ever had the misfortune of seeing. Players are going to take a few minutes here, and then they're going to switch sides. Joe Olsen has a Coruscant CRV deck for his dark side deck. We're not sure what Johnny Chu has for his light side.
I believe Chu is playing Space WAP, and I'm very excited about a lot of the choices in his list. assuming it's the same list he played yesterday, and I believe I heard so.
Okay.
Perhaps some minor changes.
Space Swap, one of the consensus best light side decks going into the weekend.
A very versatile deck.
And that's an interesting matchup, of course, on CRV versus Space Swap. There are a lot of different ways for the dark side player to attack that game plan.
I was informed that last round Barry played against Chu, the same matchup we're about to see. The Coruscant CRV versus Chu's Space Swap. So Chu might have a... Well, I mean, Chu of all people will already have a pretty good understanding of how this match should go.
I think if Chu could win the game we just saw on camera, Chu can win any game.
Chu is quite the player.
Doesn't look like they're planning on wasting too much time. We'll keep it right here. Looks like Joe going with the Diet Coke on the side. We saw Ryan Jellison last round with the Coke Zero. Joe Olsen opting instead for the traditional Diet Coke.
Either one, if you spill, it's not going to leave a sticky residue, so good planning ahead.
Mm-hmm. Now it looks like the players have stepped away from the play area. We're going to do the same for just a few moments. We will be back shortly with Game 2 of the semifinal match between Johnny Chu and Joe Olsen. Don't go anywhere. All right, customizable card gamers, here we go. Back in the broadcast booth, Casey Annis here with you. I will be joined momentarily by Tom Haid. We are here for our fourth game of the day on camera. It is the second game of this semifinal matchup between Johnny Chu and Joe Olson. Johnny won the first game by 3 cards. Joe will have to win game 2 by more than that in order to advance to the finals of the Endor Grand Prix here in Seattle. Players are shuffling up and getting ready. For Joe Olson, at the bottom of your screen, he's playing Darkside. He is playing Coruscant CRV. This is a deck that starts the Coruscant system, a 2-0 location. And I believe he's starting... I never know which of the Shizor's Palace sites. He's starting one of the 2 Shizor's Palace sites. It's a 2-1 site. Or he's starting Coruscant Shizor's Palace. So Coruscant Shizor's Palace is a 2-1 site that lets him pull the Shizor's Palace uplink station, which he'll deploy likely on his first turn for more generation. He's starting 3 effects. It looks like Kuat Drive Yards, Combat Response, Virtual, Kuat Drive Yards, Virtual, and there's a little glare on the third one, but it looks like Imperial Justice. Justice, of course, a good card in this matchup because Johnny Chu is playing We Have a Plan, starting the 3 Naboo Theed Palace sites. Also starting Walkling Virtual, Squadron Assignments Virtual, and We'll Take the Long Way Virtual. Imperial Justice for Joe is a good card in this matchup because when We Have a Plan flips, it can cancel Battle Destinies that are greater than 3, and Imperial Justice, of course, stops your Battle Destinies from being canceled. The other card that you would think Joe might want in this matchup is Imperial Decree Virtual, to shut down the direct damage that WAP also does on its flip side.
Justice is also going to be good against Rick Oley, adding 2 extra Battle Destinies at Naboo.
Yes, absolutely. Rick Oley, Johnny Chu's version of WAP is WAP Space, which plays the Bravo pilots and their matching ships, also probably Anakin, and maybe some other space cards. And Rick Oley adds 2 Destiny with a Bravo Squadron pilot at Naboo, so Justice good for stopping that. Unfortunately for Joe Olson, he does not have Imperial Decree in his deck, so he'll be unable to limit the ping damage from Amidala and Panaka if WAP's able to flip. I would imagine that Joe... There are a couple ways that Joe could take this matchup. I'd imagine that he'll try to contest the flip, try to go down hard early to the Naboo throne room with pressure, try to stop them from setting up. Let's see what he stacked. It looked like Boba Fett, Bounty Hunter, Vader's personal shuttle, and I'm not sure what the third card stacked on Justice is.
I have you now.
I have you now? Yeah.
Believe so, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I have you now as a one of in Joe's list.
I would expect Joe to have a more mains-heavy Coruscant CRV version by not main decking a copy of Decree.
Let's take a look at his character package. 3 copies of Emperor Palpatine, P-59, Grand Moff Tarkin Virtual, DS-61-2, that's for space, Janus Grijatis, Vader Virtual, Fel, DS-1813, and 3 copies of EPP Maul. So, yeah, it's pretty much just a straight-up EPP Maul, maybe Emperor Palpatine ground package. Johnny's going to... The players are going to start off with dueling short range and all wings combos, so they're each going to take a ship. Johnny Chu, I'm sure, will pull... he's going to get Azure Angel, probably pull Amidala and Naboo as well with his objective, maybe Ascension Guns from the hallway.
The Angel's probably the best pull here, seeing as Rick Oley's going to be shut off from the get-go.
Absolutely.
Did you say Dooku was in Joe's list?
No Dooku in Joe's list. Oh, I'm sorry. He does have more ground characters. They were separate in the deck list. He's also got, in addition to the 3 EPP Mauls for ground, he's got 2 copies of Dooku, 1 copy of EPP Mara, Boba Fett Bounty Hunter, which we see is stacked on Justice at the moment, and Dr. Avaz on Ponda Baba combo.
Pretty good force.
Yep. Then he's got 2 copies of Force Lightning. He, of course, has... I assume he has Dooku's Saber. Yep, he's got Dooku's Lightsaber. Also has a Blizzard 4. And then the space package is 2 copies of Saber 1, 1 copy each of Saber 3, Black 2, Vader Shuttle, and Zuckuss and Mist Hunter. We still do not have. We just got in Johnny's WAP deck list.
Johnny's playing some spicy things. Got a CO Bibble in there, if I'm saying that right.
Let's take a look. He's got Overseer in there, along with Bravo 1, Bravo 4, Bravo Fighter, Obi and Radiant 7. Plays 3 copies of Amidala, but only 1 copy of Panaka. He does have a CO Bibble, 2 copies of Rex, 1 copy of Cody, 2 copies of Jairus, so a little bit more ground staying power than some of the WAP space lists that we've seen with 2 Jairuses. Surprisingly, only 1 Panaka, though. He goes away from Immunity Jedi and instead opts to go with 3 copies of EPP Qui-Gon.
Was that 2 or 3?
3 copies.
Wow.
Plays 4 All Wings combos. A lot of cards you want to grab. It's a trap, it's a hit, it could be worse, we're doomed. 2 copies of Neighborin Leads. 2 barriers. Also 2 copies of I'll Try Spinning, which will be very, very good in this matchup.
Johnny playing the Boss Nash Chambers?
I do not believe he is.
That's something I would expect in his list. He's playing Hark Seth, and the Overseer can play the Boss Nash Chambers to Naboo when Joe would put a Dark Jedi at like the throne room. It's a nice little tick.
I didn't see it in his list. I may have skipped over it. He does have
Possible he didn't need the activation of Hark and CO in there.
Right. Also plays Merrick's Terek. So 3PO and Merrick's in this deck.
If Chew's on a similar list to yesterday, he's probably also playing the Bravo Fighter that adds to the drains at Naboo.
He's playing Bravo Fighter Virtual.
I mean, like a Bravo 2.
Oh, Bravo 4. Yeah, he is playing Bravo 4. Yep.
That's the one that adds drains.
I think so. Yes. Wallet Naboo system adds 1 to each of your 4 strains here. Did you get a look at what that effect was on the Coruscant side? Is that just security precautions?
Yeah.
All right, so what Joe's done here is he's used Coruscant Shizor's Palace to pull the Shizor's Palace uplink station, and he's deployed security precautions on it for +1 generation. So now Joe's generating, 7, 8, 9, 10 a turn. Not bad. Joe's going to be in really rough shape, though, with I'll Try Spinning. He doesn't have any Admiral's Orders of his own, and he's just going to get blasted out of space by these Talon-rolling Bravo fighters.
Joe playing the gun for Phil?
Sure. He's playing 2 copies of the gun.
That's going to be his ace in the hole.
He's also playing his own copy of Naboo, which isn't going to help him out too much in this matchup. Naboo's not really a location that you really care about converting. And then he's playing Kashyyyk. So normally I would say that you want to run away, spread to your 2 other systems, and try to drain for 4 and try to race with drains. But unfortunately for Joe, one of his systems is Naboo. And I'm not sure if he had a reason for doing that or not. He could have played another 2-2 system. Kifix, for example. Here's Riccoli. He's going to get flashed. Or he's just going to get... Did you see what Chew used to take Riccoli into hand?
Could have been one of those that will take the long way. Maybe he open-handed the other things he needed.
Well, that doesn't pull Riccoli.
I believe we can pull a Thief House Leader.
Really? Oh, it does indeed. I've always just assumed it said Amidala, but it says any Thief Palace leader.
And Chu is playing 3 copies of Amidala, so it's likely
So
open-handed.
there's a good chance he open-handed one of those.
So Chu has a very big hand.
Expect nothing less from him.
I assume Joe is not playing Monarch.
Here's Dooku with his lightsaber to the throne room, so looks like Joe is on the try to hold the throne room plan. You asked about Monarch. No Monarch. Force Push, I have you now. 2 copies of Maul Strikes, 1 copy of Gick. Ellis Hellrot, Dark Maneuvers, Masterful Move, non-combo. 2 copies of Force Lightning, 4 copies of Short Range and Watch Your Back, and 2 copies of Close Call Virtual. So 4 All Wings combos for Chew and 4 Short Range combos for Joe. Chew's going to activate. He's going to spend 3. Upload projection with Walkling. That'll go to the throne room, and we'll see if Johnny wants to actually make a play for the throne room, or if he maybe just wants to set up on the Naboo system and on the courtyard and try to drain from there. The fact that Joe already has Dooku set up at the throne room and has Justice on the table means that one of the big benefits of flipping, which is the Destiny canceling, isn't really going to be there for Chew if he flips, so maybe that's not his plan. Projection's going to cap the throne room drain to 2. We'll see what Johnny does next. He's going to deploy 3PO to the courtyard. Use his text. It's interesting to note that Joe has played the Frozen Assets and Sabik Shield. So I wonder if he thinks Chew has something up his sleeve there.
I can't think of anything that would trigger. Chu has probably Rex, who is a trooper that could allow him to play Trooper Sabak.
Yep. Yeah, Chew's got 2 copies of Rex in his list. I don't know if he actually has a Sabak card, though. It's possible that he had one in there yesterday and took it out. Oop, he's got Changing the Odds, but that's the only gambling-themed card in Johnny's list. Very possible, though, that if he ran this deck yesterday, he did run it with a Trooper Sabak, and then opted to remove it the following day. And if that's the case, that's a good call. He made his opponent burn through a shield here that is completely a useless shield in this matchup.
Chu also has Commander Cody to count as a trooper as well.
Yep, 2 copies of Rex, 1 copy of Cody, but no Sabak.
Imagine
update-
choose. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Tom.
Imagine choose deciding right now whether or not to set up at Naboo.
He's definitely got to be mulling it over. We do have an update to report. Brian Fred won his first game over Ryan Jellison by 8 force. We don't know which sides they played in game 1, but Brian Fred looking to be in position to move on to the finals of the Endor Grand Prix. Looks like Chu's going to activate with his objective here. Now he's going to play Queen Amidala, joining 3PO at the courtyard. She's going to move over for free into the hallway. 3PO stays at the courtyard, so Chu is going to go after the throne room.
I do believe we saw on camera that Chu is holding a barrier in hand.
We did see that indeed. Although that's something that would only help him after he's already set up a presence in the throne room.
There's no spy in Joe's list.
Don't believe so. No spies. You expect some of these lists do run one copy of ISARD. This list does not.
So it looks like Dooku drained for 2 there and grabbed a EVP Qui-Gon and an Obian ship.
Yep. Paid 3 to do so. Chu has played Battle Plan, so Chu with 3 shields on the table. Looks like the Grabber, Battle Plan, and can't see what the other one is. Here's Emperor Palpatine going to join Count Dooku hanging out at the Naboo throne room. So now Palpatine can pull Force Lightning and Dooku can use it. It's a combo. Being told that Brian Fred is playing throne room mains against Ryan Jellison's ISB deck in game 2 of the matchup. That means Ryan won, or Fred rather, won game 1 against Ryan's throne room deck. We don't know what Brian Fred has for dark.
Looks like we got a damaged sleeve being swapped out here.
Can't tell what kind of sleeves those are over on Joe's side. Pretty typical looking black sleeves. Disappointed in the lack of Star Wars art sleeves, that we have not seen any of those today. I know that they're a little bit difficult to side shuffle sometimes, but they tend to be pretty popular at these events. Haven't caught them on camera yet. Brian Fred always has great sleeves. Maybe if he makes the final, we'll see some interesting sleeves. Yeah, cards being swapped out here. Several cards. Now it looks like we're good to go. Everything's all set. Maybe
I can tell by the little circle sticker in the bottom of the sleeves that Joe is on some Ultra Pro black sleeves.
The things you learn when you run a game store.
In my opinion, Dragon Shield are the best quality.
I do like Dragon Shields. I'm a big fan of Dragon Shields. I use Dragon Shields for all of my Star Wars decks.
Likewise, I use the matte Dragon Shields.
I've heard good things about KMC Hypermats, but I've never actually experimented with any of those sleeves.
I do very much like the KMC Hypermats, but they're a little short. So if you double sleeve your cards with a perfect fit sleeve, and then you insert that inside of a KMC Hypermat, the card might start sticking out a little bit after you shuffle for a while.
I've never double sleeved. Is that something that you would recommend?
I would. It does actually make it a lot easier when you're using virtual slips. They won't slip around inside the sleeve. They'll stay snugly on top of the card because in the perfect fit, it will be held in position pretty easily.
And this is something I've always wondered. Can you explain to me the difference between a pro mat sleeve and a regular sleeve? As we see CO Bibble hitting the table at the courtyard.
I'm sorry, Casey. Can you repeat that question?
Can you explain the difference between a pro mat and a non-pro mat?
Like for Dragon Shields,
Yeah.
the Pro Mat has a dull finish, so it's non-reflective, and it's also a bit of a gritty finish. It's meant to not capture your finger oils as easily on the card surface as well. But mostly like for matches like this, it'll be less glare inducing.
So it's an appearance. It's a mostly an appearance thing.
Mostly in appearance, yeah. They also shuffle a little bit different because of that grit texture. It's very slight, but if you have regular Dragon Shields, they will kind of adhere to each other if you push them down really hard. If there's moisture in the air, the regular Dragon Shields might be a little bit more difficult to shuffle than the matte ones.
Giant Chu's going to read Imperial Justice here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't know how that works. But it can never hurt to refresh your memory. CO Bibble now hanging out with Amidala at the hallway as they make their way into...
Seal's going to turn that Throne Room Drain into a 1.
Yep.
Quite like Seal in here.
Chu's going to mitigate the damage as best he can until he can start applying pressure himself. His start not quite as explosive as Joe Olson's, but he's just fine with that for the moment.
Is that a changing the odds?
He is a changing the odds. That's a 1 of in Johnny Chu's deck.
Does that let you place how to play a card when you verify, or am I remembering that wrong?
It does indeed. If you just verified opponent's reserve deck, search that reserve deck and place 1 interrupt found there out of play. So it's not any card. You can't just, place Darth Maul out of play. But you can place an interrupt out of play.
It's still a pretty cool play by Chu.
Oh, absolutely. Especially considering the number of times that everyone verifies everyone else's deck throughout the course of a game. It's one of those cards that maybe you wish you could grab if you had the option to. Of course, you know that in Johnny Chu's list, he's got 6 or 7 different cards that he can abuse, depending on which one you choose to grab. Joe Olson not playing a copy of Something Special planned for them. So he's got 1 card. Oh, he is playing a copy of Something Special. So he's got 2 cards to grab, but he's got to choose wisely. And I would guess.
Can you tell what he plays out of play there?
It's hard to see. Put it face down.
It's face up next to the water cup.
Oh, I see. I was looking in the wrong place. Might be Ellis. Or might be, it's probably Gick.
Based on the art, I want to say Blown Clear or something like that.
Well, let's go through the list. Force Push, I have you now. Maul Strikes, Gick. Ellis, Dark Maneuvers, Masterful Move, Force Lightning, Short Range, Close Call. Doesn't look like any of those.
We have a viewer suggesting Overwhelm, but that wasn't in the list, right?
Not Overwhelm. That's why I was thinking Gick. Also, Gick makes the most sense, I would think, from a strategic standpoint. It's a 1 of. And if you can just get rid of that card for the rest of the game, it really opens up your options. And more importantly, it limits what Joe thinks he can do and the types of plays that he can make. Of course, Johnny doesn't know that that card's a 1 of. You might think that Joe is bluffing another copy in his hand, perhaps. I still have no idea what that card is. I want to say it's Gick, but it might not be. Maybe we can get confirmation from down on site.
Looks like we got both players just drawing up for the best space they can assemble. At this point, I would expect Joe to flash some ships with hyperspeed 5 to Coruscant and then be ready to fly to Naboo. But maybe he just wants to throw down and fight in the same turn with everything.
That's true. Joe does have the option if the ships have the hyperspeed to set them up at Coruscant without fear of a beatdown. Although unfortunately, a lot of his ships are. I think the only one he has that can make that jump is Vader's shuttle.
And that's stuck on Justice.
Yep. I bet he wishes he had that. I bet he wishes he had Boba Fett.
That Justice might end up costing him. So we're on a very slow start here for both players. Joe is
Very big hands on
pressuring
both sides.
drain of 1, but Chu is able to assemble a better hand with 3PO online.
You feel like the longer this game goes, the more it's going to favor the WAP player.
Wonder if we'll see Dooku walk over to the 1-0 and Force Lightning lost in the move phase on CO or Amidala.
Mm-hmm. It's tough because you need a 6 to hit Amidala and a 5 to hit CO, so it's certainly not an automatic play. If Joe gets something tracked and set up, or I apologize, a 4 to hit CO Bibble. But
All right, here we go.
let's do it. This is Bravo 4 with Mirix Terek aboard. So that's going to set up a drain of 3.
So Chu's got some really good destinies there.
Is it a drain of 3 even without the matching pilot aboard? It is. No immunity, though. That looked like an Azar Angel flash. With no Anakin to be found. I don't know if I've ever seen someone who loves unmatched pairs in Star Wars as much as Johnny Chu. Maybe Kevin Shannon.
Can't tell what came out.
Looks like Bravo 1 with Rick Oley, and I'll try spinning.
That I'll try spinning with the barrier back up is going to be pretty huge.
Absolutely. 2 barriers. In Johnny Chu's list, you have to assume he has one now. Joe Olsen does not have a barrier canceller. And that includes sense. No sense or alter in either player's list, in fact.
Although Chu has put out some sense protection with a looks like do or do not.
I believe that's code clearance, actually. Or Chu has put out, yeah. Yes, Chu has do or do not out. Joe has played a third shield, it's code clearance.
The code clearance is an interesting play.
I think Joe might have two shields out there that aren't going to help him at all in this matchup.
Quite possible.
I don't believe Johnny Chu's playing retrieval interrupts.
I assume code clearance is there for Jedi Levitation Lost. Doesn't stop the actual first play of Jedi Levitation Lost. Probably doesn't stop the consecutive ones either because they're specific cards rather than units of force. But it would damper Walkling and
Does that?
not sure what else.
It is retrieval, so would it reduce the?
It would get stacked on the code clearance, but I believe rules-wise, because Jedi Levitation is selecting a specific card, it might get around the code clearance.
Interesting. And apparently irrelevant because Chu's not playing that either.
Another dead shield.
Another dead shield. 2 dead shields for Joe also. And this might be changes that Johnny's made to his list between yesterday and today. We don't know exactly what he was running yesterday. It's possible he had Jedi Levs or an On the Edge, or, well, obviously not an On the Edge because he doesn't have Rebels, but some type of retrieval card.
Looks like Joe gave Chu another verification there despite Chu playing changing the odds and 3PO to track it back around.
I think that's one of those things that you have to live with it. You know, it's important to know what's in your deck. You don't want to waste a whole turn because you flashed the wrong ship.
Joe did learn from that he has an EPP Maul in there. We might see a Sith Infiltrator flash.
Yep, Obi-Wan Radiant 7 is a one of in Chu's list, and I can't recall if he played We Wish to Board It once to pull it or not in this game, but that's pretty much the only card in his deck that shuts down cloaking.
Obi is in the lost pile from that first Dooku drain.
Right. So that might be an okay play. It would save him a force because right now it's a drain of 3 at Naboo. It would also satisfy battle order.
Yeah, then you'd be able to throw some guys over at the Zizer's Palace sites.
Although I'll try spinning, would just ruin that.
Oh yeah, good point. Totally missed that. Another thing I'm curious about is why Joe decided to start Quat Drive Yards. He hasn't pulled any systems with it, and starting security precautions may have been just the better play.
Yeah, he did get security precautions down on turn 1, so it only cost him 1 turn, but he hasn't really done anything with Quat Drive Yards yet. Here's a barrier for Zuckuss. Would have been a good play because Chu only had 5 ability at the system, and now Zuckuss is just going to get spun.
Looks like a
This
fell.
Fell.
We gotta see another barrier.
I think I would have almost liked that the other way around. See, fell first. Yeah, here's a second barrier.
Oof.
Both barriers in Johnny Chu's hand.
That's gonna be rough for Joe.
He can only spin 1 ship per turn, though. This is a Blizzard 4. Looks like it's going to... I think Joe's weighing his options between Coruscant and the Naboo Courtyard.
I would put it at the courtyard.
He's going to put it to Shizor's Palace. That's a Stormtrooper garrison on board. Or no, it's Mara Jade. Mara Jade.
I'm very surprised he did not go to the courtyard. It's a drain of 2, 3 POs stuck there. For a turn at least. Maybe he's worried about Chu nabbering his force over to Azizer's palace site and turning a drain over there.
It's possible. 1 Ellis Halrod in Joe's list, 2 neighboring leads in Johnny Chu's. So if you're Chu in this next control phase, who do you want to spin, Zuckuss or Fel?
I'm pretty sure you want to spin Zuckuss. You don't want it to backfire and lose the game. He's
I
probably
would
going to be
say-
spinning with Rick.
I think I would say Fel in this case, just because you don't want the guns coming down.
So Fel's going to be a 6.
Fel would be 6. Rick is, I guess, 9.
Although Chu does have 3 PO online, and I guess it all depends on how much he has in his reserve, whether or not he can track around what he 3 POs down.
You can at least track the barrier, at the very least. So that would be 13. And Joe would have to draw a 7 to tie. And he couldn't lose. So that seems safe to me. There are the guns. So the guns are on the table, and now I think you absolutely have to go after Saber 1.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that Johnny can activate to the barrier, and if that's the case, Joe would have to draw a 7 in order to have Fel survive, and I'm not even sure he has any 7s in his list. He has one. He has 3 copies of Phantom Menace.
3 copies.
And if he drew those, all he would do is tie. He wouldn't even be able to shoot down Bravo 1.
We do know that of the few cards left in Joe's reserve deck currently, Chu was able to verify those at the beginning of this turn willingness to play phase.
Correct. So Chu also has some idea. Here's an Ascension Guns.
I don't recall if there was a Phantom Menace there.
Because Joe occupies one of Johnny's locations, Johnny can look at the top 2 cards of his deck, take 1 into hand.
So how much will the Ascension Guns with Rick be on the spin? 14?
14, and that would make it safe regardless of whether or not Joe drew a Phantom Menace.
So if Joe plays one of his 2 close calls on that Destiny draw, that could be pretty clutch. That could swing the match in Joe's favor if it backfired.
Well, close call can only be used in battle.
You could play
Or on
it
a
used
weapon.
outside of battle to make him redraw the 5.
No, the used part's close call during battle, used during battle, cancel and redraw just drawn Destiny. Lost, a just drawn battle or weapon Destiny is -3.
Oh, I stand corrected.
The only part that can be used outside of battle is the lost part on a non-battle weapon Destiny, so a sorry about the mess or something like that.
Yeah, that backwards.
And it looks like he has drawn the Ascension Guns. And this is going to be the end of Baron Fel. And it is.
Youch.
Joe drew a 1 for Destiny. He drew EPP Maul, so it's not like that really mattered. And now Johnny could probably put together a battle here. If he can drop, there it is, Azure Angel with Anakin. It's looking like 1 Destiny for Joe. against 3. Well, Justice. Justice is going to limit both players to 1, but the numbers are on Johnny's side.
Does Joe have an extra fell and ship?
He does have 2 copies of the ship and 2 copies of the guns. Does he have 2 copies of Fell? He does not. He only has 1 copy of the Baron.
No imbalance combo.
No imbalance combo. Now you'd have to think that if Johnny did battle here, both players would. Well. Johnny wouldn't be able to all wings because of black 2. So it would truly be 1 unmodifiable destiny per player. But Johnny is so far ahead on power that it seems like it might be the right move.
So Rick's ship power 5 or 6?
Power 6, I believe. Maybe power 5. Power 5. Oh, which means that we also had the calculation wrong for. Oh no, we didn't,
For
because
the
it's
spin.
maneuver 4. Yeah. I was thinking it was 3-3, but it's 2-4.
So it's like Chu's got power 14 there. Huh, he did not battle.
14, so 14 to 4, 14 to 8.
I guess he just wants to alternatives and then spin something down again.
And why not? He's limiting the drain at the throne room to 1. He's got the time. Joe, to this point, hasn't seemed interested in pulling Kashyyyk.
I also think Chu probably wants Vader's shuttle stuck on the Justice for as long as possible.
That's true. If Chu battles, Vader's shuttle can come off of Justice.
I believe that's 14 activation for Joe. Doesn't even need the bridge out.
And he still satisfies battle order, so he's going to get to drain for 1 and 1 here.
There goes the Overseer.
And a free ride coming. Overseer would have been nice for Chu to have in this matchup, but he doesn't really need the generation at this point.
I'm a big fan of that. Very excellent choice by Chu, especially adding the Destiny to power with the fact that a lot of these ships are going to be based around having a lot of power in the battle, especially if you're playing a space matchup and you're flipped as WEP. A lot of your ships are going to be power +2, so the Overseer is a nice boost to that. And it's immune less than 4, so if you're canceling their destinies, you're fine.
I'd expect to see it in a lot more WAP space lists moving forward.
Changing the odds again.
Changing the odds once again, and it's going to get...
Gick. So that one was a gick.
That one was a gick. I wonder if the other one is a close call.
That is probably what it is.
That's absolutely the gick.
So we got Kashyyyk coming out.
About time. I thought Joe should have gone to Kashyyyk earlier. That's really his only chance to stay in this game, satisfy both theaters.
That being said, you can just chase him all day.
He can, and there's resistance for Joe. It's his last shield pull. It'll cap the Naboo drain if he does move away to Kashyyyk. And that's what he's going to do. Pay 1 for black, 2, 1 for Zuckus. He's going to think about if he wants to draw cards. Draw.
Oh, we've got an Abrin. Looks like into the throne room.
Looks like it. Paying 5 after drawing an all wings is Johnny after Joe had drawn 5 cards himself. And there go Amidala and Co. Bibble. So Joe's going to have a chance to force Lightning Lost on his turn without sacrificing immunity to attrition on either character. But once again, he needs a 6 to hit Amidala and a 4 to hit Co. Bibble.
Has Joe already used
It's not gonna do
Force
it.
Push?
I don't believe so. Joe's going to pay 1 for the upkeep of Blizzard 4. He's going to pass the turn back. He still has a few Force active. Hard to tell exactly how many.
Wonder if we'll see a sneak attack, 7 on top, Force Lightning Lost and Amidala or something like that.
It's probably about the best Joe can hope for right now. We're going to see some Force drains first, though. We're going to see a drain of 2. And there's Joe's copy of Naboo hitting the bin. Doesn't need that.
Joe did use his last shield pull on Resistance.
Joe effectively working with 2 meaningful defensive shields in this game. Masterful Move is the other card lost. There's Jarrus Janik. And Captain Rex. Seems like we're going to have a fight at the throne room. We'll see what Joe has. EPP Qui-Gon also coming down to the party.
This is gonna hurt. Commander Cody.
Remember, Force Push doesn't get him out of this because he's got 2 characters here. And we know that his Gick is gone. So Joe's going to need to have something. I would assume that Johnny has at least enough cards left to swing. Here's Force Lightning Lost. Going to go after... Hard to tell who.
Jarrus.
Jarrus. Need a 4 to hit Jarrus.
Looks like he chose not to.
Did he play it used, or did he just not play it?
Ooh, we have a Jedi's concentration, I believe.
That's going to stop. I think he played it used, and then Jedi's concentration is going to stop the swings. Maybe he had a sniper or something like that. Although Amidala cancels sniper, so that can't be what he had.
Probably just doesn't want Dooku swinging. If Dooku swings, hits Amidala.
Right, but I was wondering why he would have played Force Lightning used.
I think he went to play it lost and then decided not to.
Thought better of it. So it looks like Captain Rex drew 5-5. I'm not sure who he was targeting. But that should be enough. 10 minus 2 is greater than 7. There's an Emperor drawn for Destiny. Jarrus
So
is going
that was a Force Lightning lost on Jarrus after all.
to lightning lost on Jarrus.
It's gonna evac for Boba Fett.
Joe showing close call.
Looks like Chew drew the 5 for his Battle Destiny, and Joe is close calling
Yeah.
used to turn it into essentially a 0.
Right, but you can't close call it after you use Justice.
Oh, yeah. Good catch. I think Chew pointed that out.
I'm still unclear. I thought he drew a 10. I thought he drew 5-5 for Captain Rex, so I'm unclear on why one of those characters wasn't hit.
I missed that myself.
Looks like Commander Cody's going to go lost. I think Joe made a mistake by not playing Force Lightning on his turn, at the end of his turn, because then he could have pulled another copy and Force Lightninged another character this turn, maybe Queen Amidala, maybe somebody else.
Yeah, he is playing 2 copies.
Yeah, he's got 2 in his list. It's possible that he knows one is... that he either lost one at some point or that he knows one is in his Force pile.
We also didn't see an upload of Force Push of Dooku. I imagine it's in his hand. So Chew has changing the odds on top of his used pile. He recirculates in 3POs. He'll have that again for yet another ping, assuming Joe.
Looks like Joe's going to peel some cards. He's peeled 3 so far. 4. Looks like 7 plus the Emperor.
Ouch.
Now Johnny's going to move his space fleet over to Kashyyyk.
So if Joe has the second Force Lightning in hand, he knows that there's a Emperor Palpatine Destiny draw there. He can track that around, and in his move phase, Force Lightning lost in Amidala, then run away with Dooku, and Johnny Chew will not flip because he won't have Amidala at the throne room he controls.
You have to think that Johnny Chew plays 3 copies of Amidala. You got to think there's another one in his hand, and he can just deploy that.
Oh, sure, yeah. I don't know if Joe knows that though.
Joe's in a bad spot no matter what he does. I would still agree with you that Blizzard 4 and Mara probably should have gone to the courtyard. I'm not sure if that would have been enough to swing it for Joe, but it would certainly help at this point. It's one more to the drain and the chance to move Mara over to get into things in the throne room.
It looks like Chu is flying everybody to Kashyyyk.
Yep, all 3 ships.
Looks like Chu has 2 force saved, although Chu's objective can activate him a 3rd, so he can still play alternatives to fighting to the Kashyyyk battle.
Yes.
Although I do doubt that Joe's going to fight.
Chu spent a lot of force on that turn. He deployed Qui-Gon, Cody, Jarrus, Rex, and moved 3 ships all at 1 force each. And paid the battle. Joe's looking over his options, trying to figure out what he can do.
I've been informed that Brian Fred is advancing to the finals.
Congratulations to Brian Fred. We will see him soon, taking on the winner of this match. Right now, looking like that will be Johnny Chu, although Joe Olsen still very much alive, still with a chance.
So we know Joe has Boba Fett Bounty Hunter in hand. Maybe he's going to go hard to the throne room again. Quite possibly why he decided to PL7 to keep Dooku alive.
It seems okay. Boba Fett Bounty Hunter doesn't add with Dooku, so he would
Correct, he would
need something
need
else as well. 7 power character is a 7 power character, but seems like compared
Probably
to
has someone else too.
yeah.
Chu activates to 3 force so he can alternatives.
Maybe Dr. E. Dr. E would be good in this situation. Swing at Amidala, send her lost, draw 2 destiny.
And Chu already spent his Jedi's concentration or patience or whatever that card is that stops the swings.
Yep. I don't think Joe has enough force though. He would need 10 to deploy Fett, Evazan, and Battle. And then he would need 4 left in reserve to swing and draw 2 destiny. If
Oh,
he
it
wants
looks
to
like
play
he's activating it all.
activating everything, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he had enough to do that. Especially if he has the second Force Lightning, he would want to use that as well. After he cleared, say, Amidala. Or maybe Qui-Gon would be the swing. He's gonna drain. Chu flips over a second copy of Projection.
Now, if
Keep in
I'm
mind,
reading that right, Chu 3PO'd down that projection and then lost it. I'm surprised Chu would not just play it on one of those locations. Just stop a damage either way.
Well, he could play it to Shizor's Palace, but then Mara and Blizzard 4 could just move to the other side. Here's EPP Mall. Maybe he'll come down with Dr. E here. Again, Fett wouldn't really do much in this situation. Joe's thinking about it. He uses Force, he unuses Force.
Do we know how much time is left in the match?
We do not. It's like P-59 is going to the courtyard. That's interesting. Now the space fleet's going to move back over to Naboo from Kashyyyk. And Joe's just going to recirculate and pass it back over. So Johnny's going to get a chance to drain for 2. And then maybe deploy some things to the throne room and start another battle.
So Johnny's got that Nabran likely tracked. He brings everyone back to the courtyard. He already placed out a play Joe's Gick. That could be game.
That's a very good point. And he actually has 2 Nabrans. So he doesn't know that Joe doesn't have another Gick in hand. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility that Joe would be playing 2 Gicks. And if he Nabrans over to the courtyard and Joe Gicks that battle, then Johnny may have just punted the game. He's already got pretty good control of things the way they're going, although he is going to try it. So here we go. He draws a 5. He's going to pay 5 force. He's going to move everybody to the courtyard. He's going to go for the game right here. This could end it. If this backfires on Johnny Chu with a Gick, which we know it won't, but if it did, that would be a huge misplay by Johnny Chu that could cost him the match. Now, we know that that's not going to happen. We'll probably see an extension of the hand by Joe Olsen pretty shortly, but Johnny never saw Joe's hand. This could, I don't like this play by Johnny Chu because there's a lot of risk involved here where if things had just played out the way they were going to before this, I think Johnny's still in great shape.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Although he could always just track the Nabran back around again and move back into the throne room.
I mean, that's true.
And he's eliminating a drain of 2 this way.
Yeah, Joe didn't have any force save to grab the Nabran. Draws a 6 for Battle Destiny. This is a lot to a little. This is going to end the game.
Looks like we're going to see a game here.
Well, Joe's going to take a card off of Justice. He tries to do that now, but
Blind
he
draw
draws
7.
a 7 for Battle Destiny. But I still think it's not going to cut it. Joe's peeling cards. He's not extending the hand yet. 3. Nine overflow so far.
I did see a force push go lost there. I'm surprised that Joe did not upload it of Dooku when he was initiated against.
Very true. Now 11 cards. 12 cards. 13, 14. 14 overflow. Joe looks to be down to about 5 cards total between hand and life force. He's not giving up, though. Johnny points to the out-of-play Gick.
So I would say this match was decided by changing the odds.
I'm not sure I would go that far. I very much like Johnny Chu's chances to win this game in normal fashion. And there's the hand from Joe Olsen. Johnny Chu's going to win this match over Joe Olsen. He's going to advance to the finals of the Endor Grand Prix 2016 to play against Brian Fred in the finals. We know that Brian Fred is playing Throne Room Mains for Light. We're going to see that matchup against Johnny's IG-88 deck. We don't know what he's got for Dark, though, so that'll be a mystery. The number 1 seed Brian Fred against the number 7 seed Johnny Chu. When we come back to Seattle, we are going to take a short break, and we will be right back with you shortly for the commencement of the finals of the 2016 Endor Grand Prix. Welcome back, everybody, to Seattle, Washington, the Hampton Inn Seattle Airport, where Max Rebo has made an appearance in advance of the finals. Brian Fred flipping it up into the camera. I am Casey Annis, joined here by Tom Haid, bringing you this final match between Brian Fred and Johnny Chu. Players getting shuffled up, ready to get started. It looks like Brian Fred's going to be playing Darkside first. We still don't know. Well, he's got Watto. Now we know. We didn't know what his deck was. Now we do. No money, no parts, no deal. Better known as the Watto objective from Coruscant. Johnny Chu playing We Have a Plan. We just saw Johnny on camera with this deck a few minutes ago. He's now going to play it again. Brian Fred's got the pod racing start for this deck, maybe? No. It looked like start your engines, but it's prepared defenses. Never mind. Brian Fred likes to write all over Star Wars cards, and that makes them look like things that they aren't. So prepared defenses start with Watto. Combat response looks like a Chris Menzel card there. It's hard to make out exactly what it is. And Imperial Decree Virtual. So Brian Fred, the first player we've seen on camera today to have Imperial Decree Virtual in his list. Seems like a card that would have been good in just about every game we've seen. Certainly good against We Have a Plan once that deck flips, and I believe the Watto objective will allow it to flip. Johnny,
Is that a Quat Drive Yards?
might be Kuat Drive Yards. That would be a good card for Watto to start. Johnny with the same start we saw from him last game, most likely. That would be Walkling, Squadron Assignments, and We'll Take the Long Way. Now we got Brian Fred's list in front of us, so let's take a look. Brian Fred's a great guy, but he's got terrible handwriting.
Pretty excited to see how Watto does here.
Oh, me too. This is a deck that's really been under the radar for a while. It was big immediately after the reset towards the end of 2014, early 2015, then kind of disappeared a bit. It's a deck that's been the bane of Brian Fred's existence for a long time. Brian Fred's favorite light side deck, of course, Watch Your Step Palace Raiders. He's not playing it today, but he's pretty well known for playing that deck, liking that deck, and of course the natural enemy of that deck is Watto. Brian even made a virtual Palace Raider that would combat the deploy +3 negative of having to play Palace Raiders against Watto, and now Fred using the Watto deck himself. Players shake hands. Looks like they're ready to go. They're about to draw their openers. Chu does reveal Watto, Walkling Squadron Assignments, and We'll Take the Long Way. Looks like Imperial Decree was a late add to Brian Fred's deck list. He crossed something else out, wrote in Imperial Decree.
Probably after he heard how amazing Chu's lap space deck was from yesterday.
The third effect is indeed Kuat Drive Yards. Or no, it might actually be Endor Shield. He has both Kuat Drive Yards and Endor Shield, so I'm not sure which one he opted to start.
The only starting effect Darkside Menzel foil I'm aware of is combat response, so could be either.
Well, it's not combat response because we see the regular version of that card. Chris had a bunch of one-off foils that he gave out at the NPC this year, and at Worlds last year as well. Here's a flash from Brian Fred with short range. It's not a flash. It's he's going to use short range fighters to take black 2 into hand. He's going to do that before activating on his first turn. Brian Fred will get to go first in both games of this final confrontation as he's playing Throne Remains for his light side. He plays a shield. We have no idea which one. This is going to be a common theme with Brian Fred's deck. Brian's a great guy, but there's a reason why we don't have him on camera all that often. It can be a little hard to tell what's going on. When you made the finals of the tournament, though, we really don't have much choice. Johnny's gonna fetch up Naboo and Queen Amidala and Ascension Guns. Pretty standard start for WAP. Brian counting out his force pile.
Going for Watto.
Yep, searching his deck once per game for Watto. He finds him, he deploys him. Wish we could tell what Watto was saying in that word bubble. It's a free ride combo from Johnny Chu. He's going to get to peek at a random card from Brian's hand.
Surprised by that play from Chu. It would probably been better to send back with 3PO. That's a Watto's
And there's the chance cube. So Johnny Chu gets to react to that. He fishes out the Watto's chance cube. I'm surprised by that play because you would think that the Watto deck probably plays Tatooine Celebration, and you might want to save the free ride combo for that.
You mean Occupation?
Occupation, sorry.
It is possible. There's an EBP Mara, I believe.
Yep, Mara coming down to Mos Espa. That'll flip the Watto objective. And Brian Fred will make Johnny Chu lose 2 force. WAP does activate a force on your opponent's turn, but 1 force not enough against Watto.
Okay, that's why he played the free ride combo.
Right,
So,
he
because
played
he's going
it
to
so
lose
that he
anyway.
could lose Watto damage, and he top decks another free ride combo, so he's got to
Ouch.
hope that Brian Fred doesn't have Tatooine Occupation. There's Kashyyyk.
Now flip Watto back.
So there is no Tatooine Occupation in Brian Fred's deck, and I'm guessing that Johnny Chu knew that. Because otherwise that's not a play that I think that you would see against a Watto deck on turn 1. Watto's Chance Cube, meanwhile, for those of you wondering at home, it's a used 5. If Watto's in a battle at a site, draw Destiny. If Destiny is odd, your total battle Destiny equals 0 this battle. If the Destiny is even, you get to add 2 battle Destiny. So a good number of even Destinies in Brian's deck, and he tracks cards around pretty well, so...
Say, does choose evening the odds do anything to Watto's chance cube?
Changing the odds?
Or changing the odds, sorry.
This is not a question I've ever been asked before. If opponent just drew Battle Destiny or Destiny for Watto's Chance Cube, subtract 1 from that Destiny. That's a gigantic blow.
That's going to be great.
I hope we get to see this. Here's Amidala coming down to the courtyard. She'll move into the hallway in just a second.
I believe that's a goldenrod shield.
It is indeed. Johnny worried about Blizzard 4 coming down. There goes Amidala to the hallway.
It's also good against Watto flip side because he gets to deploy things for free.
Oh, yep, no, absolutely. Obviously. Johnny gonna draw some cards and pass it back to Brian. Think about these two players in this match. Johnny, we already went over his resume. 9 Worlds Day 3s, 5 top 4s at Worlds, 3 World Championship Finals, 2 World Championship titles, 3 NPC Final Fours, 2 NPC Finals. Brian Fred, also a very impressive resume. He's from Indiana, resides in Indianapolis. He's made 3 Worlds Day 3s and has top 4 Worlds twice. Also has an NPC Final Four on his resume. I believe he's also won at least one U.S. National Championship, along with many state and other titles. Both very impressive players. Chua Hall of Famer in the conversation for best ever.
Casey, that's going to be us one day, right?
Well, it's definitely going to be you. I don't know about us.
Oh, I sure hope so.
12 Day 3s at Worlds between these two players. Battling it out for the championship of the first Endor Grand Prix.
Does Watto upload Watto's chance cube?
I believe he does. Fred's searching up a Watto's Chance Cube. Something uploads it. I'm not sure if it's Watto or... Once during each of your turns, may take Watto's Chance Cube into hand. Yep, so Watto uploads the Chance Cube.
So that's going to be
Question
putting
is-
Fred on at least two Watto's chance cubes in deck.
Yep. I think 2. I think if you're going to play it, 2 is usually the number. The question is, does Brian Fred know about the changing the odds in Johnny Chu's list? Here's a Saber 1 flash. That's Baron Fell. Looks like we're going to see them at Kashyyyk in a moment.
It's a gun on there too.
Yep. 4 force, Saber 1, Fell, gun, pretty good combination. Now Chu can deal with that, but the question is, does he want to go hard into space immediately, or does he want to set up the flip first? Fred just going to draw some cards. He did not flip his objective that turn. Leaves 1 force saved and passes it back to Johnny.
Fred's threatening a drain of 3. And also likely have a ping of 2 or a free deploy on his following turn.
I believe Fred only has 1 copy of the Chance Cube.
We saw him reveal it from hand.
Right, I
to the
think
free
Watto
ride.
did back. I think that was the card he put back with Watto. On turn 1.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you get to throw a card down to make them
You
use.
get to throw a card down, so he gets to throw down the Chance Cube, make Johnny lose 2 force, and then draw it back into hand. From reserve deck with Watto the following turn, rinse, repeat.
Gotcha. Okay, so chance cube, even if you don't ever play it, it's just good to have as a card to use when they don't have the 2 force saved.
Correct. Which, of course, against a deck like WAP that can activate force on your turn is pretty tough. Pretty much get turn 1 out of the deal. That has to be Kuat Drive Yards. The third effect. I think if it was Endor Shield, we'd have seen him use it by now.
Agreed. Especially last turn, he would have done it with Ozzel to get the extra ping in there.
Here's Naboo from Johnny. And Chu might just be content to say that my damage is better than your damage, and I'm going to go and set up at Naboo in the system and at the throne room as he throws down Riccoli on Bravo 1. And he's going to force Brian Fred to come to him and make a move. His Bravo fighter joining the party. 3 Battle Destiny there. Fred's going to read Bravo fighter. It's bad news against starships without pilot characters aboard, or starfighters for that matter, without pilot characters aboard. And now we're going to see Ascension Guns. Amidala is going to move over in the deploy phase. Johnny's objective is going to flip, and he's going to be able to deploy cards to the throne room. Jarrus Janik. I'll try spinning. The Admiral's order comes down. Johnny's going to draw cards. I'm wondering if that's enough in the throne room, just Amidala and Jarrus. I assume that Chu has a barrier or 2, as we saw in the last game.
Fred pulls another shield that we have no idea what it is.
I have absolutely no clue. I assume that the grabber's out. And, not sure what that other shield would be. Of course, we saw Joe Olsen burn a couple of shield pulls in the last game on cards that Johnny Chu maybe had in his day 1 list that aren't in his deck currently, so we don't know if Fred's working on imperfect information, if he's working on no information at all. Chu with were you looking for me to go grab 3PO into hand? There's a Force Drain for 2 in space. Chu's going to lose from his used pile. He loses the Interrupt. Were you looking for me? And then top decks an EPP Qui-Gon from the top of his reserve. Looks like Johnny also projectioned the Junkyard Drain, so no Force Drain at the Junkyard because it is Drain -1 from projection of a Skywalker. Brian going to deploy a card. He doesn't know where. It's Admiral Ozzel to Mos Espa. Brian flips his objective. He can put a card down. Here's a card down. Let's see what Johnny chooses to do. He can send. He can use 2 Force to allow Brian to deploy the card for free, or he can lose 2 Force to send the card used. Of course, if he uses 2 Force to allow Brian to deploy the card, Brian would also have to use 2 Force thanks to the Goldenrod shield.
So he's going to lose 2.
Loses Anakin and Queen Amidala off the top. Brian puts the card used. We don't get to find out what it was. It's probably Watto's Chance Cube. I feel like Brian Fred was bluffing there.
Yeah, if it was the cube and Chu paid the 2 and Brian revealed the cube, Brian would have to lose the 2 Force, correct?
Correct, which is... It probably wasn't the cube. It's very rare that a player will put down a card that they actually can't deploy. More than likely, they'll put down something like an effect. If they're trying to bluff their opponent, something that they don't particularly care about that just deploys for free anyway. Usually, if something's a key card in a matchup, that's not going to be your Watto card. You want to make sure that that card hits the table. Ozzel moves over. Brian's going to flip back to the 0 side.
Looks like Chu got out a 4th shield there. I want to say weapon display, which would
Weapons
retrieve
display, it's-
Amidala.
Yep. Weapons display. Aim high. Tragedy. Something else. Goldenrod. So choose out of shields. I believe he has a Hear Me Baby Hold Together in his list, so he can pull another one if he draws into that interrupt. He's going to retrieve Queen Amidala here, and now it looks like he's going to hit Brian for 5 on this turn. Brian pulls secret plans to make Johnny pay for it. Also pulls fanfare, it looks like.
Impossible to tell.
Yeah, very hard to tell. The only one we know about for sure is secret plans. I think we can assume that there's a grabber out. Other than that, too hard to tell.
Chu's going to have a total drain of 3 incoming and a ping for 1 with the objective because Decree is out.
Yes, forgot about Decree, so Brian's going to lose 4. This is where I think Chu maybe gets hurt by only playing 1 copy of Panaka in his list.
Brian's going to accelerate use for a Justice. Very critical card in this match.
I had to run to get the door for a second, so I missed the last few seconds there.
We just saw Brian accelerate use for Justice so far.
If you guys haven't figured it out yet, Tom and I are not on site in Seattle. We are in. Tom, you didn't make the trip, did you?
No, I'm all the way in Virginia.
Okay, you're okay. Because I know Barry went. I wasn't sure if you had gone with. So you're in Virginia. I'm in New York. The action's taking place in Seattle. Choose looking at the Watto objective. That objective flips back and forth so many times during the game, probably more so than any other objective, that it's always a good idea to remember which side has which text.
Looks like Brian peels a Force Push and I want to say an All Power.
Good stuff. Those are 2 cards I bet he really wishes he could have in this matchup.
Can All Power be played outside of battle? That would be potent against the spin attack with the Admiral's Order.
I don't believe so. I believe it's a just action response to the initiation of a battle. Overseer. Fred's going to pick that up.
So we're going to see a Harksef adding 0 activation.
Yep, Watto not a deck that plays Twixes.
Oh, it was an all wings for Overseer. I do like that Brian, with only 3 locations down, is activating. It's like 12.
Well, WAP gives up a ton of force.
Yeah.
That's just how it works when you're playing WAP, and once you flip, you give up another one because of the hallway.
It's nice how little he has to commit.
Everyone always talks about WAP's activation ratio on the 0 side. Once WAP flips, that activation ratio becomes very, very poor. Because you're not activating off of your objective anymore, and you're giving up an icon that you weren't giving up before.
Although if you got CO and Harksef, not so bad.
Very true.
I assume we're going to start seeing a lot of Harksef in Space WAP builds. I wonder how many we'll see also running the Boston Ass Chambers, which Hark can pull with the Overseer when they deploy a Dark Jedi to Naboo site.
I still don't think that I would run Overseer, and because when you're talking about the Boss Nass Chambers, you're not just talking about the chambers, you're talking about the chambers plus 2 copies of Wisa. And I don't think I would cut Wisa just because Overseer can pull Boss Nass Chambers. So it's a tough call because then you would have to start finding other cards to cut from your deck, and it's a lot of space to be taken up by your activation. Overseer's going to go to the lost pile.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other worthwhile Naboo sites to pull unless you want to sit at like a Theed Palace generator.
No, it's just another ship in this matchup, and it's an expendable one at that.
So Brian Fred is letting Chu verify his deck, and I doubt Chu would play his changing the odds here to place an interrupt out of play, just for the potential blowout with the chance cube.
I would save that card as long as possible. Although the interrupt text, it's still very good. Maybe you want to see if you can get that Gick. I think if the Gick is there in that situation, you take the Gick. Because by showing changing the odds, yeah, you're giving up the chance for the potential blowout later on, but you're also basically, with 3PO on the table, you're telling your opponent you can't play Waters Chance Cube for the remainder of the game. You're taking him off of that ability to add 2 Battle Destiny in the battle.
And I do believe changing the odds is if you just verified, which would let you just sort of wait and decide whether or not he wants to use it.
Yep. Brian Fred's gonna play Justice now. I see Imbalance, Emperor Palpatine. Not sure what the third card was.
I missed it.
Maul? EPP Maul, maybe?
Something for 3 Force to one of the Tatooine locations. Cannot figure out what it is.
It's like with all his other cards, it's hard to tell.
It looked like only 2 was spent on that Dooku, so maybe the Tatooine character deployed there was less than 3. No, I must have missed something. That Dooku did appear to come down for 2 force.
He's got P-59, he's got Tarkin. He's got DS-61 too. Not sure what else that could have been. Don't believe he has Dr. Ravazan. He's got EPP Dengar.
Oh, you know what probably happened? Brian flipped, put Dooku down with the objective. Chew paid the 2 force. Brian played Dooku to the courtyard for 2 force because of Goldenrod.
Yep. No, I'm sure that's how Dooku went down. We just don't know what the other card is. Might be. I want to say it's P-59.
I'm going to guess that's a P-59. One of our viewers pointed out that the card title does look very short.
Mm-hmm. It also has text in the third, the power defense value third box. There's text in the third box. And P-59 has that.
I miss playing destroyer droids. Nowhere near as good as they used to be.
Mm-hmm. And yet still a money card. So Fred's threatening damage here. He's got to piece out exactly how he wants to put his attack together. Chew's still looking to hit for 4 next turn.
Does Fred's list have a sense or a way to stop Nabrin?
Don't believe so. It is really hard to read some of his writing, so it's hard to tell.
If he stays spread out, that could be pretty risky here.
Well, I would guess he's not staying at Mos Espa. He would move over and flip back. He's taking his time.
Looks like Fred's going to set up Mara there.
He's going to flip-flop them. P-59 is going to go to the junkyard. Mara's going to go to Mos Espa. Now Fred will draw. Chu's going to get to verify again.
If Chu had seen the kick there, might have been a good time to play changing the odds if he had it.
Yeah, I would guess it's in Brian's hand.
So Chu's going to firepower back the Overseer. Looks like Brian's pulling a 5th shield with Turn It Off.
So Brian got, looks like Oppressive Enforcement. No Censor Altar in Chu's list, though. I guess what that tells us is that it shows that the players are not working with perfect information of each other's deck lists. There was some question before as to who knew what, as now we see a second projection of a Skywalker from Johnny Chu going down on Mos Espa.
Brian peeled the Turn It Off, Blizzard 4, Short Range Fighters combo, and I want to say that's an all power on the top there. I forget if it's
Dark Maneuvers on top.
Dark Maneuvers or all power. Is it Dark Maneuvers?
It's Dark Maneuvers. That's a one of in Brian's list. Using All Wings. Searching up Bravo 4.
And looks like Chu's just drawing up.
Well, he's in a pretty good spot right now. He can afford to sit back and wait for Brian to do something else. Now he's limiting him to 2 damage in space, 2 at the courtyard. He's also doing 4 himself. Looks to be ahead on cards at the moment. He's got a bigger hand, he's got more force saved, and he can afford to now be the one to go on the offensive the following turn. Is that another copy of Rick Oldie?
Does look that way.
I lost. Thought he only
Or
had
maybe
one.
Bravo
There's
2's pilot.
It's
That's
a hit to cancel the
I like that.
courtyard drain.
I think Brian's deciding whether or not to grab it.
He shouldn't. Now the problem for Brian, if this game continues like this, with both players doing 4, he does grab it. Both players doing 4 damage to each other a turn. Chu has all these mitigation interrupts, like we're doomed, it could be worse, that he can play. Brian doesn't really have anything of the sort. And now that Brian's grabbed it's a hit, Johnny can abuse we're doomed all day.
Granted, with the double projection already down, we're doomed is probably only going to stop 1 damage.
That's true.
Unless Brian's playing a second system here.
I don't think I saw one in his list. I think Brian realizes that eventually he's probably going to have to do something.
Looks like Brian got a free card from his objective there and no idea what it is.
It might be an EPP Mall. I think that's what it is, and it's going to go down to the throne room. It is an EPP Mall. See if Johnny's got a barrier here. not, we might have our first action of the day.
So Grand Moff Tarkin to join Maul.
It's Grand Admiral Thrawn, I believe.
I'm sorry, Grand Admiral Thrawn, you're right. Still no barrier.
Chew's running through his hand. Might have a Jedi's concentration.
Chew's got
Says,
no
"Let's fight."
Jedi there.
Here's a response from Chew. Pays a force.
It's a trap. There we go.
It's a trap. So Johnny cancels the battle, and now he can try to counterbeat.
So Fred staying there at the throne room is going to block the drain of 1 and the ping of 2. He's only going to be eating 2 damage on his following turn, but he's quite vulnerable to a beatdown without a kick. Although we can probably assume he has one at this point.
Yep, Qui-Gon, Rex. Although Maul swinging twice is problematic.
Looks like Brian's peeling a green card there. I want to say it's the second gun.
What percentage of the cards in Fred's deck do you think are autographed?
80%. And the Watto's Chance Cube.
There's a chance cube. He's going to finally get rid of that.
I sense a change in the odds in the near future. It's like a hark step to the throne room.
There's a chance he's going to finally get rid of that.
Rex.
Rex comes
Alright.
down.
Hark's going to make Rex deploy -1. One of our viewers pointed out Hark makes leaders deploy -1 to his site.
He does indeed.
And a Cody.
And there's
So
Cody.
Cody will be able to cancel. Well, probably not necessary. His WAP is flipped.
And Qui-Gon.
I'm expecting a Jedi's concentration from Chew here. There it is.
Fred wants to read it. Five. Can't see the bottom card.
I believe it was a 4.
And if Rex was targeting Maul, that's a hit. Rex subtracts 2 from his total, that's still 7. Maul would be hit and forfeit -3.
Looks like he shot Thrawn.
That would have been the safer bet.
Fred's going to take imbalance combo off of Justice.
Now, Fred's saying the it could be worse as the Battle Destiny. Be something for him to keep in mind.
So now he knows about it, but the question is, can he play around it? And I think the answer to that is no.
And there's a kick for the battle.
So that turn went really well for Chew. Looks like Chew is now set up to do a primetime beatdown with a Nabrin on either the courtyard or the Tatooine site, Mos Espa. Or is it Mos Eisley? I always forget.
It's Mos Espa.
Does Brian's list contain either Sense or It's Worse?
Don't believe so.
So being so stacked, I think Chew's pretty content to just pay the 2 to let Brian deploy something for free every turn and not take the ping here.
I agree with that. So Chew's going to take, I guess, 4 and then pay 2. We'll see if he has some type of reduction trick. Brian's going to short range first. Look for a ship. It's
I want to say that was a Vader shuttle. A little hard to tell, though.
a little hard to tell. It's bad enough with the cards that have writing on them. That one was just because of the glare. Force strain for 2 at the courtyard. Jarrus Janik, and I'll try spinning off the top. Force strain for 2 at Kashyyyk. It could be worse. That's huge. Chew loses the it could be worse off the top. And it's the first card of the drain, so he can't even walk wing it back. Ascension guns.
Wonder if that was a misplay by Chu. He could have
I
3PO'd that back
I
around.
would have to think, and you could even see that he hesitated before he lost the second card. He did not want to lose that.
It's quite possible with his It's a Hit grabbed, he might be putting Fred on It's Worse and not wanting to get blown out by that.
Suppose it's possible.
Chu's a pretty careful player. Especially in this match.
I'm still not sure I'd throw the It Could Be Worse away because there are certain situations where Fred's going to no escape the gick. There are certain situations where It's Worse isn't necessarily a viable option. Sure, it can cancel It Could Be Worse, but if Brian doesn't have a force pile, for example.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think that no escape on the gick is going to be really important in this match. And it looks like another
100%.
EPP Maul going down.
Looks like it's going to be important right now. I appreciate the way they foiled the lightsaber on that tournament foil EPP Maul. It makes it stand out even below the scribbling that's been done on the card.
Oh man, I am all about some tournament foils. Unfortunately, you still can't entirely foil a deck one day.
No, in Magic you can do that, but it's hard to make a Star Wars deck that's only rares, and only rares that have had foils printed.
I think the only way would be possible would be with enough foil virtual slips on certain cards.
Yes.
Maybe European full art Menzel foil for anger, fear, aggression, or knowledge and defense.
Yep. I wonder if there are any decks that use locations that all have foil versions.
There's the Throne Room, the Jedi Council Chamber.
Yep.
Good start.
And there are random, tournament foils of commons. There's a Rebel Barrier foil. There's a Gick foil, Hujix. And you wouldn't have any issue with warped foils because you couldn't be tracking every card in your deck. DS61 2 on black 3, although Fred looks like he's going to take that back. DS61 2 on black 2, rather.
Looks like Fred saw a 5, a 5, and a 5 there in his reserve. No changing the odds from Chu.
Not sure that's the best use of changing the odds. I think the best you could have gotten was an Accelerate. And when the other two cards are 5s already. Maybe you save it for a situation where Fred looks through his reserve deck and the only High Destiny card is an Interrupt.
With a 3PO loop, though, sometimes I might as well just spam it.
That's true.
Looks like Fred is having a tough decision here, deciding whether or not to fight into the throne room.
He's been thinking about it for a while. He's going to go down with black, too. Love the pink border. He's going to accelerate for accelerate. One of the
I'll
only
give him
cards in the game.
5/5/5 on top of his deck after he recirculates still.
Yep. One of the only cards in the game that can pull itself. He's going to put back, looks like an imbalance.
I believe that was a short range fighters going back.
Short range fighters going back. All right, so 5,
It's
5,
got
5,
four,
5.
4 5s, yeah.
Pretty good when you're
And-
swinging twice with EPP Maul.
I do
Of course,
quite like that.
You can just track around the concentration he's cycling through his whole deck.
Yeah, that could be rough. Looks like Brian's going to peel another Saber one. I can see in hand he's got both Vader and his shuttle. Saving those for a rainy day.
Brian's getting pretty low on life force, though. I'm not sure he can pull this game out, but I do like his chances in the next matchup, which is Throne Remains for Brian versus IG-88 for Shu.
There it is again. Chu tracked around the Jedi concentration, initiated a battle, played it, and he is going to pop Brian's kick for a second time.
Who'd have thought that that would be the biggest card in this matchup?
There's changing the odds. Looks like Chu's pointing it out to Brian, saying, haha, I could have used this on your chance cube. Looks like Brian elected not to use Justice here. Which surprises me because it looks like Chu did not use his objective or Cody to cancel Brian's destiny. Perhaps there was a dark time played there that I missed. Question from our viewers. This is indeed the first game.
Second game will be Fred's TRM versus Chu's Freeze Them CCT. Matchup that is likely favored to TRM.
There's the Werdoon combo. It's going to stop a net of 1 damage. At that pace, still is a pretty close game. Although Chu is now set up for a very excellent Nabrin beat, which could be game as soon as it happens.
I have a feeling Brian Fred doesn't really get another turn here.
Brian's putting down a Cardiff Watto objective. I want to say Chu's going to peel 2 here. And in fact, he does. I think this is because Chu wants to pull off that Nabrin beat, and Brian sets up somebody with Dooku and then moves Mara back over to the junkyard. Chu would not be able to pull that out
I think that's
as likely.
And Chu's willing to sacrifice the 2 in the differential in order to make that happen.
Mara is going back to the junkyard.
And I think that's Brian's way of saying that he knows that this Nabrin beat is coming, and he thinks that Dooku has a better chance of surviving it than Mara does.
I can't recall. I believe Brian peeled Force Push earlier in the match. If he did not,
I think he did. I think he did.
Okay. Perhaps
if
he's hoping
if he did not, then yeah, he could use it as a gick for a turn at least. But
perhaps he's hoping that Chu did not realize. And Brian is setting up a lot of really good destinies.
Not sure that's going to matter.
And for a deck with a lot of space, Chu is doing very okay in space here with only 2 ships down.
Well, I don't think Brian has any intention of challenging him, and I don't think Brian ever had any intention of challenging him. Remember, he's got All-Try spinning out.
And there it is, Nabrin.
There's the Nabrin. All right, it's going to happen on Brian's turn, which is... He must have known that he had that EPP Qui-Gon there.
He's going to leave Elmidal with the throne room to keep the objective online.
Well, he doesn't, actually. It stays flipped until the dark side player controls the throne room, but I suppose he's just trying to be safe.
Does Brian have Ellis in his deck?
I think he might.
One thing we can see here is Dooku Ellising to the throne room.
Mm-hmm.
But probably not a good idea, though. Probably better.
Brian only has 4 force in his force pile, and we know he's got that 5 on top.
Oh, yeah, he does have the 5s on top.
And I think Chu might have waited until Brian got to that point in order to play Nabrin.
And that being said, Chu does have Nabrin tracked, so if Brian Ellis Dooku away, Chu could just follow him again on his turn with Nabrin.
Yes, he could.
And another one for the cost, because you just have Qui-Gon stacked underneath it.
There's a Force Train for 2 at Naboo. Leaving Amidala at the throne room also just means more damage being generated. 2 extra
Yeah, the
damage.
ping's back online.
Yep.
So there's a second system.
There's Tatooine.
Right.
He did have Tatooine, but he didn't have Occupation, which is interesting. All power. One more card coming from Brian. He's gonna lose it from deck. There's a 5 off, or that was a 4 off the top. So if he did have Ellis, he could have used it there.
Although he shuffled those top 4 cards quite a few times, and it was like a 4,
That's right.
5, 5, 6 or something like that.
Mhm.
Although I guess there's 25% chance to not lose the game on the spot.
Well, has he lost it on the spot here? He's got to hit with Qui-Gon. And then at that point, he's outpowered by around 6 or so. 6 or 7. He's drawn a good destiny.
And Brian does still have Justice that he can use.
Yep. Also, if he has Force Lightning, he can take down one of the characters. Especially now that Amidala's remained behind. And isn't giving them defense value +2 anymore.
That's a barrier on Anakin.
That's going to make things tougher.
So Anakin barrier there is still going to cause Brian 2 force loss from the weapons display shield.
I think it'll only be 1 because of Decree.
Oh, good point, good point.
Chu points out weapons display. Let's see if Brian remembers Decree.
And he does not. Peels 2
Does not
when he
peels
only had to
2.
peel 1.
Yep.
So I think Chu shot with Cody there. I mean Rex there, probably because he knew he had the 4 and the 1 lined up.
Mhm. Fred looks
Here
like he's
comes the
gonna take
Qui-Gon swing.
off of
Maybe,
Justice.
maybe not.
Here's the. That's just a battle destiny.
No, I guess Chu just probably chopped first with Qui-Gon then. Could have handled that a little bit better.
Well, he might be tracking something.
It's like Fred draws a Vader for Destiny.
Ouch.
That's going to be rough.
So it's 6, 13, 14 to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So Dooku in 3. I've got the math right.
That was Dooku in 5.
5. Oh, because of the system. 2 ships at the system +2.
6.
7. Where's all this coming from?
It just keeps going. The Chu's gonna control the drain to save a force loss. And that's a Tarkin versus Amidala.
Looks like Fred's down to 8 cards in deck. There's a Nabron.
Now this Nabron's probably gonna be game.
Oh, yep. Nabron for 1. And I'm assuming that was in Fred's move phase, draw phase, rather, so that he can't move away.
It's possible that Nabron was in the deploy phase so that Tarkin could not battle Amidala. So I feel like if Fred had the ability to battle Amidala there,
That's true.
probably would have done so.
Yeah, she doesn't draw on her own.
I believe she has ability 4, doesn't she?
She's ability 4? Okay.
Yeah, because she makes herself +2 defense value and she's defense value 6.
All wings to search reserve. He's just going to put it back.
I'm gonna walk back the control tunnel vision. Looks like we're about to have a game here.
Did he battle?
Yeah, and he hit Tarkin.
Yeah, this is going to do it. Question is, how much force does Johnny Chu have left?
It's like Fred forgot to take a card off Justice there until after he drew his Destiny, but is there...
Can't imagine that's going to really matter here.
Okay, so she was gonna let him do it.
Now, Fred started this battle?
I'm pretty sure that...
That's it.
Yeah, this game. I'm pretty sure
So
that
Johnny Chu wins the
Chu
first
initiated
game.
the battle.
We are going to see... Looks like 18.
Something like that, yeah.
18 is a big win. Even if he's not favored in the second game, he's still dark side. 18 is a lot to overcome. We're going to get confirmation on that. We are going to have the final game of the inaugural Endor Grand Prix when we return from Seattle.
See you all soon. I'm excited.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we get started in this last game, I'd just like to take a few moments to thank everyone who made the Endor Grand Prix a possibility, all the Seattle guys. Stephen Harpster, Chris Werfs, Kyle Kruger, Joe Olson, Phil Asen, Mike French, Ryan French, Michael Erisman. I'm sure I'm leaving people out. I don't know who exactly did what, but thanks to the entire state of Washington for being fantastic, generous hosts this weekend. Thank you to Robbie Hendon, our fantastic tournament director, who's been keeping the broadcast crew updated throughout the day with deck lists and other information. Robbie, who came all the way up from Texas just to direct this event. Also, thanks to Tom Haid and Jared Konsker, who have been commentating with me throughout the day. Thanks to Jared for also being the lead designer on Set 4. We got some Set 4 spoilers earlier. We had the new Kylo Ren spoiled. Hope you were all able to hear that. If not, I'm sure it'll be posted tomorrow if it hasn't been already. Thanks to Scott Lingrell and the Players Committee for keeping the game alive. I've had a fantastic time getting to sit with all of you today and broadcast these games. We've seen 5 fantastic games. I hope we see a 6th one here. If you're watching the stream and you're thinking about, wow, this looks like a lot of fun, I'd like to maybe get out there and play some Star Wars cards myself, consider coming out to our World Championships. They're being held this August 11th through the 14th, with the main event starting on Friday, August 12th with day 1, and then if you get a bye to day 2, that's on August 13th. They'll be held at the Princeton Clarion Hotel in Princeton, New Jersey, and you can find all the information about that on our website at StarWarsCCG.org. There's a special World Championship forum at StarWarsCCG.org/forums. The World Championships are a great event for players of all levels. Just because they're called the World Championships doesn't mean that you need to be a Johnny Chu or a Brian Fred to compete in them. We welcome everybody to come out, and if you don't live in the Philadelphia, Princeton, New Jersey area and you're not really able to travel to that area, find an event near you. Go to our website, StarWarsCCG.org. Go to the tournament forums. Join our Facebook group, Star Wars CCG, or like us on Facebook, Star Wars CCG Players Committee, or on Twitter at Star Wars CCG, or Instagram at Star Wars CCG. And, find a player group near you, find some tournaments near you. If nobody's hosting tournaments near you, host one yourself. Get together, play some cards, have fun. I'll be hosting a tournament in the New York City, Northern New Jersey area on Sunday, June 26th at Ether Games Cafe in Hoboken, New Jersey. There's information about that in the Facebook group and in the tournament forums on our website. So if you're in the New York City or New Jersey areas, stop by that on Sunday, June 26th. Players are getting shuffled up here and ready to go for the final game of the event. Johnny Chu won the first game by 18. So that means that Brian Fred will have to win game 2 by more than 18. Brian's a big Buffalo Bills fan and trying to avoid, the Buffalo Bills curse of making it to the final and losing.
Did we get a confirmation on that 18?
We did not get a confirmation on the 18. I believe it was 18. We're still looking for final confirmation. It was something around there. Players have now drawn their opening hands. Brian Fred's got Throne Remains. If you've been watching the coverage all day, we saw a Throne Remains deck earlier from Ryan Jellison that he used to defeat Chris Werfs. This deck is much different. This is your standard, no surprises, no frills Throne Remains deck. It starts like My Father Before Me. I believe it starts Draw Their Fire. It plays 5 copies of Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, a card that we have not seen on camera to this point today. Master Qui-Gon, Mace Windu. Johnny Chu playing Carbon Chamber Testing with Carbon Freezing. We did see him playing this deck on camera earlier today. Fred's going to start out the game with a Speak for the Jedi Council interrupt that lets him search his deck for the Jedi Council Chamber, which is a 3/0 light side location. It's going to help his force activation as the game moves forward.
It looks like Fred has given Chu Leia Rebel Princess as a rebel to be stuck, captured at the security tower.
Interesting that that's the one that he elected over Corran Horn. He does play 2 copies of Corran Horn in his deck,
Probably
and I guess that
figured,
would tell you how valuably, how much Brian values Corran Horn in his
You
deck,
can always
especially
use Corn to go free.
to go
Leia
free
if he
to go to
draws
the
him.
security tower. Exactly. Here's 3PO with his part showing. That's a great turn 0 play. Once again, with Throne Remains, because the light side goes first when they're not supposed to, we call the first turn of the game turn 0. And then dark side takes their turn 1, and light side takes their turn 2, which we call turn 1. We have confirmed that Johnny Chu won the first game by 18 force. We've said before that we think Brian is probably slightly favored in this game because of the staying power of his characters. You can see that he has a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight in hand. Chu plays a lot of main characters, but Brian's mains might have an edge on Chu's mains. Brian rather gets the force advantage, but either way, it's going to be tough for him to overcome an 18 card loss in game 1. It's one thing to say that Brian has to win a game with Throne Room over CCT. It's another thing entirely to say that he has to do it against Johnny Chu, and then it's a third thing to say that he has to do it against Johnny Chu by 18 force. That's a very tough task for anybody. Fred's a great player, and we'll see what happens here. Johnny's going to activate. He's thumbing through his deck.
Wonder if Chu missed the audience chamber pull here.
It's possible, or else he found it and he's just trying to see what else is in there. There's a location at the top of his deck. That might be the audience chamber, and he might just be trying to see what's in his force pile at the moment. There it is. Yeah, he was just looking to see if he could figure out exactly what was in his force pile. It's a common turn 1 tool in both Chu's deck and in Throne Remains, which Brian's playing. You got to think that maybe Chu might be a little bit hesitant to play IG-88 here because of the threat of Corran Horn coming down. He knows that Brian didn't give him Corran Horn, so he deploys Carbon Freezing on the Carbon Freezing chamber. That's where that goes. Brian's going to read the card.
Looks like Chu is going to draw up. One thing to take note of is that at the security tower, if Brian were to just deploy a character there, he would not immediately free Leia from the security tower. I believe in his control phase, he needs to do so by paying 3 force.
Yes, he would have to survive a turn. We read Carbon Freezing for you back in the last game, but we're going to do it again just in case you weren't with us, or if you've forgotten what it does. It's an effect that deploys on the Carbonite chamber, and during your control phase, you can target a captive present with it. Draw Destiny. If Destiny less than 5, the captive is lost. If the Destiny is greater than 10, though, you place it on the captive. The captive is frozen, and the opponent loses 8 force. We saw Johnny Chu do this to Joe Olson's copy of Luke Skywalker in the semifinals, and it's not too hard to
Turn
draw
3.
greater than 10 because what you have out in front of you right now adds 3, I believe, or adds 4. The console adds.
So the console adds 3.
It adds 5 actually. The console adds 3. The chamber adds 2. So now we're already at +5, and then Johnny has an interrupt. Prepare the chamber that adds 2 more. So he only has to draw 4 greater to freeze someone.
And the console can, for 1 force, pull both Carbon Freezing and prepare the chamber.
Correct.
He does have to control the chamber the carbonite chamber in order to add the 2 from that.
Yes. Brian's thinking about Luke here.
I want to say he's holding a mace in hand there as well.
Does appear so. He's trying to figure out. He's going to go down to the carbonite chamber with one of them and try to establish a foothold drain for 3 there. It's a great location to take over and drain at.
Yeah, also stops them from freezing and pinging you for 8.
Yep.
Does make me curious if Chu is playing all too easy.
It's going to be Mace.
With a very unattractive V-slip for that mace stick. I guess he had no scissors.
Someone's going to have to talk to Brian. Brian, he's a pretty strong guy. He can rip that himself if he needs to.
Brian's going to preemptively put out only Jedi carry that weapon to stop a surprise weapon levitation.
It's a good move. I'm not sure Chu has the card, but it's a good move nonetheless.
Definitely one of those shields you have to preemptively put out.
Absolutely. I would play that in pretty much any matchup where I expect to see Darkside mains with a throne room deck. IG-88 comes down, picks up Leia, and Chu can take a card from his force pile.
Just a minor thing to note, when IG comes down like that, he cannot pick up Leia until the move phase, so Chu would not get the force pile pull until his move phase. He wouldn't be able to then find someone to deploy with IG-88.
So Chu makes his pull. Here's battle order. He's going to make Brian Fed pay 3 to drain 3. Fred activates 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Brian will pay it. Looks like Chu's going to peel a Thrawn, Image of the Dark Lord, and Disarmed. Brian's going to throw down a Jedi Luke, hopefully finding his stick, although if he does not find it, he can always pull it out again the following turn with Like My Father Before Me. So I believe Brian is on Like My Father Before Me, Saitor, and Walkley.
Yes. Saitor's what I was forgetting.
I wonder if we'll see a Crash Site Memorial for recurring the weapons or something like Yoxkid or Baragwin instead.
I believe he's got 2 copies of Crash Site in his list. That's a pretty intimidating force at the Carbonite Chamber right now. Luke and Mace both with their lightsabers with the Luke effect on table.
You know what I'd love to see right now? I'd love to see a program trap. Do not know if Chu's playing one, but it would be pretty classy.
I would certainly not put program trap tech past Johnny Chu. I don't remember seeing one in the list, but Let's go back to that Johnny Chu IG-88 list and see what we can find. Because we really weren't worrying too much about his ground tricks in the last game against Asteroids.
Chu's got a couple strategies you could go for here. EVP 4 alum to the Carbonite Chamber could slowly disarm the mace. Could also try setting up some overload zeros.
Mhm.
I'm a pretty big fan of overload myself.
It's not something I've run in my decks consistently, but it usually involves forcing me to track low destinies. And if you've ever played Star Wars against me, you know that I don't really like low destinies.
Too bad there's no light side version. I would love to track around R2 and Red 5. All they've got is a collision.
Right, so 2 copies of Overload, 2 copies of Sneak Attack, 1 copy of Ellis Hellrot, 1 Imperial Command, 1 Force Lightning, 2 Barriers, 2 Stunning Leaders, 1 Control Set for Sun, 1 Maul Strikes, 1 Sense. I believe he does have a Weapon Levitation.
Weapon levitation is pretty potent with sneak attack, even
Maybe.
against only Jedi carry that weapon.
Maybe not. I can't make out what this says. I think the first word is weapon. Second sounds like it starts with a G. Looks like it starts with a G. Anyway, 2 copies of Disarmed. Blaster controls no escape. 2 copies of Phantom Menace. Image of the Dark Lord.
So Brian's going to be draining for 4 now. Blastor, Boba Fett. I believe that was a Prepare the Chamber and a Sneak Attack peeled by Chew.
That was a Accelerate.
Accelerate, okay. And that's a... what's that card called? Adds 3 to power and +1 to drain.
Lightsaber Proficiency.
Proficiency, there we go. So that's going to be
So now
threatening
it's a drain of 5.
Good grief.
The pressure is on.
We've got a power 9 Mace and a power 8 Luke.
And add 1 to Battle Destiny.
I would say that Brian is pretty well positioned currently to perhaps pull this out. Win by 18 or more.
As of this moment, I would agree. Johnny Chu, still with a lot he can do here. He has a strong character package in his deck. We went through the tricks before. He's got 3 EPP Mauls, 2 Dooku's, 2 Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, an Emperor, an EPP Mara, a Dr. Avazon, Boba Fett Bounty Hunter, Grand Moff Tarkin, Stormtrooper Garrison, General Grievous, Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Chu pulled a Force Ball pulled a U3PO, which yep.
He also has a U3PO, yep. And I would assume that with 2 Corn Horns and probably a Sorry About the Mess that this will only buy him a turn, but when you're draining for 5, a turn is big.
Now, if Brian can't find one of those 3 cards, that's also big. And so Wisa for Boss Nash Chambers.
So let's see if Fred has an answer.
No answer yet.
He's got more activation. Boss Nass Chambers.
And let's draw hard for the Corrin or Saddam combo.
That's what he's doing. This could be bad news for Brian Fred. It's going to take at least... U3PO is going to buy at least 2 turns.
Puts a card back with Like My Father Before Me.
I'm wondering if he just didn't find anything. He drew the entire force pile.
Quite possible. Yeah, Brian's got to be careful about drawing too many cards. He's got to win by a pretty sizable margin.
Yeah, well, speaking of drawing too many cards, though, Chew has a pretty big hand at this point, and Brian does have a Grimtash in his deck, so he may not have found Corrin Horn, but if he found that Grimtash, he might be able to set Chew back by a turn or 2 as well. I don't know if Chew is over 12 cards in his hand. But he's also been drawing cards.
Looks like Chew puts out the fifth marker and is just going to draw a card and pass to Fred. But drawing just one card, I do want to assume that Chew is at less than 12 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to
he's
tell.
a smart player, and he knows that Brian Fred will play cards like Grimtash.
Chew could also be saving almost 4s for a nice big beatdown. And he gets a pretty rich Iggy pull every turn. That U3PO is doing work.
Saved him 10 force. That's fantastic. That's one of those plays that you never really expect it to work, but then every once in a while it does, and you're pleasantly surprised.
Brian's in a bit of a tricky spot here because he can throw a guy down to beef up the site, or he can just draw again, hope to find Corn. Or sorry about the mess.
You can see he's got pretty much everything else in his hand. He's got Savrip, he's got Qui-Gon, he's got Anakin.
I believe it's all draw their fire too.
Yep. Something he could try here is if he's got Anakin and Qui-Gon, he can put them down to the audience chamber. Try to maybe set up a drain of 3 there. He's got the Destiny 5 Qui-Gon saber, but Anakin saber adds 1 to drains. What he can't do is draw more cards. He does not have the life force for it.
So it's a Master Qui-Gon with stick.
Yep. And I'm a little bit surprised that he's going to the Carbonite chamber.
I think he wants to kick Higgy out.
Yep. That's what he's doing. He's forcing the action on Johnny's side. He's got 2 copies of Sorry About the Mess and Blaster Proficiency and 2 copies of Cornhorn. He hasn't been able to find any of them. That's
That
4
is rough.
cards. Yeah,
And he's got 3PO to help dig.
He's got 3PO to help dig. He's drawn his entire force pile twice.
He can slowly put back cards with, like my father before me, to replenish his reserve deck.
Yes, and he can, and he has the option of 3POing into used interrupts as well, but more importantly, he's lost all the tempo that he had at the beginning of the game.
There's EPP Forlom, and I expect a disarmed incoming. Or maybe a program trap. Although if it was a program trap, we'd probably see it on U3PO.
What did he take back from the No Escape?
Did not catch. It's the EPP Mall. Dr. Evison.
Something I recently discovered with Dr. Evazan is he only works on just disarmed characters. I'm sure everyone else has known that since about 1997, but I didn't until last week. His text says disarmed character, so he received errata at some point.
So choose well positioned here to drop a disarmed on Mace, operate on him immediately, and sort of take over the carbonite chamber here.
Yep.
That being said, Luke is immune to disarmed.
Luke is immune because of the Qui-Gon's also immune.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, like my father before me makes Luke immune. And if Fred has a light side disarmed, it will not save him from that because both Forlom and Maul have weapons.
Mm-hmm. And then Grievous, who also came down, is going to be able to steal the lightsaber from Mace.
And that's going to hurt.
U3PO just completely shifted this game.
Although Fred did happen to find the Satum, he could Satum Dr. E instead of U3PO here. Nope. There goes Mace.
So Grievous gets the saber. Now 2 characters with sabers and 3 total swings up against Luke on the other side.
And a Dr. E to operate them right away.
Yep. This game has shifted radically.
Looks like Fred is going to drain at the security tower for 3.
Interesting that Chew didn't pull Coward.
It might be a drain of 2. I can't tell if that's the Destiny 5 or the Destiny 1 lightsaber
It's the Destiny 5 saber, so it's a drain of 2. Still think it's odd that Chew didn't pull the shield. He may have just forgotten. It's been a long tournament.
We might very well see a sneak attack into a weapon lev lost on Luke's stick here. Be another blowout. Despite Brian Fred having the shield, only a Jedi carry that weapon. Although it's probably unlikely Fred is going to battle this turn despite being able to deploy more stuff.
I would be very surprised. You can play Anakin. Unclear if he had another mace in hand. There is Anakin Skywalker. With his lightsaber.
So I think if Brian had a Saddam here, he would have played it on his control phase that hit Dr. Ree. So he kind of has to run away. Oh, Dr. Ree's in there. Unless he draws into a Saddam, it's still pretty dangerous.
Does finally have Corn Horn in hand. A little too late. Crash Site Memorial. And Savrip.
And there's Corn. I just want to say a quick special thanks to all those viewers who are deciding to continue viewing despite Game of Thrones about to come on. I know I'll be catching it later on HBO. HBO Go.
And I would ask for please no spoilers in the chat. I will also be partaking in a delayed viewing of Game of Thrones. So is it up for... Because this tournament's taking place in Seattle. Is it on at 6 o'clock then? On the
Yeah,
West Coast?
I believe there's a 3-hour time zone change.
Well, I know with primetime network television, it just airs... it doesn't air at the same time.
There's a Draw the Fire.
Draw their fire. So it looks like you might be battling here.
So Draw their Fire, Savrip. Perhaps he has some weapon protection to stop them all swing so that Dr. E becomes less useful.
Now Chew plays Come Here, You Big Coward so that Fred can't retrieve for initiating a battle. I'm unclear on where Brian Fred's lost pile even is.
And looks like Brian is initiating for free with Anakin. And he will get the first chop. And we have a sneak attack from Chew, as expected. And I wonder if we'll see a weapon lev. No, a stunning leader.
Okay.
And it looks like Brian's playing an impressive, most impressive to cancel that stunning leader. Very clutch play by Brian. Although I'm not sure why Chew would sneak attack if he's going to stunning leader. Probably better to just stunning leader first.
Might have had a card he wanted to put back. For whatever reason. Maybe to Ellis. Although he can't Ellis IG.
So U3PO is going to exclude himself because he's an undercover spy. Maul's getting hit, probably by Anakin, who adds 1 to each of his weapon destiny draws. So does Luke. So it looks like Chew is now shuffling his deck. So the card he put back with Sneak Attack was probably something he just wanted back in his deck that was not a particularly high destiny.
Might have been something he thought that he could overload with, but if
Yeah,
that was the
maybe a
case, then
0.
why not? But if that was the case, then why not do it?
And he does have Forlom out there, so you can always just throw it back that way. But yeah, that would have been the right play if he has overload. Just put back a 0 on top and then overload. As General Grievous that got hit, I can tell by the terrible V-slip on his Mace's Saber that he's holding.
Yep. So Maul's hit, Grievous is hit.
Anakin's hit and immediately resilience into hand with Saber going on the crash site because he was operated on by Dr. E. Ooh, and Chew draws the flagship bridge to try to swing at probably Luke, so no operation on Luke. But Chew now has a 0 tracked.
I'd guess that that's probably what he's sneak attacked.
Well, again, Chew did not play his the dungeon this game. Well, he does have that third swing. Looks like it went on Corn there.
Corn there. And he would have missed Luke, so that's good.
Yeah, when you got just one swing left and you can choose a Luke or a Corn and you're not sure of your destiny, it's probably the right call for Chew to swing a Corn. So it does look like Brian's still going to be down a lot in power.
It's like 14, 15, 19 to 8. Luke's going to cover 9, but
Oh, I missed that. How did Brian peel a lot there?
I think Brian peeled.
Yeah, I looked away at the wrong moment. How much did he peel?
Enough. Not sure exactly. All of a sudden, my stream has developed a fair amount of chop.
So Brian's in an interesting position now. He's got both sites with Jedi's of Styx, and Iggy is by himself. And Chew can only back him up so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian was able to sack cards from his hand with Savrip.
Oh, Savrip, there you go.
Yeah. Thanks to the people in chat for that.
I like that Savrip. That's a pretty good idea.
Savrip is a very good card in decks that run multiples of the same unique mains.
So Chu could conceivably try to freeze Leia here. And if he drew a less than 5, he could just kill Leia if he thinks that she's going to get freed. Or he could, if he draws a 7, I'm not sure if that would be enough.
I think a 6 would do it.
Actually, yeah, a 6 would do it if he has to prepare the chamber. A 6 would do it. I know there's something about light side subtracting from it.
Yeah, no, he needs an 8. He can't do it.
Is the light side text on Carbonite Chamber if you occupies like -2?
The light side text is if you occupy, subtract 2, and the dark side text is if you control, add 2. So it's a swing of 4. And he doesn't want Leia to go lost. He would not want the Emperor's prize damaged.
Technically, Leia was Jabba's prize.
Yep. Well, Han was Jabba's prize.
I mean, Leia too. She was his little feisty escort.
We got 2 versions of Jabba's prize, and one is Han, and the other one's Corran Horn. Just like in the movies. Fred's looking for options now. The fact that Corran Horn didn't stick around until the move phase means that he's still not able to get that